Hey everyone! Mochi Lover here, and today we're diving into my romance dating simulator turned into real life. Before we start, here's a quick summary. Shen Yi, an ordinary office worker, accidentally downloads a mysterious mini-game called Dating Simulator. The game is simple: search for dating targets, simulate dates, and earn rewards for successful confessions. Rewards range from money and attributes to special skills, and perfect ratings unlock hidden achievements. Shen Yi plans to use this game to level up his life and become better and better. But soon, something strange happens. The girls he dated in the game start looking for him in real life. This channel is your spot for the best novels and manhwa audiobooks, perfect to listen to while doing homework, office work, or anything else. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment on what type of novels you love listening to. Now, let's get into the video. Romantic Dating Simulator. Early in the morning at the office, Shen Yi was revising the proposal he hadn't finished the day before. Taking time off was nice at first, but coming back was like walking into a crematorium. Various tasks were in complete disarray, disturbing his peace of mind. The vacation days were scattered about, and working days were mentally chaotic, making it feel like a bargain hunt, desperately trying to piece things together. Shen Yi, you need to submit your proposal tonight, the client needs it tomorrow, Little Lou from the neighboring desk said casually as he walked past Shen Yi's workstation carrying some files. Shen Yi heard him but didn't even look up, just mumbling a response. Little Lou didn't seem to mind, letting out a snicker before walking away with his head held high. Lu Changjiang pulling this kind of stunt was within Shen Yi's expectations. The reason was simple: it was all about the time off. The company policy stated that only one person per team could take regular time off, with special arrangements possible for schedule adjustments. Since Shen Yi had applied one day earlier, it disrupted Lu's plans, and he had secretly begun to harbor resentment toward Shen Yi. Lu Changjiang was a petty person with a narrow mind, always keeping score and fond of tattling, your typical office troublemaker. Every workplace has one, and everyone knew what he was like, mostly choosing to keep their distance. Xiao Shen, the previous version needs some minor adjustments. The team leader is waiting for the report. Just as Shen Yi had managed to push Lu Changjiang out of his mind, another voice caught his attention, and he quickly responded, "Oh, sure, Wang Ru, I'll get right on it." Wang Ru was a young married woman who had helped Shen Yi a lot when he first joined the company. She was generally kind to everyone, always smiling before speaking, and was quite popular in the company. Unlike with Lu Changjiang, Shen Yi didn't dare slack off when she made requests, immediately nodding in agreement. But just as he sat down, someone from the planning department came looking for him, urging him about the brand promotion draft that was due Monday. Shen Yi froze, checked his phone, and realized, damn, today was Monday. Recalling last week's team arrangements, this draft was supposed to be Lu Changjiang's responsibility. The planning department staff waved off Shen Yi's explanations. They didn't care who wrote the draft, they just needed it from Team 3 on time. Everything else was irrelevant. After they left, Shen Yi sat at his desk and realized what had happened. That bastard Lu Changjiang had taken emergency leave today, deliberately leaving this mess for him to deal with. After gritting his teeth for a while, Shen Yi gave up. This wasn't the time to be angry. He had a huge pile of work to handle and time was tight, leaving no room for extra emotions. Office work was strange like that. Some days you're killing time browsing the internet, other days tasks pile up one after another, like suddenly remembering to do the dishes when food's already on the table, or realizing your nose is running only after it reaches your mouth. 10:30 at night. Shen Yi stood up and stretched, trying to work out his stiff muscles. That's it for this goddamn shift today. The client's proposal was done, and the team leader's report materials had been placed on his desk long ago. He could finally go home. As for the planning department's draft, whoever wanted to write it could write it, he sure as hell wasn't going to. Shen Yi coldly smiled as he grabbed his bag and clocked out without hesitation. He wasn't the type to let people walk all over him. His kindness was reserved only for those who were kind to him in return. For someone else, Shen Yi might have quietly taken the hit and helped out, but Lu Changjiang definitely didn't qualify. Shen Yi had managed to complete his own work even after taking time off yesterday to move houses, so what right did Lu Changjiang have to deliberately dump his work on him under the guise of taking leave? The subway stopped running at 10:50, and Shen Yi hurriedly caught the last train, finding a seat while clutching his laptop bag. He could already imagine the team leader's fury tomorrow, but he didn't care. At worst, he'd be accused of not being a team player. After working there for over 2 years, he had no ambition for promotion anyway, so let them yell. Finding a seat, Shen Yi pulled out his phone to relax with a game. Teamfight Tactics, let's go. After graduating from university, intense competitive games had become too demanding, and Shen Yi gradually started preferring casual games. Games he could start and stop at any time, preferably with autoplay features, something he could just tap occasionally to relieve stress. Nice. Eat that. Shen Yi muttered excitedly under his breath as his composition was unstoppable, crushing everything in its path. Damn, what luck, how did they manage to chase me down? But before he could celebrate for long, another player desperately chased him down with a 3-star legendary unit, sending him to 8th place. Putting down his phone in frustration, the subway coincidentally arrived at his stop, and Shen Yi grabbed his bag and followed the crowd out. After an 8-minute walk, Shen Yi opened his door and collapsed onto the beanbag chair, not wanting to move anymore. This was his new home that he just moved into yesterday, so it still looked neat and organized, a far cry from his previous dump. The difference was like heaven and earth. His previous apartment, though close to the company, was small and expensive. Shen Yi felt the burden was too heavy and had been wanting to move but couldn't find the time. He finally managed it during his time off, only to return to a pile of work at the office, making him even more exhausted than before. Curled up in the soft chair, Shen Yi opened a food delivery app and casually ordered dinner, having not eaten since being busy since noon. While waiting, Shen Yi thought about playing another round of DFT, but remembering the lucky player from before made him lose interest, like he'd swallowed a fly. Feeling bored, Shen Yi opened the App Store, looking for a casual idle game to play. His finger scrolled through the rankings, seeing all familiar faces, either games he'd played before or types he had zero interest in. These rankings are getting worse and worse, Shen Yi muttered while scrolling down. Just then, a pink cap caught his attention, something he hadn't seen before, sitting right at the 100th position, the very last spot in the rankings. Dating simulator, just made it to the charts? The rankings only showed the top 100, so this app had clearly fought its way up from among thousands, suggesting it must have some merit. Of course, what really caught Shen Yi's attention was the app's icon, a pink heart pierced by Cupid's arrow. However, unlike normal Cupid's arrows that pierce 2 hearts, this arrow had a string of hearts skewered on its shaft, making the whole Cupid's arrow look rather crowded and strange. What is this, a kebab? Shen Yi couldn't help but joke, but his curiosity was piqued nonetheless. With one tap, Shen Yi started the download, casually reading the description while waiting for the progress bar to fill. Dating simulator. A blessing for the romantically challenged, a Bible for dating novices. Hurry and match with your dream goddess. Earn rewards through successful dating strategies. Unlock exclusive achievements with perfect runs. Looking at the description, Shen Yi had a strange expression. Sounds pretty legit. Hope it's not pay to win. The simulator wasn't large, and it quickly showed the download was complete. Exiting the store, Shen Yi decided to try it immediately, skipping the reviews as usual. Developers these days were quite crafty with fake reviews, and there was nothing worse than getting excited by glowing praise only to find garbage after downloading. Clicking the icon, a pleasant melody played, followed by a flash of white light that made Shen Yi's vision blur momentarily before the app loaded completely. His body felt strangely hot for an instant, so brief he wasn't sure if he'd imagined it. Before he could think about it further, a simple window popped up, prompting him to name his character. Start matching. The initial interface of the dating simulator was very simple, with only a window prompting Shen Yi to name his character. Can't choose gender, only default to using a male character? Shen Yi clicked around the interface a few times and found he couldn't do anything except input a name. However, Shen Yi didn't particularly mind. Although he had experience playing female characters before, this was a dating simulation game, and he had no interest in pursuing men. Keeping my name as always, I'll go with Shen Yi. Shen Yi typed in his usual ID and clicked to proceed to the next step. Shen Yi was the nickname he had been using since childhood. It had no special meaning, it was just simple and he was used to it. After registering the character, it immediately displayed the character's 3-dimensional attributes. Name, Shen Yi. Level, LV.1. Strength, 7. Stamina, 7. Energy, 9. Charm, 68. Assets, 51,243.5. Achievement points, 0. Oh, not direct dating? There are actually character attributes. Shen Yi found it fresh and interesting. He thought this mini-game would jump straight into pursuing women, but unexpectedly, the character itself had a development system. This actually increased the difficulty compared to ordinary dating games, but it also added more playability. Although the UI looked quite simple, Shen Yi became somewhat interested. He particularly enjoyed games with character development elements. Personally, developing a character's growth would give players more immersion. Shen Yi speculated that the dating process might generate completely different options based on the character's attribute differences. I wonder if these initial attributes are considered high or low, and why does the initial asset have such an odd decimal number? Shen Yi was puzzled but couldn't find any option to reroll the stats, so he gave up. Scrolling down further, Two options appeared before him. Text simulation, scene simulation. Who uses text simulation these days? Of course, I'll choose scene simulation. Shen Yi had played text-based martial arts games on forums in his early years, which described everything through text due to technical limitations. Nowadays, nobody would make text simulations anymore. He directly chose scene simulation, leaving the text simulation for later exploration. It was just a mini-game, so Shen Yi didn't think too much about it and clicked the Start Matching button at the bottom. After a brief delay, a new interface popped up on the phone screen. It displayed a detailed description. Dating assistant friendly reminder, the system will randomly match two potential dates. You may choose one to pursue, with refreshes limited to once per day. You can only pursue one dating target at a time. Only after successfully completing or abandoning the current pursuit can you choose another. If no decision is made within 10 minutes of starting the match, the system will randomly select one as your dating target. Shen Yi quickly scanned through it, just ordinary precautions, like a newbie guide. But as an experienced player, he directly clicked confirm. A progress bar appeared on the screen, showing searching. Match successful. After about 10 seconds, the notification popped up. A clear full-body photo appeared, followed by a series of information. Name, Yangnan. Gender, female. Age, 21. Charm, 66. Cup, A. Marital status, single. Dating count, 4. Experience count, 0. Preferred traits, literature, pets. Details require achievement points to unlock. Overall rating, 74. Shen Yi was amazed by this string of information. He had thought this simple UI meant it was a game from some small studio, but it actually had quite impressive features. In the photo, the girl wore a white t-shirt and jeans, smiling brightly in the sunlight with a bare face. Her looks were merely passable, but her aura gave off a girl next door vibe, very gentle and comfortable, though her height was rather ordinary. This looks so real, it can't be AI generated, right? Did this small game actually hire models? The cost must be astronomical. Shen Yi's finger traced over the girl's face as he looked at her detailed description below, a peculiar expression crossing his face. The dating count is one thing, but they even included experience count. Is this really a proper game? But improper was better. Shen Yi rolled over on the couch to adjust his position, chuckling, though he knew that any game that passed censorship and made it to release would at most push boundaries slightly, without any R-rated content. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Shen Yi quickly got up to answer it, thanked the delivery driver, and went to the dining table. Placing his phone on the table, Shen Yi sat down and started unwrapping his takeout while keeping his eyes on the phone. He had to admit this game had caught his attention. He had already seen the basic information of the first match Yangnan, but Shen Yi wasn't in a hurry to pursue her, preferring to check out the next option before making a decision. The famished Shen Yi first picked up his chopsticks and slurped some noodles, freeing his left hand to swipe the screen, bringing the next potential dating target into view. Another high-definition full-body photo appeared alongside basic information. This one was much more attractive than the previous target Yangnan. The girl in the photo had long black hair and wore carefully applied natural makeup that was quite refined and pleasant to look at. She wore a tight camisole paired with a black vest, and a short skirt below, with her long legs exposed. Her fair arms and ankles were decorated with tattoos, and she held a lady's cigarette, giving off a strong personality. Well, we've got ourselves a rune master here. Shen Yi blew on a chopstick full of noodles to cool them, making a casual joke to himself. Satisfied, he slurped up a large mouthful, but accidentally dropped an oil droplet onto the screen. He quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe it off. Whether from the oil or an accidental touch, the photo in the screen suddenly enlarged, clearly revealing the tattoo on the girl's ankle. A crown of thorns formed into a wreath. The sudden change made Shen Yi's eyes widen, and he couldn't help but bring the phone closer. This enlargement revealed something surprising. Not only could the image be zoomed in, but it could also be rotated 360 degrees for a full view. Wow! They really went all out. Even dating games on Steam aren't this detailed. Shen Yi marveled internally as he rotated the image, able to see even the back of the girl's head clearly. He had to admire the developer. The game was free to download, so they must be counting on heavy in-app purchases to recover costs. PFFFT, cough cough. Suddenly, Shen Yi saw something that made him flush red and cough repeatedly, nearly hacking up a lung. It took him a while to recover, and he grabbed a tissue to wipe away his tears before focusing back on the screen. He had almost choked on his noodles, not because of anything else, but because when rotating the image, the angle actually showed under the girl's skirt. What shocked Shen Yi wasn't that this angle was possible, but that it actually showed detail in the image. He hadn't seen wrong. That flash of black, though just safety shorts, was displayed in crystal clear detail. Shen Yi didn't know how this was technically achieved and could only marvel at the developer's back-end capabilities. He flipped back to the first character, Yang Nan. Sure enough, her photo could be rotated too, but since she wore tight jeans, there wasn't anything particularly interesting to see. Poor Shen Yi, who had been single since birth, the last time he had seen under a skirt. The girl's name was Spirit Fox. On the way to the strategy, shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Shen Yi lost his appetite and hastily packed up his meal box before sitting down again to look at the basic information of his second potential dating target. Name: Zhenli Yi. Gender: female. Age: 25. Charm: 78. Cup size: C. Marital status: single. Number of dates: 169. Number of partners: 0. Personality traits: materialistic, irritable. Details need to be unlocked with strategy points. Overall rating: 81. She plays the field quite a bit. Her high charm score doesn't translate to a higher overall rating, perhaps because of her numerous dating experiences. Even though Yang Nan's looks couldn't compare to Zhenli Yi's, the gap in their overall ratings was surprisingly small. There must be some hidden scoring mechanism at work. But Shen Yi didn't dwell on it for long. This was essentially a dating simulation game, and the overall rating equated to the difficulty level of pursuing someone. Setting aside these system-generated character traits, common sense would suggest that someone more open would be easier to pursue than someone conservative. Shen Yi clicked on the personality traits section, and a prompt immediately appeared: Dating Assistant Reminder. Personality traits are comprehensive assessments of the dating target, including likes, dislikes, tendencies, personality, and various internal and external factors. Please note that traits are fixed while preferences are dynamic. The more points you spend, the more detailed descriptions you'll unlock. Each dating target initially displays 2 random attributes, with the rest requiring strategy points to unlock. Making good use of strategy points will help you gain more information and speed up your progress. Strategy points refresh at a rate of 1 per calendar day, with an additional point awarded for each successful first date. Keep up the good work. Shen Yi nodded in understanding. As a veteran player, he was familiar with such progress-limiting mechanics present in almost every game, and he accepted it without concern. Clicking Next, the interface changed. A chat program popped up with messages at the top, and both girls' avatars appeared in the list, each with 3 heart gauges below them. Shen Yi casually clicked on Yang Nan's name, and a chat window appeared. When his finger touched the dialog box, he was surprised to find that instead of fixed dialog options, he actually had to type his own messages. Finding this fresh and interesting, Shen Yi held his phone and experimentally typed hi. Yang Nan's avatar bounced, instantly replying with a hello. Nodding with satisfaction, Shen Yi wasn't particularly surprised. Given how advanced AI had become, with its complete logic systems, basic conversation frameworks were guaranteed to work. As long as you weren't deliberately trying to be difficult, there were few nonsensical responses. Excluding work-related communications, chatting with girls was actually something Shen Yi had little experience with, and he wasn't sure where to begin the conversation. However, when he approached this as a puzzle game, his thoughts suddenly became clear. Remembering the girl's noted interests in literature and pets, he decided to start there. Although he knew he was talking to an AI, the whole process, along with the serious descriptions and high-definition real photos, successfully drew him in. The game flow was straightforward, and Shen Yi naturally skipped the small talk about himself, instead focusing on his clear objective of asking the girl out. He started typing away. Hello, nice to meet you. I heard you like literature. What kind of books do you usually read? After sending the message, it didn't take long before the avatar bounced, and sure enough, Yang Nan quickly replied with a long message. How did you know? I've been rereading Stendhal's The Red and the Black lately. Do you like it too? I love Mademoiselle de la Mole in it. She's passionate yet pure, persistent in personality yet full of rebellion. Shen Yi watched the long paragraph in the chat box, as if there was really a young woman enthusiastically sharing her thoughts on the screen. Even if he wasn't the brightest, he knew what to reply now. This was the conversation topic, and with this lead-in, they could keep the conversation going back and forth. Shen Yi quickly stood up, typing his reply with one hand while pulling his laptop out of his bag with the other. Perhaps it's a meeting of minds. Yes, I also admire this French writer, and I've naturally read his masterpiece. While continuing to reply, Shen Yi hurriedly opened his computer to search for information about The Red and the Black. He knew this classic and had read a bit of it in college, but he'd basically forgotten everything except for the character Julian. To give a meaningful response, he'd need to cheat a little. Damn these game designers, why make it so obscure? It would have been better if she liked Lu Xun's works. While internally grumbling, Shen Yi casually selected some key points from a short review and copied them into his reply. As expected, after sending the message, the other side became even more responsive. Yang Nan's avatar kept bouncing as she sent several long messages. At this point, however, Shen Yi didn't want to drag on the conversation with the AI. After a few perfunctory exchanges, he went straight to the point. Are you free now? Why don't we meet up? Following the standard dating game invitation process, Shen Yi clicked send. After the message was sent, the other side seemed to freeze at the sudden invitation, taking a while before responding. Huh? Right now? But it's quite late. Shen Yi's eyes lit up, noting that the rejection wasn't firm. He quickly pressed on. I prefer talking face-to-face rather than through a screen, to discuss more about literature with you. These words were direct, almost crude, something Shen Yi would never say in real life, but he sent them without hesitation now. Yang Nan's avatar stopped bouncing for a long time, as if hesitating. 3 minutes passed, and just as Shen Yi was getting impatient, Yang Nan finally replied, we still don't know each other well enough, maybe next time. It's late, I need to rest. After all that back and forth, she still refused. Suddenly, Shen Yi's phone vibrated, and the screen lit up with pink light around the edges. A heart appeared in the center and burst with a pop. One of the 3 hearts below Yang Nan's avatar emptied, leaving only 2 still lit. Then her avatar grayed out, stopping Shen Yi, who was about to type a response. Looks like each character only gets 3 invitation attempts. Is this some kind of guarantee mechanism? This failure didn't particularly affect Shen Yi, as it was just an experiment anyway. Although their chat was pleasant, it was very brief. Based on typical game hidden affection mechanics, this invitation was unlikely to succeed. Shen Yi had originally planned to proceed if successful, and if not, to slowly build up affection through chat. But he didn't expect the game to break from convention by preventing continued harassment after rejection. Looking at the time, it was already 12:30 a.m. without him noticing. Shen Yi went to the bathroom to get ready for bed, planning to continue playing while lying down. This game is quite interesting, he thought. Jinl's affection for you has increased. After washing up and returning to his room, Shen Yi lay on his bed and picked up his phone to continue playing. Like many modern people with irregular lifestyles, Shen Yi was no exception, drowsy during the day but wide awake at night. Usually, even without gaming, he would toss and turn until 1 or 2 in the morning before falling asleep. So now, being fully alert, he decided to continue his research while holding his phone. Yang Nan's profile icon had gone gray, but Shen Yi still had another option. Although this person called Zhenli Yi seemed quite open-minded, she just lacked real-world experience. However, being open-minded also meant she would be easier to pursue. This was just a game after all, and he didn't need to be too particular. Right now, he was just an emotionless game player. Successful conquest, character development, and completing the game in one go were his only pursuits. Opening Zhenli Yi's chat window, Shen Yi started with his usual hi. The profile icon vibrated, with another instant reply. Speak if you have something to say, cut the crap. I'm busy. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow seeing this response, thinking she had quite a personality. But he wasn't about to get upset with a game character, so he quickly replied, what's wrong? You seem frustrated. Why don't you talk to me about it? Agitation was one of Zhenli Yi's characteristics, and this response matched her current anxious state of mind. Shen Yi decided to use this as his entry point. Who are you? Why should I tell you anything? Though still aggressive, the tone wasn't completely unreceptive to communication. Shen Yi continued typing, I'm Shen Yi. You could try talking to me, maybe I can help. The other side replied almost immediately, well then, do you have money? I guess so. Shen Yi hadn't expected such a direct display of materialism, avoiding discussion of her frustrations and instead asking about his wealth. Looking at the character assets showing over 50,000, he wasn't sure if this was considered a lot or a little in the game. Since it was the initial asset amount, Shen Yi guessed it probably wasn't much, so his response lacked confidence. Shortly after the green text was sent, Zhenli Yi's reply came through. Let's meet and talk. Shen Yi was stunned, he hadn't even suggested it, yet his target had initiated an invitation. Could the game be played this way? Ding. Target character has initiated a date invitation. Please attend promptly. Note, unknown risks may occur for late arrival or standing up the date. Ding. Successfully arranged first date with target character. Reward, 1 strategy point. No problem, being asked out is still a date. A series of notification messages appeared before Shen Yi, the chat window minimized, and a map appeared before him. Zhenli Yi's avatar floated in the center of the map, remaining stationary. The screen then displayed a series of prompt options. Please select your date location, A cinema, B amusement park, C bar, D park, E home. Damn, you can even invite them straight to your home. What's this supposed to mean? My place is quite spacious? Shen Yi couldn't help but comment on the obviously out-of-place option. He although tempted to choose it just to see what would happen, his rational mind made him exclude that option. Looking at the other 4 options, Shen Yi was undecided, but having just received 1 strategy point, He decided to check Zhenli Yi's specific trait preferences before making a decision. Would you like to spend one strategy point to unlock trait preferences? Yes, no. Shen Yi clicked yes on the screen. Name, Zhenli Yi. Trait preferences, anxious, materialistic, green tea, cleanliness loving, affected, drinking, movies. Green tea, Chinese internet slang for a woman who appears pure and innocent but is actually manipulative. A large number of traits were displayed. Since Shen Yi only spent one strategy point, there were no detailed descriptions. However, this information was enough to help Shen Yi make his choice. Ji's an affected green tea girl who's materialistic too. This generated character is really something else. Whatever, since she's both materialistic and likes drinking, the bar it is. Thinking this, Shen Yi casually clicked on option C. As soon as he made his selection, he saw Zhenli Yi's avatar slowly moving toward the bar on the map. Seeing this, Shen Yi didn't waste any time and also chose to depart. New options appeared. Please select your mode of transportation: A. Buy a car, B. Rent a car, C. Take a taxi, D. Walk, E. Teleport. There's even a convenient teleport option. Are they worried about me being late? Unsurprisingly, there were 5 options again. Shen Yi directly clicked teleport, as being punctual for a date was basic courtesy, so he chose the fastest option. Notice, insufficient balance. Shen Yi was startled, it actually cost money. He quickly switched to option C to take a taxi. This time the prompt was normal, costing only 50 yuan, and a taxi icon appeared on the map heading toward the bar. If a taxi only cost 50 yuan but teleporting showed insufficient funds despite his assets, it meant teleporting must cost at least 50,000 or more, unaffordable even if he spent everything. Shen Yi had reason to suspect this was an option reserved for paying players, meant for those who didn't care about money. The taxi wasn't actually slow, and the cartoon icon swayed its way to the bar, arriving before Zhenli Yi. The icon disappeared, the map closed, and a realistic illustration appeared before Shen Yi, with Zhenli Yi's avatar shrinking to the upper right corner. The realistic scene clearly took considerable effort to create. Before he could marvel at it much, Zhenli Yi appeared in the scene. Her appearance matched her photo exactly, except she now wore black stockings on her legs and carried a small bag on her right arm. Her 78 points in charm weren't for nothing. With careful makeup and styling, she looked radiant, surpassing most girls in everyday life. Dialogue options appeared timely. Are you Shen Yi? I'm Zhenli Yi. Let's go inside and talk. They entered the bar one after another. Not only were the character illustrations beautifully animated, but they even came with voice acting. Shen Yi clicked his tongue in amazement, rolling over in bed as he listened to Zhenli Yi's sweet voice coming from his phone. On screen, the perspective shifted, the bar's noise gradually fading as the camera followed Zhenli Yi to a secluded booth. A waiter presented the menu, and options immediately appeared on Shen Yi's screen. A. Order yourself. B. Ladies first. C. Just get some fruit platters, nothing over 18. D. Bring all your most expensive wines. 4 options floated on the interface, waiting for Shen Yi's selection. Shen Yi pondered thoughtfully. The first option was standard, not exactly right, but certainly not wrong. The third option was clearly meant to be humorous. Given her materialistic trait, if Shen Yi dared to choose that option, the date would surely fail, and the pursuit would end there. Without much hesitation, Shen Yi placed his selection on ladies first. The scene moved, and the menu was elegantly passed to Zhenli Yi. Zhenli Yi was visibly surprised, her tense expression finally softening as she took the menu and looked down at it. Then Shen Yi's phone vibrated, and pink bubbles with continuously appearing cartoon plus signs floated up from Zhenli Yi's avatar in the upper right corner. Notice, Zhenli Yi's favorability toward you has increased. Seeing the notification on his phone, Shen Yi couldn't help but smile at the screen. The sucker. An increase in favorability is a good start to a date. This option isn't particularly challenging. Most people would get it right unless they're deliberately trying to cause trouble. However, according to Shen Yi's speculation, option D wasn't just for fun. If he hadn't been concerned about insufficient assets, he might have actually chosen it. Zhenli Yi had a materialistic label attached to her. Spending lavishly on her could genuinely result in gaining significant favor. If this tactic were used on the previous literature girl, it probably wouldn't be as effective. Giving her a classic novel might have worked better. I've ordered. What would you like to drink? After meeting, all of Zhenli Yi's dialogue was broadcast through voice. Shen Yi casually selected one of the floating options. Zhenli Yi nodded slightly, gracefully arranging the order. While waiting for the drinks, Zhenli Yi spoke first. Though I don't know why you sought me out, thank you anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, the options before him changed. A. No need to thank me, I just want to get to know you better. B. It's nothing, my shoulder is always here for you. C. Stop talking, my bed is big and comfortable. D. Please input. The options now included an input field, apparently supporting free expression for those unsatisfied with the system options. Shen Yi currently had too little information to know what she was thanking him for, but continuing the conversation was key. The good news was that unlike cold text communication, the tone and voice carried emotion, allowing Shen Yi to better discern the situation. Although Zhenli Yi's attitude had improved slightly, her tone was floating and casual, clearly showing low interest and giving the impression she was restless. Shen Yi conservatively chose option A. He figured that joking around recklessly might end the scene unpleasantly. Though there wouldn't be much loss, he wanted to complete the process once to observe. Fooling around could wait for the second playthrough. Click. Zhenli Yi lit a cigarette and held it, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Shen Yi's response, though she did become a bit more serious. Shen Yi, what do you do for a living? A. I'm a destined worker. B. I'm a wealthy young master. C. I'm an ace programmer. D. I'm a passing Kamen Rider. Please input. 5 options appeared on screen. Without much thought, Shen Yi chose the wealthy young master option, planning to fully target Zhenli Yi's materialistic nature. His choice made Zhenli Yi's face show doubt, as if she couldn't completely believe it, but she still smiled and said, "Who actually calls themselves a wealthy young master? You're quite the joker." Favorability neither increased nor decreased, clearly showing doubt about Shen Yi's fabricated identity. Quite intelligent. Thinking about it, Shen Yi found it reasonable. After all, with the free input option, if he wrote that he was an ultra-giant from the land of light, would she believe that? The AI's involvement and maintaining reasonable doubt helped the storyline progress smoothly. Shen Yi, sitting in front of the screen, nodded approvingly at the development team's rigor. Soon, a waiter came forward, busy serving and changing glasses, then slowly retreated. Zhenli Yi raised a glass to toast with Shen Yi. The screen shook, indicating they both drank. Putting down her glass, Zhenli Yi extinguished her cigarette and teased, "Young master, what do you usually like to do?" A new round of options appeared. This was typical in games, seemingly vast but actually fixed branches, all variations on a theme. Shen Yi scanned the choices floating on screen. A. Discuss national affairs. B. Talk about domestic and international celebrities. C. Discuss literary masterpieces. D. Talk about music and art. Please input. Huh? No outrageous options. Shen Yi muttered to himself, feeling uncomfortable with such normal options, though these choices seemed too serious. Looking at Zhenli Yi's appearance, Shen Yi felt none of these would be good choices. For someone uninterested, these would be boring and profound topics, and forcing such discussion would create an arrogant, distant feeling. Struck by inspiration, Shen Yi decided to trust the system's information and typed "Let's talk about luxury goods" in the last field. Shen Yi was quite confident this topic would match Zhenli Yi's taste, as she was not only materialistic but fond of shopping. Her small handbag looked quite exquisite, suggesting she was familiar with luxury goods. After the new option was input, the screen froze for a while as if calculating. After Shen Yi waited a bit, Zhenli Yi's expression changed from initial delight to strange, and finally to complete impatience. Gray-black bubbles continuously floated from her avatar in the upper right corner, and favorability suddenly evaporated significantly. With too little feedback information on screen, Shen Yi couldn't figure out what went wrong. The plot continued, with Zhenli Yi's face turning cold on screen, her thin lips uttering, "Thank you for today's treat, young Master Shen. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." She stood up and left without any option to stop her appearing. Her voice through the phone speaker had lost its sweetness, replaced with mockery, especially emphasizing the words "young master." After Zhenli Yi left, one heart under her avatar immediately dimmed. The scene slowly faded out, accompanied by checkout sounds, displaying a bill showing 15,000 yuan deducted from assets. Date ended. System calculating. Overall rating, D, a failed date. Reward, 50,000 yuan. System comment, fake young master, real big spender. Insufficient rating, unable to synchronize. Review scene. Large amounts of text refreshed on screen, with the D rating particularly bright and eye-catching, as if mocking Shen Yi. Shen Yi had never suffered such humiliation before. Feeling unfairly defeated, he quickly skipped the previous descriptions and clicked confirm on the review prompt at the bottom. The review unfolded, flowing before Shen Yi's eyes in text form, similar to a battle report. Scanning the previous descriptions, there wasn't anything particularly unusual until the drinking and chatting part. Your young master introduction successfully made Zhenli Yi laugh. Although she didn't completely believe it in her heart, she didn't question it either, thinking what if it's true? Cold alcohol poured down her throat. Zhenli Yi extinguished her cigarette, thinking about another income today. Her mood improved, and she decided to chat more with you, this big spender. Zhenli Yi's life was unremarkable, not knowing where to start the conversation, so she decided to ask about your interests. Your answer made Zhenli Yi's face brighten with interest, slightly piquing her curiosity. She didn't expect you to also like luxury goods. As expected of a young master, she only had a show-off bag, and in turn guessed you must own many luxury items. Unfortunately, the real you knew little about luxury goods, and forced discussion made you increasingly exposed. Under pressure, you could only make things up. Yi was stunned, seeing through your fake young master identity. Unable to accept your nonsense, she decided to leave. She felt disappointed, thinking you were a cash cow. Review ended. Yi looked surprised, never expecting to fail at trying to cater to her interests. Damn. Not choosing normal options leads to the character making things up. Yi didn't know whether to criticize this game as reasonable or unreasonable. He personally knew little about luxury goods, but shouldn't game characters share game data? Where was the AI when needed? The dialogue seemed quite realistic, but when it came to professional knowledge, it seemed too lazy to search. What a trap. Free input is just a gimmick after all. Yi complained while habitually plugging his phone into the bedside charging cable. This free input dialogue appeared to maximize freedom on the surface, but such a big problem occurred so early. Yi suddenly felt this was just a trick by the developers. However, Yi's acting was quite good just now. Wonder which drama school she graduated from. Now reduced to filming game scripts. What a shame. Second playthrough operation plan. Yi didn't dwell on his regrets for long. After a quick mental replay, he refocused his attention on the game. Due to his intense concentration, time flew by quickly. Before he knew it, it was nearly 1:30 a.m. Thanks to the game's unique immersive experience, Yi didn't feel sleepy at all. So you're a drink hustler, trying to take me for a fool, huh? He muttered. Yi grabbed another pillow to prop up his head, finding a more comfortable position. He placed his phone on the blanket, flexed his fingers, then picked up the phone again with a serious expression. Second playthrough, let's go. He tapped on Yi's avatar and selected Start New Pursuit. A prompt appeared, dating assistant friendly reminder, starting a new pursuit will override any previous ratings, regardless of the outcome. Are you sure you want to proceed? Yes, Yi confirmed. As he confirmed, one of Yi's heart icons faded, leaving only one remaining. This meant that if Yi failed to successfully pursue the same character 3 times, he might have to discard the card. I wonder if there's a way to replenish them later. The screen lit up, interrupting Yi's thoughts and reinvigorating his spirit. Everything proceeded as before up to this point. He still set the date location as the bar, and then came to the options for heading out. Please choose your mode of transportation. A. Buy a car, B. Rent a car, C. Take a taxi, D. Walk, E. Teleport. Faced with these 5 options again, Yi glanced at the character's remaining assets and decisively chose to rent a car this time. The scene immediately switched to the car rental page, with a dizzying array of vehicle descriptions, covering all sorts of models and brands. Yi smirked and scrolled straight to the bottom of the list. Among the many luxury cars, he randomly selected a Lamborghini. He didn't know much about cars, but that didn't matter, expensive meant good. The price tag wasn't cheap, $8,500 per day. He rented it without hesitation. If I can't afford to buy, I can at least afford to rent, Yi thought, going all out. He was prepared to bombard this gold digger with extravagance, aiming for a high rating on his second playthrough. After renting the car, his asset balance dropped to $77,693.5. If it weren't for the $50,000 bonus the system had just awarded him, supporting this level of spending would have been quite challenging. After renting the car, new options appeared that were different from before. Below the map, there were 2 choices side by side. Head to the bar or pick up Yi. Yi had rented the car for a reason. He wanted Yi to see it. So without hesitation, he chose to pick her up. The sports car icon on the map immediately sped towards the slowly advancing Yi. The scene transition, switching to a first-person view. Surprisingly, Yi's perspective was now from the driver's seat. The car's interior and decorations were crystal clear, while Yi's back could be seen walking on the street to the right. Beep beep. A horn sounded, and the car stopped in front of Yi as she turned with a puzzled look. A. Friendly introduction. Hello, I'm Yi. You must be Miss Jen. B. Lean over and open the door. Miss Yi, your private car has arrived. C. Crooked smile. The 10-year appointment has come. Miss, please follow this humble servant home. D. Devilishly charming. Good dogs don't block the road. E. Please enter your own response. Yi's mouth twitched as he looked at these options, rendered speechless by the game developer's outrageous choices. At this point in the second playthrough, Yi still didn't know him. Abruptly saying something outlandish might scare her off and affect his rating for this attempt. After Yi selected option A, Yi's expression changed from confusion to disbelief, then quickly blossomed into a radiant smile. and finally even showed a hint of eagerness. This seamless transition of emotions, devoid of any hint of artificiality, made Shen Yi nod in admiration. He thought this performance deserved to be included in the Beijing Film Academy's teaching materials. Zhenli Yi's fondness for Yu has increased. Fortunately, nothing went awry after that. After inviting Zhenli Yi into the car, the scene gradually progressed towards the bar street. Along the way, Zhenli Yi took out her phone in the passenger seat and kept striking poses, snapping photos incessantly. For the latter half of the journey, she was so engrossed in editing the pictures that she had no time to chat with Shen Yi. After getting out of the car, Zhenli Yi put her phone back in her purse and eagerly sidled up to Shen Yi, walking in with a beaming smile. Once seated, Shen Yi still followed his previous choice and passed the ordering rights to Zhenli Yi. To his surprise, Zhenli Yi, whose true identity was that of a drink hustler, now refused. "It's my first time here, so I'm not very familiar with the place. Why don't you order?" she said. "No need to splurge, Mr. Shen. Just order whatever you like." The saccharine voice came through the phone, matching Zhenli Yi's demure posture in her seat, seemingly full of sincerity. This act nearly made Shen Yi laugh out loud. If he hadn't been through the first playthrough, he might have actually fallen for her trick. Last time, it was Shen Yi who said to order whatever. Now the tables had turned, and it was Zhenli Yi saying it. He couldn't help but admire the gold digger's acting skills, living up to her affected label. A drink hustler who studied the art of war instead of the drink menu, he thought wryly. But Shen Yi wasn't about to play along. Instead, he directly chose option D, which he hadn't selected last time. This time, he was determined to overwhelm her with his spending, giving her no chance to manipulate the situation. A crisp snap of fingers sounded from the screen. "Waiter, bring us one of everything. Your most expensive drinks." After confirming the selection, the options faded away, replaced by Zhenli Yi's face, flushed with excitement and surprise. "Oh, you shouldn't have. We might waste some if we can't finish it all." Notice, Zhenli Yi's fondness for you has greatly increased. Shen Yi watched the increasingly coy Zhenli Yi on the screen, feeling immensely satisfied. By now, he had forgotten this was just a game. It felt as if Zhenli Yi was really sitting across from him, her joy and sorrow at his command with just a casual gesture. At that moment, a group of bartenders in colorful outfits carrying glowing orbs brought the drinks, circling around their table. In real life, Shen Yi had rarely been to bars, only a few times for team-building events. But he could tell this setup was no small affair. Clearly, the drinks ordered were not cheap. Nice visuals, he thought. They even bothered to hire extras for this scene. Pretty thorough. Shen Yi hadn't expected such formality. In the previous playthrough, he must have ordered too little to warrant this kind of treatment. After the servers retreated, Zhenli Yi raised her glass to Shen Yi with a radiant smile. Unlike her boisterous behavior last time, she now only took a shy, tiny sip before setting down her glass and asking, "Shen Yi, what do you do for a living?" The same question appeared, along with the same set of options. But this time, the situation was completely different. Shen Yi smiled slightly and made his choice with a light tap of his finger. "Me? I'm just a passing Kamen rider, that's all." Faced with such a flippant answer, Zhenli Yi showed no sign of impatience. Instead, she acted as if she'd just heard the funniest joke in the world, doubling over with laughter in her seat. "You're so funny. I don't believe that for a second." Then Zhenli Yi patted her ample chest to catch her breath, suddenly leaning closer to the camera. Her pretty face now occupied most of the screen. Shen Yi could even make out the fine texture of her skin and the white foundation on her face. In a hushed, conspiratorial tone, she flattered him, "I can tell from your aura that you're actually a young master from a wealthy family." This time it was Shen Yi's turn to burst out laughing, finding the situation ironic. In the previous playthrough, his desperate attempts to prove his worth were shot down. This time, his efforts to downplay his status were still misunderstood. Life could be so peculiar. Shen Yi couldn't help but wonder if this was really just a game. Such a masterful grasp of human nature, how had he never heard of a game like this before? Before Shen Yi could ponder further, he noticed that Zhenli Yi had somehow moved closer on the screen, leaning against him at an angle and giggling, feigning intoxication. Lying on his bed, Shen Yi shook his head at the sight. Where was her earlier restraint? What happened to her alcohol tolerance? It's not the alcohol that's intoxicating her, but her own act, he mused. Successful strategy. Ding. Minus 58,000. The price of extravagance at the bar was a major hit that nearly depleted Shen Yi's assets. As the cash register chimed, Shen Yi helped the tipsy Zhenli Yi out of the bar. The scene gradually faded, and when it became clear again, they were both back in the car. After Zhenli Yi's drunken act, the drinking had come to an end. The original branch hadn't triggered, instead leading to new developments. Facing Zhenli Yi, who was pretending to be drowsy in the passenger seat, A. Expose her act and ask for her address to take her home. B. Wake her up and discuss where to go next. C. Open the door and kick her out to sober up. D. Say nothing and drive her straight to your home. E. Custom input. Holding his phone, Shen Yi sat up straight. He had a feeling that this round's rating would depend on his current choice. The first and third options were immediately ruled out. Whether sending her home or kicking her out would waste all of Shen Yi's efforts for the night. Both were terrible choices. As for the remaining options, Shen Yi was still undecided. Both were good choices, but the outcomes could be drastically different. The pale white UI dialog box couldn't completely hide the situation inside the car. Shen Yi fell into deep thought as he watched Zhenli Yi pretending to sleep on his right. After a long while, Shen Yi chose the second option. Although taking her home was tempting, Shen Yi remembered he was playing a dating simulation, not looking for a one-night stand. Though this gold digger seemed defenseless, taking advantage of her drunken state wouldn't count as a successful conquest. Given her open personality setting, rushing to the end would probably result in a low score. In a dating sim, how could there not be a confession scene? Based on Shen Yi's experienced gaming intuition, only a successful confession would count as completing the conquest. Gently shaking her, Zhenli Yi opened her hazy eyes as if just waking from a dream. Sorry, I can't hold my liquor. I must have troubled young Master Shen tilde. Her voice was coy and ambiguous, subtly changing how she addressed him. That young Master Shen gave Shen Yi goosebumps. It felt strange to his ears, and he wasn't used to such an address, though her act was truly worthy of a seasoned green tea bitch. It's still early, where should we go next? Facing Shen Yi's suggestion, Zhenli Yi nodded gently. Wherever young Master Shen goes, I'll follow. I'll do whatever you say tilde. At this moment, Zhenli Yi was incredibly docile, almost giving off the impression of a submissive wife. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Yi faced new choices: A. Park, B. Hotel, C. Cinema, D. Public toilet. Among 3 short options and 1 long, choose the longest. Shen Yi picked the cinema almost without hesitation. If he remembered correctly, movies were listed among Zhenli Yi's traits, so this choice must be right. After confirming his choice, unexpectedly, Zhenli Yi's delicate eyebrows furrowed, making Shen Yi, who had been observing her reaction, tense up. Zhenli Yi pondered with furrowed brows before speaking. I don't really like watching movies, I've barely been to cinemas. Shen Yi was puzzled by her response. Character traits couldn't lie, so was the system setting him up? While pondering, he suddenly recalled what the assistant had described earlier. Traits were fixed, but preferences were dynamic, and he suddenly understood. Zhenli Yi being a gold digger and green tea bitch were traits, while drinking and movies could be considered preferences. They could be either likes or dislikes. Shen Yi had made a wrong judgment due to insufficient information. Her true preferences must be enjoying drinking but disliking movies. Having figured it all out, Shen Yi suddenly felt the satisfaction of solving a puzzle. Just then, Zhenli Yi stroked the carbon fiber interior trim, her fingers gliding across it as her expression quickly brightened. But that was before I met young Master Shen. I rarely went because it felt too lonely going alone. Let's go watch a movie now, I can't wait tilde. The complete turnaround in attitude made Shen Yi marvel. Apparently with a high enough favorability rating, you could choose options that went against the character's preferences. Perhaps next time I could try confessing in a public toilet just to see her reaction. Shen Yi stroked his chin, entertaining the mischievous thought, wondering whether it should be in the men's or women's restroom. After Zhenli Yi agreed, only the drive there button remained on screen, and Shen Yi clicked confirm. The scene changed, and they had arrived together at the cinema entrance. Rows of posters stood on both sides, though they were too foggy to see clearly. The view continued to move forward. At the ticket counter, there was a ding sound as 160 yuan was deducted from Shen Yi's account, exactly the price of 2 tickets. At the same time, options appeared: A. Romance, B. Action, C. Sci-fi, D. Horror. Shen Yi casually chose romance. Since he wouldn't actually be watching the movie, any choice would do, might as well pick one that seemed right. After entering the theater, time jumped forward and the scene darkened. A dim screen light fell on Zhenli Yi's face, the view shifted right to her profile. Tears streaming down her face as she cried emotionally. Facing the deeply moved Zhenli Yi, A. Be a simp, hold her in your arms to comfort her. B. Wipe her tears, take the chance to confess your love. C. Curse loudly, yell at her for being so emotional. D. Stand up, make everyone in the theater look at me. Shen Yi, who had been intently watching the screen, finally smiled at these options and suppressed his voice. Nice. Got it. After his cheer, Shen Yi immediately clicked the confession option. Zhenli Yi, who had been absorbed in the screen, was caught off guard by the sudden confession. Her facade crumbled instantly. This situation was something she hadn't anticipated. Disbelief and emotion showed simultaneously on her face. Choked with emotion, she covered her mouth, unable to speak. Her tears flowed more intensely as she could only nod repeatedly in excitement. As the confession ended, the entire screen turned white, illuminating Shen Yi's face by his bed. The last scene he saw was Zhenli Yi throwing herself at him. In the phone, Cupid's arrow pierced through a pink heart with a poof, and the scene froze. Date ended, conquest successful. System calculating. Overall rating, B+, a successful date. Notice, your charm has increased, your conquest experience has increased. Reward, 200,000 yuan, charm +2. System comment, money isn't everything, but without money, nothing is possible. Rating meets requirements, synchronize rewards. Review scene. A cascade of information flooded the screen. Shen Yi felt like he had just experienced an immersive movie and was still savoring it as he confirmed each displayed message one by one. Why only B+? Is A the highest grade, or is it S? What did I miss? Shen Yi frowned at the rating. He could accept B+, but it hadn't met his expectations. He wasn't too concerned about the assets and charm rewards, this was just a beginner-level scenario. Judging by this output rate, there was still much grinding to do. Synchronize? Synchronize to where? Weren't the rewards already given? Shen Yi was already eager to see the scene review and carelessly clicked confirm synchronization. This dating minigame had thoroughly captivated him. Now that he had his report card, he naturally wanted to see the answer key. 200,000. Confirm scene review. During scene review, the perspective collapses into text, revealing more information, what Shen Yi jokingly calls the reference answers. Zhenli Yi put on black stockings and left home. Another sucker had somehow found her, but that was a good thing, wasn't it? She prepared to go meet him. Your grand entrance in a sports car stunned Zhenli Yi. As a shady bar girl who worked in the shadows, when would she ever get to meet someone from the upper class like you? She could only sit in the car with confusion mixed with flattery. The atmosphere in the car was very tense. Your intense focus on driving without making conversation put a lot of pressure on Zhenli Yi, so she pretended to take photos and then, under the pretense of editing them, lowered her head to ask for help in her bar sister's group chat. When she posted the photo of the car's interior, the group chat exploded. Many expressed envy, while some warned it might be a scam, and others advised her to pursue the opportunity even if it cost her. Zhenli Yi felt both excited and scared. In her line of work, which involved semi-scamming, she feared establishing long-term relationships the most. She had hopes of instant success but also worried about ending up with nothing. So, breaking from her usual routine, she handed you the drink menu instead. Reading this, understanding dawned on Shen Yi's face. Zhenli Yi's affected mannerisms and reserved tone at the time had masked such complex inner thoughts. As Shen Yi read on, he saw how Zhenli Yi's suspicion turned to belief after he spent money lavishly, and how she ultimately planned to pretend to be drunk to sell herself, hoping for a future. The further he read, the more complex his expression became. Zhenli Yi's various thoughts were crystal clear in the review, so real it was as if such a person truly existed. Her materialism was pure and unrestrained, as she navigated between various men and their advances, never investing emotionally. She could compete with colleagues and girlfriends in the art of manipulation one moment, then cry genuine tears over third-rate romance movies the next. This authentic yet complex portrayal left Shen Yi silent. The review ended with Zhenli Yi's inner monologue, "You are Shen Yi, I am Zhenli Yi, but sadly, we'll never add up to two." Review ended. It's just a dating game, why make it so melodramatic? Shen Yi muttered to himself. After reviewing the entire scene, Shen Yi understood why his rating wouldn't improve. As the final evaluation stated, money isn't everything, throwing money at a gold digger might be effective, but even a confession won't win her true heart. Based on the glimpses of Zhenli Yi revealed in the review, Shen Yi realized that to achieve a B grade or higher rating, he needed to delve deeper into the storyline to find a more perfect strategy. After working hard all day, he had finally made some progress, and after the excitement wore off, fatigue began to set in. Rubbing his eyes, he checked the time and discovered it was already past 3. Damn, I have work tomorrow, better get some sleep while I can. Shen Yi quickly turned off his phone and prepared for bed. He had already been busy at work during the day, and when he came home, he had only intended to play games briefly to relax. Who knew he would get so absorbed that he lost track of time? Shortly after lying down, Shen Yi became drowsy. In his hazy state, he thought about how the game didn't require much operation, so perhaps he could play it while slacking off at work tomorrow. As his consciousness faded and he entered dreamland, his phone on the bedside table suddenly lit up, showing an automatic game notification, reward synchronization complete. At 9 in the morning, the annoying alarm went off right on schedule. Shen Yi rolled over and reluctantly got up. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep more, but he had recently moved and now lived farther from the office, increasing his commute time. When he lived closer, He used to wake up at 9:30, but now he had to get up earlier. Shen Yi's company started work at 10, which was relatively late, but the trade-off was that ending times were irregular. Officially, they were supposed to finish at 6:30, but that was never certain. He'd never seen anyone actually leave at 6:30. Standing drowsily in the bathroom, Shen Yi swayed while squeezing toothpaste. He had no choice but to deal with his lack of sleep after playing too intensely last night. After finishing his morning routine, Shen Yi stood in front of the mirror wiping his face when he suddenly froze. For some reason, this morning his face, the same one he'd been looking at for 25 years, seemed somewhat more handsome. Shen Yi laughed at his own thoughts, assuming he was just groggy from sleep. "Ha, I've always been this handsome," he said, humming a tune as he walked out. Currently, Shen Yi's rented apartment wasn't large, but it was bigger than his previous place. The roughly 30 square meter space was divided into a bedroom, bathroom, living room, and a small balcony that could barely fit 2 people. It had simple decorations and low rent. Apart from being a bit far out, Shen Yi was quite satisfied with it. There was no kitchen, and although Shen Yi knew how to cook a few home dishes, he was too lazy to bother, especially when it came to washing dishes, so he was actually happy not to have a kitchen. After getting dressed, he grabbed his bag, phone, and keys, took out the trash, and after a final check to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, Shen Yi headed downstairs. For breakfast, Shen Yi usually either skipped it or grabbed something quick on the way, like now. "Auntie, 2 buns and a soy milk, please total it up." The breakfast shop handy glanced at Shen Yi, noting he was a new face, and while packing bags for other customers, skillfully said, "All right, young man, $3.50, scan here." Shen Yi moved the bag in his left hand to the side of his laptop bag on the right, freeing up a hand to scan and pay. "Auntie, I've sent the payment, please check." "Oh, no need, I trust you. Come back again if you enjoy it, young man." Though the amount was small, the plump auntie remained enthusiastic, indicating she didn't need to check. Shen Yi nodded with a smile. The breakfast shop was right below his building, and he'd surely be coming back often, so it was good to become familiar. Putting 1 bun in his mouth, Shen Yi turned toward the subway entrance. After quickly finishing his breakfast, he took out his phone to check the unread messages that had accumulated overnight. Unless he received a phone call, Shen Yi wouldn't easily check work groups after hours. Looking at them only tended to increase anxiety, a lesson learned from experience. Casually scrolling through, the work groups were unremarkable with no important information, which Shen Yi quickly skimmed past. However, in the team group, the team leader had tagged everyone, reminding them about a morning meeting. Shen Yi smiled after seeing this, having a good guess about what it was about, though he wasn't concerned. Any anger wouldn't be directed at him alone. After handling work-related matters, Shen Yi opened 2 unread text messages. The first was a 23 yuan notification from last night's food delivery, sent because he had paid by credit card. Having unread notifications made Shen Yi uncomfortable, so he quickly marked it as read and turned to the second message from around 3 in the morning. Thud. His laptop bag fell against the flower bed with a muffled sound. Shen Yi stared at his phone screen with wide eyes, completely ignoring what had happened, repeatedly confirming the numbers in the message. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, 200,000? The message showed that an organization called Tianai Foundation had transferred exactly 200,000 yuan to him at 3:21 a.m. Text simulation. Making money isn't easy. Shen Yi had worked hard for 2.5 years and only managed to save 50,000 yuan after supporting his family. 200,000 was no small amount for him. Was it transferred by mistake? Shen Yi's first reaction was that there must be an error. He had seen plenty of news about such incidents where wrongly transferred money had to be returned. After calming down a bit, Shen Yi sat down on the curb and stared at the numbers in the text message. The more he looked at them, the more familiar they seemed. He had just encountered this number last night. 200,000, 200,000, that game? Shen Yi muttered to himself, his gaze unfocused. Suddenly, Shen Yi closed the text message and, with both doubt and hope, opened the app called Dating Simulator. With a flash of white light, the familiar interface appeared. Shen Yi's 3-dimensional attributes were clearly visible, followed by the simulation selection button below. Name, Shen Yi. Level, LV.1. Strength, 7. Stamina, 7. Energy, 9. Charm, 70. Assets, 219,533.5. Strategy points, 1. The asset figure seemed like a deep vortex drawing Shen Yi's gaze. He quickly reviewed everything that had happened since he first encountered this game last night. Initial assets, target characters, real photos, scene composition, Zhenli Yi, lifelike experience, insufficient evaluation, synchronized rewards, Scene review. Countless thoughts flooded his mind, gradually coming together. Although it was hard to believe, no matter how incredible the truth might seem, this had to be reality. Without realizing it, Shen Yi had gripped his phone tightly in his palm, afraid it might disappear if he loosened his grip. Ding dong tilde. A message notification startled Shen Yi, snapping him back to reality. It was just a message from his work group chat. Carefully looking around, he stood up with his bag and walked quickly back home. He had many questions that needed answers, and work would have to wait. Such trivial matters had to take a backseat to this. The breakfast shop handy watched puzzled as Shen Yi, who had just left moments ago, hurried back. She thought to herself that the young man must have forgotten something at home. She'd seen this happen many times before and quickly dismissed it from her mind. Back home and behind closed doors, Shen Yi didn't even pause to catch his breath before sitting at his desk. He took out his phone and opened the App Store, scrolling all the way down. Unlike last night, the 100th position had been replaced by an unfamiliar game, Three Kingdoms Tower Defense. After checking it out and finding it was just an ordinary pay-to-win tower defense game, he backed out. Shen Yi carefully searched up and down several more times, finally typing dating simulator directly into the search bar. The results were varied, but none showed the familiar pink icon. Not giving up, Shen Yi took out his laptop and searched for information about dating simulators on various search engines, but still found nothing. It was as if the game had fallen from the sky. Next, Shen Yi searched for information about the Tianai Foundation. This time he found something. It was a private non-profit organization registered 4 years ago, neither particularly old nor new. He couldn't find any more information for now, so he had to set that aside. I see. After everything became clear, Shen Yi looked at the 250,000 balance in his account and realized it wasn't even the most important thing. He knew what the real key was. Staring at the pink app icon in the lower left corner of his phone, Shen Yi's heart pounded like a drum. Endless joy welled up from within, making his face flush red. He could only keep clenching his fists and waving them in the air to stop himself from shouting out loud. Shen Yi kept taking deep breaths to calm himself, but couldn't suppress his rising smile as he excitedly whispered to himself, "This is a cheat code, this is a golden finger, I finally have a cheat code too." His reaction didn't do justice to all the novels he had read before. Shen Yi couldn't maintain the composure that protagonists in books showed, remaining unmoved even when incredible fortune fell into their laps. He tried to tell himself to match those predecessors, but just couldn't achieve it. Using all his strength to keep from jumping and howling like a monkey was the best he could manage. Now he could only look back at his phone to redirect his attention, otherwise he feared he might do something irrational if he didn't calm down and think. Thinking about the phone balance, Shen Yi quickly did some mental math and solved another puzzle. Because he had just paid his rent, his WeChat balance showed 1,240 yuan, plus the 50,000 in his card and the 3.5 yuan spent on breakfast. It added up exactly to 51,243.5 yuan. This amount matched perfectly with the character's initial assets. Last night Shen Yi had wondered about the odd decimal number, but now he understood why. Was Zhenlei Yi a real person? After all, his demeanor and personality had seemed so real. No wonder he had slipped up. Shen Yi himself knew nothing about luxury goods, so he could only make things up when the conversation went that direction. After figuring everything out, Shen Yi stood up and went to the bathroom to wash his face again. After drying off, he carefully examined himself in the mirror. Although his appearance hadn't changed dramatically, he knew his own face best. He hadn't noticed before, but now with the initial assets as a reference point, even slight differences became apparent once he started looking for them. Looking closer, his skin was noticeably firmer, and several acne scars on his chin from his younger days have completely disappeared. His whole face just looked more pleasing. Shen Yi thought to himself while looking at his reflection that these changes must be due to the 2-point increase in charm. Originally his charm was 68, but after last night's synchronized reward, it had reached 70 points. Shen Yi estimated that the maximum value should be 100 points, and his 70 points was already above average, putting him in the somewhat handsome category. Moreover, looking at the situation, there would be opportunities to improve further. Shen Yi felt intense anticipation rising in his heart. This game is truly mysterious. Sitting back down and checking the time, it was already 9:40. Even if he took a taxi now, he wouldn't make it to work on time. Shen Yi simply took out his phone and requested leave. Whether his team leader approved it or not didn't matter to him right now. Now he was eager to delve deeper into this game. Work had become less important in his eyes. Opening the game again, Shen Yi moved his finger to the Start Matching button. According to the rules, he should have one automatic refresh available for the new day, allowing him to draw 2 new targets. Now Shen Yi truly understood, these targets were his source of wealth. The higher the score, the better the rewards, and the rewards could be synchronized with reality. How could this not motivate him? Just as he was about to press the button, Shen Yi's fingers stopped as he remembered another mode, text simulation. He was currently in scene simulation mode, but if he wanted to fully understand this game, he couldn't ignore the other mode. Thinking this, Shen Yi returned to the three-dimensional attributes interface and clicked text simulation to explore. Dating assistant friendly reminder, text simulation is reality simulation, which will randomly scan for compatible targets around the player, 2 at a time, and 1 can be chosen for pursuit. Only 1 dating target can be selected at a time, and a new selection can only be made after successfully completing or abandoning the current pursuit. Each target initially has 3 simulation attempts, with 1 attempt automatically recharged each calendar day, or additional strategy points can be spent to recharge. If no decision is made within 10 minutes of starting the match, the system will randomly select 1 person as the pursuit target. Would you like to start matching? Funanzi. Reality simulation. Could it be? Shen Yi wasn't a fool. Although last night's simulated scenes were incredibly realistic, whether it was landmarks, bars, or places like movie theaters, all the specific details were vague and undefined, with nothing matching reality. Previously, he had assumed it was just a game, so everything seemed reasonable to Shen Yi. Now looking back, the scene simulation might be the opposite of text simulation. Reality simulation was likely created using reality as a blueprint. The difference between reality and fiction was huge, but having come this far, Shen Yi had no reason to hesitate. He directly selected Start Matching. Searching. Match successful. Name, Beijia. Gender, female. Age, 31. Charm, 75. Cup size, B+. Marital status, divorced. Number of dates, 7. Number of partners, 1. Personality traits, gentle, misophobia. Details require conquest points to unlock. Overall rating, 79. So there are even divorced ones. But upon second thought, Shen Yi realized it was normal. Being divorced meant currently single, and being single meant she was a potential conquest target. It wasn't like he was forcing anyone to do anything wrong. Objectively speaking, based on the system's data, this woman called Beijia had pretty good conditions and probably a nice personality too. She would be an excellent conquest target. But Shen Yi decided to check the next one before making a decision. Name, Funanzi. Age, 27. Charm, 93. Cup size, D. Marital status, single. Number of dates, 0. Number of partners, 0. Personality traits, perfectionist, self-disciplined. Details require conquest points to unlock. Overall rating, 97. I pulled an SSR. The dazzling charm and overall rating made Shen Yi exclaim in shock. If this were any other game instead of text simulation, there would definitely be some amazing special effects, with the character portrait bordered in gold. Until now, all the characters he had encountered had ratings hovering between 70 and 80, which Shen Yi was quite satisfied with. Using Zhenli Yi as a reference, in daily life, someone with a 70 to 80 overall rating would be considered a rare beauty with just a bit of styling, standing out anywhere. But now with Funanzi's appearance, everyone else paled in comparison. It was a shame that the text simulation mode didn't come with photos like the scene simulation. It would have been nice to see her face. Shen Yi's gaze wandered between the two profiles. Logic told him not to be impulsive. Anyone could guess that someone like Funanzi with such excellent conditions, yet still having no romantic experience at 27, either had some unspeakable issues or was extremely strong-willed. Conquering her would definitely be exceptionally difficult. In contrast, Beijia wasn't bad in any aspect. With a system-certified gentle personality and currently single after divorce, it would be easier to take advantage of her vulnerability. Shen Yi thought that with persistent pursuit, success wouldn't be impossible. After comparing from various angles in his mind, Funanzi seemed to be at a disadvantage in Shen Yi's view, but when it came to actually giving up, he just couldn't let go. To hell with logic, it's just a simulation anyway, why be afraid? Let's go for it. It would be too much of a waste to get a gold card and not dare to use it. Not giving himself a chance to regret, Shen Yi directly clicked to start the simulation. Selected, Funanzi. Simulation start. You are Shen Yi, an ordinary 25-year-old office worker. You are healthy, decent-looking, have both parents, come from a harmonious family, and have no worries in daily life except for not wanting to go to work. Your goal is to find Funanzi and successfully date her. You gather your thoughts and realize you know nothing about Funanzi, so you decide to A. Take a nap to conserve energy. B. Go downstairs to gather information from the breakfast shop handy. C. Get dressed and go to work. D. Free action. Right, he had been so excited about pulling an SSR that he forgot. Shen Yi currently knew nothing about Funanzi except her name. The scene simulation had photos and messages to help, But the text simulation had none of these. So this is the difficulty of text simulation? However, Shen Yi wasn't discouraged. He remembered the system's introduction. Reality simulation was based on scanning his surroundings, which meant Fu Nanzi existed somewhere around him. He would surely find her if he put his heart into it. After some thought, Shen Yi chose B. He had observed that the breakfast shop downstairs was the busiest place in the area, with all nearby residents buying breakfast there. Asking the shop owner auntie might yield some results. You decide to go downstairs to chat with a friendly chubby auntie. When you approach, breakfast is already sold out and she's cleaning up the shop. Faced with your inquiry and description, the auntie ponders for a moment before shaking her head. She tells you that if such a beautiful woman had come to buy breakfast, she wouldn't forget, and the name is completely unfamiliar to her. Seeing your disappointment at her answer, the auntie immediately smiles and says she'll keep an eye out for you, then suggests you might try your luck at the community property management office. After expressing your gratitude repeatedly, you leave the shop. Next, you decide to A. Go to the property management office. B. Go home and give up. C. Continue to work. D. Free action. Shen Yi scratched his chin. If the chubby auntie didn't know, then Fu Nanzi probably wasn't around the neighborhood. First, the surname Fu was uncommon and memorable. Second, with Fu Nanzi's exceptional looks, word would have spread if she frequented the area. However, the suggestion made sense. With so many residents around, the property management office would be best at finding people. Shen Yi reached out and selected option A. You decide to follow the suggestion and head to the property management office. Walking past building 3, you enter the office where a young lady at the front desk receives you. After explaining your purpose, the young lady looks at you with difficulty, stating that resident information is private and cannot be disclosed. Faced with rejection, you have a bright idea and lie about finding Fu Nanzi's lost ID card, which is why you came to inquire. You then righteously state that you have absolutely no intention of prying into privacy, only wanting to return the ID card. The young lady believes your story and decides to check immediately. After a while, she looks up and informs you that no such person lives in this community, suggesting you hand over the ID card to the police. You leave the property management office pretending to be disappointed. After another failure, you decide to A. Change approach. Keeping your job is more important. B. Post missing person notices, claiming Fu Nanzi is your long-lost sister. C. Call the police to arrest Fu Nanzi. D. Free action. Getting desperate here. Seeing the options becoming increasingly unhinged, Shen Yi felt like he was back in last night's scene simulation, except then he didn't have much burden, thinking it was just a regular game. After long deliberation, Shen Yi tentatively clicked on free action, wanting to see what changes might occur. Do you want to spend 1 simulation point for 1 hour of free action? Free action means projecting your consciousness into the scene for a real simulation experience. Shen Yi became increasingly surprised. He didn't expect the simulator could do this. This meant that at crucial scenes, he could personally take control, which would be much more convenient than dealing with text. The only downsides were the high cost and time limit. He clicked no to retract his choice. There was no need for this function yet when he didn't even know where the target was. Slander. The path you choose, you must walk it through gritted teeth. Facing a bottleneck, Shen Yi lay down in a comfortable position to think quietly. Ring 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 tilde. Suddenly his phone vibrated with an incoming call. Shen Yi saw it was from his team leader Old Dai, and after a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello? Yes, doing the inspection now. Okay, I'll come back when I finish early. Thanks for your concern, team leader. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yi looked at the simulator and found it peculiar that the phone call hadn't affected its running process. It was still waiting for Shen Yi to make his selection. Dai Tiefeng had been Shen Yi's superior since he joined the company. Having worked under him for over 2 years, they were quite familiar with each other, and everyone called him Old Dai. In his late 30s, he was just a minor leader in the group. These years he felt a strong sense of crisis, so he worked very actively, always eager to show off. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing, though it made life harder for Shen Yi and his colleagues below. Half an hour ago, Shen Yi had sent a message asking for leave. Since his mind was elsewhere, he'd made up an excuse about his previous landlord needing him for a house inspection issue. Old Dai called to check on him, and also subtly inquire when he might come to the office. He was hinting at the planning department matter, but Shen Yi managed to dodge it with vague responses. He hadn't decided yet whether to return to work. Logically, with the dating simulator, he could spread his wings and fly. There was no need to go back to watching people's faces. Wait a minute, work. Shen Yi suddenly sat up and slapped his thigh in realization. He should have thought of it earlier, but he'd been stuck in a mental rut. He assumed his surroundings were just around his residence, forgetting that he'd only moved here yesterday. By that logic, His workplace should also count as part of his daily activity range. Funanzi might be someone from the group, Shen Yi speculated. Now that he thought about it, even the simulator had been hinting at this. 3 consecutive branch choices had included work options, but poor Shen Yi had such an aversion to work that he'd consistently ignored them, wasting quite some time. Shen Yi immediately chose option A to return to work. After bustling about all morning, you finally remembered you had to go to work. You rushed frantically toward the subway entrance, but it was already 10:17. Even if you flew, you couldn't make it on time. You were late. You calmly accepted being late, changing from running to walking. Since you were already late, a few minutes more or less didn't matter. No matter how leisurely you were, you still arrived at the company entrance before 11. When you reached your department on the 7th floor and pushed open the door, they had just finished a small meeting, and everyone turned to look at you. Holding some documents, old Dai called you over to ask about your tardiness. You gave your prepared excuse, but surprisingly, the usually tolerant Dai Ta Feng completely ignored your excuses and instead gave you a stern lecture. Using your lateness as a pretext, he brought up the planning department manuscript issue again, criticizing you for being selfish and pushing work onto your colleagues. Middle-age crisis had dramatically increased old Dai's pressure. His bald head gleamed so brightly it made you squint, and in your daze, you noticed Lu Changjian nearby showing a satisfied, delighted smile. You realized Lu Changjian had been scheming behind your back, and faced with this slander, you chose to A. Argue reasonably, explaining that you did nothing wrong. B. Expose the villain, angrily denounce Lu Changjian for distorting the truth. C. Accept calmly, let the foul words pass like a gentle breeze. D. Act freely. Sure enough, a villain is always a villain, even in the simulator. Lu Changjian appeared despicable and irritating. Wait, if the simulator mirrors reality, then doesn't that mean Lu Changjian slandered me in real life too? Thinking of this, Shen Yi's anger surged, his fists clenched tight. However, the simulation had to continue. Based on Shen Yi's understanding of old Dai, choosing option A to argue reasonably would make old Dai understand but not agree. He always believed that Team 3 was one unit, and everyone had an obligation to do any work. According to his thinking, even if Lu Changjian was truly avoiding work, Shen Yi should first complete Lu Changjian's work and then report to him, finally letting him punish Lu Changjian. That was what he considered the correct way to handle things while considering the bigger picture. Option A was out, and taking hits without fighting back wasn't Shen Yi's style, so C was also out. That left only B. Faced with your angry denouncement, Lu Changjiang was naturally prepared and wasn't afraid to confront you. He immediately acted wrong, saying he had come to the office yesterday but had to request emergency leave due to family matters, and had instructed you about the writing work before leaving. Who knew you'd agree verbally but not write a single word. Hearing his distortion of the truth, you were momentarily speechless with anger. Yesterday Lu Changjian had merely passed by to remind you about the client's proposal deadline. There was absolutely no mention of any writing work. You finally couldn't help but curse at him. The commotion attracted everyone's attention, and the scene immediately became chaotic. Dai Ta Feng's face turned blue with anger as he shouted once to control the situation. He walked up to you and quietly suggested you apologize, telling you he would forgive you and let the matter slide if you just admitted your mistake. Regarding Dai Ta Feng's suggestion, you chose to A. Bow your head and apologize, reflecting on your failure to consider the bigger picture. B. Dismiss it with disdain, submit your resignation and leave with style. C. Words are useless, I know a thing or two about fighting. D. Act freely. In front of the screen, Shen Yi clenched his fists in anger at Lu Changjian's shamelessness. He now understood why Lu Changjian had deliberately wandered by his desk yesterday morning to say some meaningless words. Lu Changjian wasn't stupid. Given his relationship with Shen Yi, asking for help with writing was pure fantasy. He'd come by specifically so that if things got serious, he could check the surveillance footage to prove he'd indeed spoken with Shen Yi. Understanding this, Shen Yi temporarily suppressed his anger. Neither bowing his head to apologize nor resigning like a coward was what he wanted, leaving only one option. His finger pressed heavily on option C, escalating the situation. Old Dai had been deceived but still tried to quietly protect you. You didn't really blame him, he had elderly parents and young children to support, just wanting to climb up the ladder. But you didn't accept his suggestion, instead calmly walking past him. Lu Changjiang, who had retreated to safety, stood with folded arms ready to enjoy the show. He'd long despised you, and since you'd taken his leave request, he had to get revenge severely, to let you know the price of crossing him. As you walked, you calmly rolled up your sleeves. Your composed demeanor carried a pressure that swept forward. Lu Changjiang stood in place, anxiously looking around but finding no support. He unconsciously cleared his throat, wanting to say something to you. You walked straight toward Lu Changjiang, picking up a long-handled stapler from the desk along the way, holding it reversed in your hand. Bang! A dull thud accompanied Lu Changjiang's scream and everyone's shrieks. The quiet office suddenly became like boiling water, with steam rushing out and whistles. The crowd stood frozen in shock with their heads covered, while you continued swinging without a word, creating an interesting contrast. Real scene review. Blood trickled down Lu Changjiang's scalp, and the crimson sight made Dai Tiefeng turn pale as he rushed forward to intervene. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze. Dai Tiefeng snatched the bloody stapler from your hand and threw it far away, while others pulled you back. Lu Changjiang, who had been so smug just moments ago, was now reduced to lying on the ground, crying out in pain. The commotion attracted everyone on the floor, with people gathering around to watch. Even colleagues from other departments on the 8th floor came running down. The situation gradually spiraled out of control, and someone called the police. You were pulled behind your desk, feeling utterly satisfied. Suddenly, you heard sobbing from behind and turned to look. It was Jo Hyojin from your team. She had just graduated and joined the company this year, a wallflower in the group who was timid and rarely spoke. Now she looked at you with tear-filled eyes, mumbling. "I never thought things would turn out like this," she said. You looked at her puzzled, not knowing what had happened. She quietly told you about what she had witnessed yesterday. Soon after, the police arrived to investigate and took you away. Lu Changjiang insisted on pressing charges with his injury report, but it was Dai Tiefeng who worked tirelessly to get you out on bail. Afterward, old Dai told you with a complicated expression that due to the negative impact of this incident, the group had decided to terminate your employment. You were fired. Simulation complete. System calculating. Overall rating, E. Reward, your fighting experience has slightly increased. System comment, a failed simulation. You seem to have missed the key point. Review scene? Restart simulation? Shen Yi let out a breath. This outcome wasn't unexpected. Once you decide to throw a punch, anything could happen in the reality simulation. A warm current flowed into his mind, flashing back several scenes. What's with this fighting experience? Lu Changjiang was as skinny as a monkey. Shen Yi didn't think it required any fighting skills to hit him. Click to review. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the review method should be opposite to before. If the scene simulation was text review, then text simulation should be scene review. Whoosh. Sitting on the couch, Shen Yi's vision suddenly blurred, then his consciousness rose. The simulated scenes flowed before his eyes like a kaleidoscope. The breakfast shop auntie, the property management receptionist, company colleagues, every person and every event appeared crystal clear before Shen Yi's eyes. He could sense Lu Changjiang's fear as he lay on the ground, and understand Dai Tiefeng's difficult position from his troubled expression. As for young Jo Hyojin's tearful confession later, it made Shen Yi's expression grow serious. The final image froze on the scruffy-looking old Dai, who appeared both helpless and guilty. After the review, Shen Yi stood up with gleaming eyes. The simulator's capabilities were incredibly powerful. It was as if he had possessed his previous self and watched everything from beginning to end. Apart from not being able to move freely, all other information was crystal clear. Turning to pack up his laptop bag, Shen Yi checked the time. It was already past 11. Although he wanted to continue simulating, he still needed to go to the company. He no longer cared much about this job, but he did care about his reputation. In his 2+ years at the company, while not exactly cautious, he had been generally agreeable. He couldn't leave with a bad reputation now. If he didn't show up, people might think he was guilty. While heading downstairs, Shen Yi called for a ride on his app, not wanting to wait for the subway since he had things on his mind. Soon enough, the driver stopped steadily at the company entrance. Shen Yi efficiently got out and went upstairs. After clocking in, he walked straight to his workstation and sat down, habitually tidying his desk. It was close to lunchtime. Some were calling friends to order takeout together, while others were already eating. "Xiao Shen, come here for a moment." As Shen Yi had expected, old Dai's voice called out to him shortly after he sat down. Whether it was the wrong time or place, or perhaps Dai Tiefeng intentionally wanting to save face for Shen Yi, this conversation was to take place in his office. Old Dai meant well, but Shen Yi still had to decline. This was why he came, and he couldn't back down now. "No need, team leader. If there's something to discuss, let's talk here," said Shen Yi, standing up and pointing to the long table. This was where they held impromptu meetings, and many people also ate lunch here. At these words, old Dai's face fell. He removed his hand from the doorframe and walked out of his office, responding, "Fine, if you don't mind losing face." The atmosphere was unusual. Everyone present was a workplace elite well-versed in office politics, and they immediately perked up their ears to listen. People from teams 1 and 2 also quietly crept closer, clutching their lunch boxes, takeout, snacks, and drinks. The entire hall suddenly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. save for the sound of chair wheels rolling. By the time Shen Yi sat down, the area was crowded with people. It was amazing how so many could squeeze into Team 3's small space. Dai Tiefeng frowned at the scene around him, but since it was break time, he couldn't very well chase people away. He could only sit down facing Shen Yi and shake his head helplessly, as if to say, "You asked for this." "Xiao Shen, I don't mean to lecture you, but you're a veteran in our team. How many times have I said we're one team and need to stay united?" Old Dai began with his usual routine. Shen Yi had heard this spiel so many times his ears had grown calluses. Not just him, everyone in Team 3 knew it by heart. "You think the planning department is easy to deal with?" They immediately reported the delayed manuscript. "If it weren't for Xiao Zhou arriving early to save the situation that morning, our Team 3 would have been in serious trouble." After his usual spiel, Old Dai immediately got serious about the main issue. It would indeed be serious if department higher-ups targeted them. "Why should I write Lu Changjiang's manuscript that you assigned to him?" Shen Yi interrupted. Old Dai's rhythm broke, and after a pause, he said, "Didn't you two agree on that?" Hearing this, Shen Yi let out a derisive laugh and leaned forward, looking straight into Dai Tiefeng's eyes very seriously. "Team leader, Leader Dai, given our relationship, do you think he would actively seek my help? And would I agree to help him? Even if, hypothetically, I had agreed to help him, given what you know about me, would I go back on my word?" Old Dai fell silent, slowly processing this. He was somewhat aware of the relationships between team members. He might not have known the exact conflict between Shen Yi and Lu Changjiang, but he knew very well who Lu Changjiang was closer to. Indeed, Sun Yunchao and Hu Wei were there yesterday too. If Lu Changjiang needed help urgently, he would have asked those two, not Shen Yi. At this moment, Shen Yi suddenly shouted, "Lu Changjiang! Come here!" Lu Changjiang, who had been eavesdropping, hadn't expected Shen Yi to call him out. He wanted to ignore it, but seeing the gleaming eyes of everyone around, he reluctantly stood up and left his workstation. "I'll go." "Why not?" "If I don't go, they'll think I'm afraid of him." Lu Changjiang felt that Shen Yi seemed different today, and he silently encouraged himself. The usually spacious walkway now seemed cramped, with various familiar and unfamiliar faces gathered around. It was remarkable how 3 or 4 people could squeeze into one workstation. Debunk. Walking a few steps to the long table, the atmosphere was heavy. Just as Lu Changjiang was about to force a smile to ease the tension, the team leader gestured for him to sit down. Lu Changjiang instinctively chose to sit on the right side next to Old Dai, away from Shen Yi. After sitting down, Lu Changjiang immediately smiled at Old Dai. "Team leader, you wanted to see me." Dai Tiefeng didn't respond, but tapped his finger on the table and asked, "Did you really ask Shen Yi to write for you? Are you sure he agreed?" Lu Changjiang responded with extreme confidence, "Yes, I was in a rush to leave this morning, so I asked Brother Shen for a small favor. You can check the security cameras if you don't believe me, it was around 9:40 yesterday." His words were logical and confident, and that Brother Shen was said with such warmth, as if they were close friends. Shen Yi merely responded with a cold smile, hearing this form of address for the first time himself, finding it quite novel. Dai Tiefeng's expression remained unchanged. Lu Changjiang had said the same thing earlier, just not in such detail. Now thinking about it, there were quite a few holes in his story. He said in a low voice, "Company policy requires written or message confirmation for work handovers. Did you communicate with Shen Yi about this in the work group chat or team chat?" Lu Changjiang's face changed at these words, but he managed to maintain his composure, responding, "I was in a hurry at the time, so I just gave verbal instructions. I'll be more careful next time." Suddenly, Shen Yi spoke up, asking Dai Tiefeng, "Team leader, I'd like to know why Lu Changjiang took leave yesterday." Both Old Dai and Lu Changjiang were startled, not understanding why the topic had suddenly shifted. Lu Changjiang's grandmother sprained her ankle at home, and he rushed back to take her to the hospital. Though the question was sudden, Dai Tiefeng answered immediately, keeping track of everyone's time off and leave requests, just like how Shen Yi had taken time off 2 days ago for moving. "All right, may I ask which hospital you took your grandmother to?" Shen Yi suddenly turned and urgently asked Lu Changjiang. "Ah? Oh, it's Lu Changjiang was caught off guard by the sudden question, stammering before finally reacting. "That's none of your business." While Shen Yi indeed had no right to ask this, his demeanor caught everyone's attention, and this flustered response made people suspicious. The central air conditioning was blowing cold air, yet Lu Changjiang's forehead was beginning to sweat. He felt that Shen Yi seemed different today, not only more aggressive in his demeanor but also speaking with complete confidence. From the moment he entered the company, his entire bearing and movements showed a newfound boldness. Compared to his previously quiet nature, he seemed like a completely different person. Lu Changjiang couldn't figure out where this overwhelming confidence came from. After just a few exchanges, he was already starting to struggle. But Shen Yi had no intention of letting him off, continuing softly, "I know where you went." Though his voice was gentle, it carried absolute certainty, as if he could see through to Lu Changjian's thoughts. Lu Changjian felt increasingly cornered, his heart tightening as he became more defensive. "I saw you having lunch with a lady at that barbecue restaurant on Haiman Road." While Shen Yi had been speaking rapidly before, he now slowed his pace, each word striking Lu Changjian's heart like a sharp knife. As he spoke, Shen Yi stood up and took out his phone, saying, "Here's the photo I took at the time. Nice fashion choice, by the way, coffee brown suits you." Every word hit Lu Changjian's weak spots, making him anxious. Shen Yi had accurately described where he ate, what he ate, and what he wore yesterday. Seeing that he claimed to have photos, Lu Changjian panicked and instinctively rose to grab the phone. But as soon as he grabbed Shen Yi's wrist, he saw that the phone was turned over, the screen was black. Lu Changjian froze in place. While he hadn't said anything explicitly, he had said everything. After all, who would instinctively try to stop someone if they hadn't been caught red-handed? "I took legitimate leave, not violating any company policies. Why are you interfering?" At this point, Lu Changjian could only stubbornly stand his ground. Unfortunately, no one cared whether his stubborn denial held up, they only wanted to hear what they were interested in. This rapid turn of events clearly met everyone's expectations, making it all the more satisfying as they lowered their heads and eagerly dug into their meals with renewed appetite. Lu Changjian's impassioned speech at the morning meeting had earned him quite a bit of sympathy, but now it all came back like a fierce boomerang. Understanding everything now, Dai Tiefeng silently stood up, pointed his index finger at Lu Changjiang, and left with a wave of his hand. He despised people who destroyed team unity more than anything. Though as team leader he didn't have the authority to fire Lu Changjiang, he had plenty of ways to make his position untenable. With the matter fully resolved, Shen Yi ignored the stunned Lu Changjiang and walked back to his desk feeling completely relaxed. As he left, his colleagues let out satisfied sighs and began discussing in hushed tones. By tomorrow, this incident would be circulating through the department in more than 10 different versions, though there would be only one clear villain. Passing by Zhou Huijin's workstation, where the young woman was bent over a bowl of Changqing noodles, Shen Yi suddenly whispered a thank you. The unexpected gratitude startled her. Zhou Huijin looked up at Shen Yi in confusion, her red oil-stained lips looking quite adorable. Shen Yi smiled knowingly and returned to his desk. While his dramatic turnaround was thanks to the simulator, Zhou Huijin's contribution couldn't be ignored. Yesterday had been Zhou Huijin's day off, and she had happened to run into Lu Changjiang during his date. In the simulation, being timid and somewhat insecure, she hadn't dared to speak up when Lu Changjiang slandered Shen Yi, planning to tell him quietly when he returned. But Shen Yi had taken leave, and when he returned to work, the argument broke out immediately, leaving her no chance to intervene. As the situation spiraled out of control, she blamed herself entirely, crying as she finally revealed the truth to Shen Yi. So while the information was anticipated and the photos didn't exist, Shen Yi's gratitude was genuine. Work was light today, and everyone was happy to take it easy. Having just enjoyed the juicy drama, they were all now lounging at their workstations like lazy cats. Shen Yi was tempted to take out his phone and play an exciting round of the dating simulator, but mindful of appearances and aware that many eyes were on him after his recent performance, he couldn't openly slack off. In his boredom, Shen Yi suddenly had an idea and decided to gather some information about Fu Nanzi. Having previously guessed that she might be someone from the group, finding out her location could at least save him some detours during simulations. Thinking it and doing it, Shen Yi turned to his neighbor Su Xun and asked, "Brother, are there any great beauties in our company?" Shen Yi dared not mention Fu Nanzi's name directly. This was reality, and if he met someone loose-lipped, the whole group would know he was looking for someone by tomorrow. Fu Nanzi wasn't just an ordinary person, and the celebrity effect was too scary. If it reached her ears, he'd really be in trouble. Hearing this, Su Xun chuckled and gave Shen Yi a thumbs up, his meaning clear. He had never liked Lu Changjiang either, and Shen Yi had indirectly helped settle the score. Then he said, "Brother, if you're blind, I'll pay for your treatment. Lin Ruoyu from Team 1 is such a beauty, she's already stolen the souls of half our department." Hearing Su Xun's teasing, Shen Yi couldn't help but give him the middle finger. That doesn't count. Searching for Fu Nanzi. When Shen Yi said not natural, he wasn't suggesting that Lin Ruoyu wasn't beautiful, she just wasn't from their department. Lin Ruoyu was the beauty of the advertising department, a fact known to everyone on the 7th floor, even the mice. Shen Yi definitely wasn't asking about her. "Well, I don't know about others. My heart belongs only to Ruoyu, there's no room for anyone else," Su Xun declared dramatically, clutching his chest in such an exaggerated manner that anyone would be tempted to smack him. Seeing that he wouldn't get any useful information here, Shen Yi changed tactics. He picked up his water cup and headed toward the break room. After filling his cup, Shen Yi politely nodded and exchanged greetings with others, blowing on his hot water as he walked, before casually leaning against Wang Ru's workstation. "Sister Wang, are you busy?" "Oh, little Shen. Not at all. You certainly made quite an impression today," Wang Ru replied with a smile, capping her pen as she looked up from her paperwork. "Oh please, don't tease me," Shen Yi said helplessly, screwing on his cup lid. After glancing around, he lowered his voice and said, "I wanted to ask you something." "Go ahead," Wang Ru responded readily. Shen Yi asked her, "Are there any beautiful women in our company? Like, exceptionally beautiful?" "My goodness, this is unexpected. You're finally showing interest in women." Wang Ru's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Shen Yi. He was known for being quite reserved, yet here he was asking about women. However, she had to admit he looked more approachable today. Seeing his embarrassed expression, she decided not to tease him further and replied, "Oh, there are plenty. Besides Lin Ruoyu, there's Cheng Jun, a new manager in the administrative department. She's gorgeous and overseas educated, plus she's a senior executive's daughter." Shen Yi smiled and said, "That's way out of my league." "Anyone else?" "Well, there's Fang Qian, the Iron Lady from the marketing department. She's beautiful and fierce, walks with such confidence. Though I heard she has a boyfriend," Wang Ru said casually while admiring her nails. "A gentleman doesn't pursue someone who's taken." "Anyone else?" Shen Yi pressed on, not having heard what he was hoping for. Wang Ru's eyes narrowed as she responded, "I'm starting to think you're not just asking randomly, you're looking for someone specific, aren't you?" Shen Yi quickly smiled and said, "Nothing gets past you, Sister Wang." Wang Ru was known for her kindness and helpfulness, always maintaining good relationships with others. She wasn't really angry with Shen Yi. "Just tell me the name, and I'll see if I know her." Shen Yi leaned in and whispered, "Fu Nanzi." He even traced the character Fu on the desk to make sure she understood. Wang Ru frowned and thought for a while, but couldn't recall anyone by that name. Finally, she said hesitantly, "Fu? That's an unusual surname. Never heard of her, probably not from our company." Shen Yi looked disappointed at this news. If Wang Ru didn't know her, she probably wasn't from the company. "That's all right, thanks Sister Wang. I'll treat you to milk tea later." Wang Ru waved her hands in protest. "Oh no, please don't. My swimming ring is already showing." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Shen Yi turned to leave, but just as he reached the break room, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. It was Zhou Huijin. She pulled him into the break room and closed the door. "What's wrong, little Zhou?" Shen Yi found it somewhat amusing. The young girl hadn't dared to approach him in front of others, instead following him from her workstation just to grab his sleeve. Zhou Huijin was naturally petite, and with her head lowered, Shen Yi couldn't see her expression. He only heard her say, "I know something about Fu Nanzi." Shen Yi's eyes lit up at this, and he asked eagerly, "You do? Did you overhear just now?" The young girl nodded. Her workstation was right by the corridor, so she had caught parts of their earlier conversation. "Last week when I was delivering materials to the legal department, I saw Fu Nanzi's name in the printing room. I thought it was a pretty name, so I remembered it. That's all I know." This timely information excited Shen Yi, and he quickly thanked Zhou Huijin. Legal department. "Thank you so much, little Zhou. Let me treat you to dinner tonight." The young girl immediately became flustered and declined, waving her hands. "I'm just glad I could help. I have to work overtime tonight, so I'll pass on dinner." She then left with her head down, leaving Shen Yi standing alone. Shen Yi sighed, feeling sorry for her but not knowing how to help. She was a girl whose insecurity ran deep, and he didn't want to push her, only protect her gently. Even when helping others, she became nervous, as if others' gratitude was too heavy a burden for her to bear. She was always the first to respond in group chats, never complained about difficult tasks, and added emojis to every message, worried that others might misinterpret her tone. Back at his desk, Shen Yi realized how hungry he was, remembering he'd only had 2 buns and a cup of soy milk all day. He borrowed some snacks from Su Xun, a bag of chips and 2 sausages, and washed them down with a big gulp of water, feeling slightly better. At least he'd gotten some information. Now he knew Fu Nanzi was in the legal department. "Looks like I'll have to keep coming to the office regularly," Shen Yi thought to himself. The dating simulation game used real-world settings, and since Fu Nanzi was a company employee, he'd need his company identity to approach her. To successfully pursue her, he couldn't quit his job just yet. Shen Yi thought about how he used to come to work every day without any special powers, and now with special powers, he still had to come to work every day. What was the point of having powers then? who still goes to work when they have special powers. Su Shun seemed to hear Shen Yi's quiet sigh and, assuming he was reading some novel, replied without looking up, "What do you mean? Even Japanese high school students still have to go back to class after saving the world." Shen Yi was caught off guard and gave him a thumbs up. "That's profound." After some playful banter, everyone settled down to work, with movement around the office gradually decreasing. The advertising department where Shen Yi worked handled various tasks, including strategy planning, creative design, media placement, market research, and much more. Since Shen Yi had cleared all his pending work yesterday, he could slack off a bit, but not too obviously. Because work was never ending, once you showed you had free time, more tasks would keep piling up. Thinking back to when he first joined the company, Shen Yi would complete any assigned work quickly and diligently, but in this company, being efficient only meant getting more work. Opening his laptop, Shen Yi pulled up a document for show, but his real focus was on the simulator. Time to start. He couldn't waste the afternoon. Having just gotten a lead, Shen Yi definitely needed to investigate. Simulation start. You are an ordinary office worker, currently enjoying some downtime at your desk. You suddenly remember you've just received some information that might help you find Funanzi. Given this, you decide to A. Keep slacking off. The more you slack, the better it feels. B. Take initiative and go to the legal department to look for Funanzi. C. Get food first. You're hungry. D. Work mode activated. Actively seek tasks from the team leader. E. Free action. Face blind. Shen Yi quickly scanned through the options, immediately eliminating choices A and D. As for eating, even his real self hadn't eaten, so what would a simulation eat? He directly clicked B for taking initiative. You decide to take the initiative to actively search for Funanzi. You leave your workstation, exit the advertising department, and take the elevator to the 11th floor where the legal department is located. The legal department isn't large, with fewer staff than your advertising department. As a new face, many people look up and stare at you when you enter. A legal intern runs over to ask what brings you here, and faced with his inquiry, you choose A. Quietly ask him about Funanzi, claiming you need to see her. B. Shout, "Funanzi! Stop hiding inside, I know you're here." C. Apologize for coming to the wrong department and leave. D. Make an excuse about a broken printer and ask to use theirs. E. Act freely. Shen Yi twirls a pen skillfully in his hand, feeling that both options A and D could work. The first option means directly looking for her, while the fourth means investigating on his own. After some thought, Shen Yi decides on A. Might as well meet Funanzi first and see what happens. When you mention needing to see Funanzi, the intern gives you a surprised look, seemingly doubting that you would know her. Despite his doubts, he leads you to Funanzi's office. You see legal counsel written on a door plate. After the intern leaves, you gather your courage and knock on the door. A brief female voice from inside says "Come in," and you push open the door. Upon entering, the woman behind the desk is intently focused on some documents in her hands, not even looking up as she tells you to please have a seat. Seeing she's busy, you're content to take your time and sit on the sofa, which gives you a good angle to observe her. She sits perfectly straight in her chair, her professional pencil skirt outfit perfectly accentuating her figure. Her hair is elegantly tied up in a high bun, simple yet sophisticated. You find yourself mesmerized by her beautiful white profile. Even though she wears somewhat old-fashioned black-framed glasses, they don't detract from her beauty. Her fair wrists move gracefully, her fingers long and slender. The only sound in the room is the rustling of papers as she turns them. You're stunned by her beauty, beginning to doubt your original intentions. Is she really someone you can successfully pursue? Finally meeting the main character, after all this waiting, Shen Yi sighs as his simulated self finally makes contact with Funanzi. Shortly after, Funanzi finishes reviewing the documents and looks up at you. Looking at you, confusion flashes across her face, and after repeated confirmation, she hesitantly asks if you know each other. You shake your head, indicating you haven't met before. Hearing your answer, Funanzi noticeably relaxes, then asks about your purpose for visiting. Faced with Funanzi's inquiry, you choose A. I've been searching for you desperately, then drop to one knee and immediately confess your love. B. Seriously introduce yourself and boldly express your admiration. C. Take it slow, use legal consultation as an excuse to gradually get closer. D. Act freely. After spending too long browsing at his workstation, Shen Yi decides to use his second strategy, the paid bathroom break. Sitting on the toilet, Shen Yi quickly rules out option A. Only a crazy person would accept a confession at first meeting, and an instant rejection would likely end the simulation immediately. As for B and C, they represent two different approaches, one direct and open, the other subtle and gradual. Both methods could theoretically work, with no strict advantages or disadvantages. After consideration, Shen Yi feels he knows too little about Funanzi and decides to play it safe by choosing C to take things slowly. Just as his hand moves to select it, Shen Yi stops, suddenly remembering he hasn't unlocked Fu Nanzi's characteristic preferences. He couldn't do it before since he couldn't even find her, but now it's a good time to check and use as reference. Would you like to spend 1 pursuit point to unlock characteristic preferences? Yes. Name: Fu Nanzi. Characteristic preferences: perfectionist, self-disciplined, face-blind, strongly desires, shy, flower arranging, swimming. The unlocked characteristics leave Shen Yi amazed. He never imagined such hidden aspects beneath Fu Nanzi's perfect exterior. This gives Shen Yi an exciting sense of discovering secrets, as these strange conflicting traits make Fu Nanzi seem like a walking contradiction. She's actually face-blind? Like, literally face-blind? Shen Yi mutters. These days too many people claim to be face-blind, making it hard to tell what's genuine. Originally planning to take the subtle approach, now these characteristics give Shen Yi some inspiration. Perhaps he should be direct instead. His finger circles in the air before finally landing on option B. Facing her question, you seriously introduce yourself, your name, department, age, then compliment her beauty and express your desire to get to know her. Your response doesn't particularly surprise her. She seems quite used to such situations. Fu Nanzi first thanks you for the compliment, then expresses her position. She currently has no interest in dating, preferring to focus on her career. Her response is both considerate of your feelings and perfectly proper, leaving you disappointed but unable to feel truly dejected. She politely stands to see you out, and you return to your workstation resignedly. Fu Nanzi saw through your intentions. Confession failed. Simulation ended. System calculating results. Overall grade: D. Reward: your pursuit experience has increased. System comment: a brave attempt, but your intentions were revealed too early. Review scene: restart simulation. Damn, I just wanted to get to know her. Isn't this too decisive? Shen Yi slaps his thigh and complains. Fu Nanzi is too resolute, firmly rejecting him as soon as he showed the slightest intention. He'd always heard that good girls reject firmly when they're not interested, while ambiguous responses tend to come from players. Now Shen Yi wishes Fu Nanzi were more of a player, at least then he'd have some chance. It's disappointing that both simulations received such low grades, with basically no good rewards. Shen Yi starts to miss Zhen Li. That girl was easier to deal with, just needed money. Sighing, Shen Yi enters the scene review. In the scene, after reaching the 11th floor and being led by the intern, Shen Yi knocks on Fu Nanzi's door. The moment he sees Fu Nanzi, all his previous regrets vanish. The text simulation didn't do justice to the impact of seeing her in person. Being stunned wasn't just a figure of speech. Shen Yi estimates Fu Nanzi's height at between 165 to 170 centimeters, with tight skin and a slim waist. Most notably, her chest is firm and eye-catching, her white shirt stretched taut with the outer blazer barely able to button. Like her characteristics, her body is also a contradiction, combining a mature woman's figure with the tight skin of a young girl. From her posture to her manners, everything speaks of excellent self-discipline, every movement ingrained into her very being. When Fu Nanzi looks at him, Shen Yi suspects she really is face-blind. Though she maintains composure while trying to recognize him, her confused gaze tells Shen Yi she can't identify him. Normal people can tell strangers with just a glance. Only those with face blindness repeatedly observe others, trying to judge and confirm through other small details. Depression. After flushing the toilet, Shen Yi returned to his workstation. It seemed that pursuing Fu Nanzi couldn't be too obvious. With her outstanding appearance, she undoubtedly had no shortage of suitors, yet at 27, she had no dating experience. If it were that easy to win her over, it wouldn't have taken until now. Thinking this, Shen Yi felt relieved and continued to activate the simulator, using up his last simulation chance for the day. Simulation start. Although you're an ordinary office worker, you're living your third life, and you still haven't forgotten your goal. Faced with Fu Nanzi's inquiry, you choose. The previous options hadn't changed much, so Shen Yi chose to quickly scan through and skip them. Last time he died choosing option B, so this time he decided to take a more subtle approach. You decide to hide your feelings and gradually approach her through work-related interactions. After making up your mind, you casually fabricated a small contract dispute to consult her about, which came naturally to you since you frequently deal with client contracts. Fu Nanzi didn't suspect anything and responded to your consultation in detail, explaining the relevant clauses thoroughly and clearly. Her conscientious attitude moved you, making you like her even more. After briefly thanking her, you left without lingering. In the following days, you frequently sought out Fu Nanzi under the pretense of consultations. Since you concealed your intentions well and maintained a strictly professional attitude, your relationship remained stable. Gradually, you and Fu Nanzi became familiar with each other. Although she still couldn't remember your face, she could accurately recognize your voice. Unfortunately, Your frequent visits to the 11th floor for consultations attracted attention. Funanzi began to sense something from people's gossip and your endless questions. However, your attitude was always impeccable, making it impossible for Funanzi to directly address the matter. Funanzi decided to find a way to discourage you. When you came for another consultation, instead of answering immediately, she presented you with a long reading list. She pointed to the list, saying everything you wanted to know could be found in these books. As you reached out to take it, Funanzi pressed her slender finger on the paper. Funanzi looked into your eyes and asked seriously, "Are you really here to consult about legal issues?" Your response is A. Take the reading list calmly, saying you'll study it carefully. B. I'm done pretending, I'll be honest, I like you. C. Maintain composure and tell her you're just here for consultation. D. Act freely. The direct confession approach was immediately ruled out. Despite seeming close to Funanzi in the simulation, Shen Yi was certain it would be disastrous to choose that option. After consideration, Shen Yi decided to go with option A. As for why he didn't choose C, Shen Yi felt that since Funanzi was trying to discourage him, being too persistent might ruin the carefully maintained situation. You didn't directly answer Funanzi's question, instead gently pulling the reading list from under her hand. You acted as if you hadn't noticed her test, calmly telling Funanzi you would study it thoroughly. Funanzi was caught off guard by your unexpected response. She didn't even notice you had taken the reading list from her hand. You left. In the days that followed, you stopped visiting the 11th floor and instead bought many law books according to Funanzi's reading list and began self-study. You simply believed that to pursue someone, you must first ensure your own excellence. If you bloom, butterflies will come naturally. You absorbed knowledge like a sponge, even purchasing online courses to study at home. The complete immersion brought back your student days feeling, making you quite comfortable. After some time, your theoretical knowledge became comprehensive. You took over all legal communications between the advertising department and legal department, impressing your team leader with your transformation. Your contract drafting for clients was both quick and excellent, earning praise from the legal department colleagues who reviewed them, saying you saved them considerable work. Funanzi heard about your changes and showed great surprise and pride, happy about your transformation. Due to your outstanding performance, you were transferred to the legal department. Standing before Funanzi again, you exuded confidence. Funanzi looked somewhat tired but still congratulated you. You smiled modestly, saying it was all thanks to her guidance that led you down this path, and you were the one who should be thankful. With work as an excuse, your interactions increased. Although still superficial, you believed persistence would eventually bring change. Funanzi's perfectionist nature had offended many people, as she never easily compromised. She was not only strict with herself but often corrected others' mistakes. She always strived for perfection in work, leading many to gossip behind her back about her having OCD. You could barely keep up with her pace. Fortunately, as she was just one of several legal consultants in the company, people rarely approached her to avoid trouble, leaving you as the only one regularly working with her. But work was just work, and your personal relationship showed virtually no progress. She was so devoted to work and indifferent to pleasure that you couldn't even find an excuse to invite her to dinner. She always appeared impeccably dressed, with perfect attire and hairstyle no matter when you saw her. As time passed, even your patience began to wear thin, and you started doubting yourself. Seeing no improvement, you shifted your focus to the bar exam, wanting to fight for your future. During your serious preparation, you gradually reduced your visits to Funanzi. Working while preparing for the exam consumed all your energy. 3 years later, you passed the bar exam. With no one to share your joy, you suddenly thought of Funanzi. If not for her guidance, you wouldn't have taken this path, and you wanted to thank her. Standing at her door, you knocked after a long absence. Upon entering, you found an unfamiliar male consultant instead, confused and thinking you'd entered the wrong room. After inquiring, you learned Funanzi hadn't been coming in for some time. You closed the door disappointedly. Later, after much investigation, you discovered she had developed depression and was recovering at home. Shocked by the news, you decided to visit her. She refused to see you. Simulation end. System calculating. Overall rating, C+. Reward, strategy points 1. You gained extensive legal knowledge. Your strategy experience has increased, now you can level up in your panel. System comment, your intense focus on studying made you overlook hidden details. While you worked well together professionally, your personal relationship remained stagnant, but at least you made a good start. Would you like to review the scene? Game system upgrade. Whoosh! A flood of knowledge surged into his mind, making Shen Yi's head throb. He couldn't help but massage his forehead to ease the dizziness. The pressure came and went quickly. After recovering, Shen Yi discovered that he had mysteriously acquired extensive legal knowledge. It felt as real as if he had systematically studied it himself. Contract matters, creditors' rights and debts, commercial disputes, intellectual property protection, and more, All these memories flowed through his mind at the slightest recall. The feeling was quite magical. Shen Yi searched on his computer while recalling the information. Everything matched perfectly. This is amazing. If I had this back in school, I could have gotten into Peking or Tsinghua University easily. Shen Yi felt fantastic now, figuring that with his current abilities, he could handle most legal work with ease. As for becoming a lawyer directly, that profession relied more on connections and resources, with ability taking second place. After his thoughts wandered for a while, Shen Yi clicked on the scene review. The scene skipped past the accelerated learning segments to later events. Fu Nanzi was indeed a good woman, but she was also someone difficult to get close to. Could someone so strong and perfectionist really suffer from depression? Was her inner self truly so fragile? With these questions in mind, Shen Yi entered the scene. Compared to text, the visuals were more concrete and impactful. The elevator opened, and Fu Nanzi walked forward with quick steps. "Good morning, Consultant Fu." "Morning." "Excuse me, who are you?" "Ha. Consultant Fu sure forgets important people easily. I'm Little Li, who came for consultation yesterday." "Ah, I'm sorry Little Li, I'll remember now." After repeating the name twice, Fu Nanzi politely nodded and left, leaving several people looking at each other awkwardly. This new consultant is quite arrogant. "Consultant Fu, is this version acceptable?" The intern's bangs were already wet with sweat. She had made 3 trips to the printing room. Here, and here need to be modified. But it was fine doing it this way before, the intern argued quietly. "It's different. These clauses might cause problems in the future if we're too strict about them. We can't be careless," Fu Nanzi earnestly advised. "All right, I'll revise it again." Outside the door, looking at the dark sky and the empty department, the young girl finally couldn't hold back her tears. This liability clause is still a bit unclear. I should ask Consultant Fu. "Don't ask Consultant Sun instead." "Why?" "Nothing, just that Consultant Fu is quite busy. Better not disturb her." All the details Shen Yi had overlooked in the text gradually emerged in the scene review. Watching these situations made Shen Yi shake his head. No matter who consulted her, Fu Nanzi was always serious and never perfunctory, treating everyone and everything equally. At work, Fu Nanzi was meticulous and responsible, reviewing each contract 2 or 3 times, scrutinizing every word. This was an excellent quality for legal work. While good, after several such incidents, nobody except Shen Yi wanted to get close to her anymore. To make matters worse, she had face blindness, which meant she had no personal connections outside of work. Additionally, being conservative, many admirers gave up after failed attempts to get close to her. Only Shen Yi had maintained consistent interaction with her for a year or 2. From Shen Yi's observation, Fu Nanzi wasn't someone devoid of emotions. She seemed to be deliberately suppressing herself, consuming herself internally, traveling only between the company and home each day. No gatherings, no friendships, no social obligations. No one truly understood her, and the culprit behind her depression remained unknown. Upon closer examination, her behavior was far from normal. "Been watching you for a while. What are you spacing out about?" Shen Yi was startled by a tap on his shoulder, and turning around, he found it was old Dai. "Oh, team leader, what's up?" Shen Yi stretched, having sat for too long. Old Dai leaned his elbow on the workstation and casually said, "Nothing much. It's past 8, and if there's nothing urgent, don't just sit here. Go home." "Ah, oh." Shen Yi suddenly came to his senses. He had been so absorbed in reviewing the scene that when he looked up, he noticed most colleagues had already left. Packing his bag, Shen Yi stood up and said goodbye to old Dai. "Then I'll head out first, team leader. You should leave early too." "Sure, don't worry about me. Be careful on your way home." Old Dai waved, walking toward another direction. "Will do." Leaving the company, Shen Yi was starving, having barely eaten properly all day, almost completely immersed in the simulator. Hungry-eyed, he clutched his stomach and walked into a noodle shop. "Boss, 1 bowl of sauerkraut beef noodles with extra noodles. And 2 fried eggs, no cilantro. Please make it quick." "Just a moment." Shen Yi ordered in one breath and sat down to wait anxiously. Soon the owner brought over a large bowl emanating a delicious aroma. Why choose a noodle shop? For the speed. Shen Yi eagerly slurped up a large mouthful. With food in his stomach, he finally felt alive again. Rubbing his overfull stomach, Shen Yi pushed open his door, tossed his bag aside, and collapsed on the sofa. After recovering for a while, he took out his phone again. Earlier, besides reviewing the scene, he'd been reminded that his character level had increased, and now that he had time, he wanted to check it out. When the character panel appeared, Shen Yi saw that there was indeed a plus sign in the level column. After he clicked it, a window popped up on his phone. "System upgrading, please wait." Shen Yi had thought it was just a character upgrade, but unexpectedly, the game system was upgrading as well. However, with this upgrade, no functions could be used, so he just left it running in the background to update slowly. Taking advantage of this time, Shen Yi went to the bathroom for a quick wash and did some laundry, hanging up his changed clothes. Returning to sit on the sofa, he found the progress bar still moving, with no end in sight. Unable to play the simulator, and too early to sleep at just past 9, Shen Yi suddenly found himself with free time. Holding his phone, the small games he had downloaded before no longer held any interest. After experiencing the simulator, Shen Yi didn't think any such games could attract him anymore. Opening his mobile banking app, after a whole day, the 250,000 was still quietly sitting in his account, and Shen Yi felt there shouldn't be any hidden problems. He then transferred 50,000 to his family. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give more, but he didn't want to shock his parents. Sure enough, within 2 minutes of transferring the money, the phone rang. "Hello? Mom." "Yes, I've eaten. I ate earlier." "It's so late, how could I not have eaten?" "The money? That's what your son earned himself. I didn't steal or rob anyone, just accept it and don't be afraid to spend it." "How's Dad?" "Oh, no, I haven't lost weight. I'm 6 feet tall, how could I not eat enough? Don't worry about me." "Girlfriend? We'll discuss that later, Tilda." Okay, take care of yourself, bye-bye." Hanging up the phone, Shen Yi let out a breath, feeling much more relaxed. Although every phone call covered the same 3 topics, just hearing his parents' voices made him feel settled. Family and parents would always provide comfort, no matter when. With his worries gone, exhausted from the day, Shen Yi lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep. Living the fourth life. At 7:30 in the morning, Shen Yi woke up. He had fallen asleep early last night without realizing it, and now he felt refreshed after this sleep. It was still early, so he could afford to laze in bed for a while. Shen Yi rolled over and grabbed his phone. Opening the simulator, he saw that after a night of processing, the progress bar had completed, showing the update was finished. Shen Yi tapped with his finger. Whoosh! The simulator instantly transformed into a stream of light and entered Shen Yi's mind. Shen Yi's vision blurred momentarily, and a light screen appeared before his eyes, showing his attribute panel. Wow! With a thought, the light screen disappeared, and another thought brought it back. This mind-controlled feeling fascinated Shen Yi, and he played with it several times. The system's integration into his consciousness eliminated one of his major concerns. Having the simulator on his phone was neither convenient nor secure, and Shen Yi hadn't dared to test whether others could see it or not. Now it was perfect, the concealment was unmatched. Even if someone cracked open Shen Yi's skull, they wouldn't find it. Looking back at his phone, he saw that the pink cap had completely vanished, eliminating the last potential risk. Lying in bed, Shen Yi began to experience the upgraded simulator. Name: Shen Yi. Level: LV.2. Strength: 7+. Stamina: 7+. Energy: 9+. Charm: 70. Assets: 219,533.5. Romance points: 2. Attribute points: 1. Attribute points? Is this the upgrade reward? The attribute panel now showed an additional point, and all 3-dimensional attributes had a plus sign after them. It was clearly indicating that Shen Yi could now freely allocate points. The free attribute points didn't seem to be linked to charm. With Zhenlei Yi's precedent in mind, Shen Yi figured that increasing charm would probably still require targeting romance options. Which one should I add to? Maybe I should save it for when it's really needed. Shen Yi, considering himself a veteran player, wasn't unfamiliar with the strategy of saving attribute points. He wasn't leveling up or fighting monsters right now, and he felt no survival pressure, so keeping it wouldn't hurt. It might come in handy in some crucial moment. As for the last column, romance points had increased by 1 from yesterday's simulation reward, plus 1 from natural daily recovery, making it 2 points. Looking at the time, it was only 8 o'clock, still early for work. Since Shen Yi was feeling energetic, he decided to run an exciting simulation. Yesterday's 3 simulation attempts were used up, but today's natural recovery had restored 1 attempt. Begin simulation. You can now enter scene reviews at any time. This was great news, and the system's prompt made Shen Yi happy. Text descriptions had made him miss many details, but now being able to project his consciousness in at any time would be much more convenient. Although you're just a modest office worker, even ancient emperors couldn't compare to you, for you have lived your 4th life. In this life, you remain steadfast in pursuing one goal. Sufficient sleep has left you feeling energetic, so you decide to A. I'm lazy, naturally I'll take a morning nap. B. Stay healthy, go downstairs for a walk and exercise. C. Head to the company, be a workaholic and outwork my colleagues. D. Free action. Among these options, Shen Yi chose C without much thought. He treated his simulated self almost like a slave, mainly because neither sleeping nor exercising would benefit his real body. Shen Yi had no interest in being a workaholic, he was just an emotionless romance pursuer. You efficiently got up and got ready, quickly grabbed a bite of breakfast, and rushed to the company, believing that leadership would surely notice your dedication. You arrived at the company at 8:30, when the surroundings were still quiet. After clocking in and opening the door, you were the first to arrive, even beating the early bird champion Jo Huijin. After sitting idly for a while, you got bored, as you weren't really there to be a workaholic. With nothing to do, you decided to walk around. Revealing your true intentions, you wandered to the legal department on the 11th floor. When the elevator opened, you had expected the building to be quiet except for the cleaning lady and security guard, but surprisingly, there was commotion coming from the legal department. Curious, you went to investigate. In his warm bed, Shen Yi stared at the text before him, and with a blur, his consciousness entered the scene. The noise carried through the glass doors. At a glance, Shen Yi saw several people in suits gathered together, some on phones, others speaking heatedly over documents. Walking in a few steps after opening the door, the sound waves grew considerably louder. Shen Yi then saw a legal assistant surrounded by several people, though 3 years ago he was just an intern clerk by current standards. This person was someone he'd met in the previous simulation, and now he was sweating and stammering explanations. Upon listening closely, Shen Yi understood that an important contract needed drafting, but there was no standardized template available, and it was urgent. It was too early, and most people hadn't arrived at work yet. This clerk happened to come in early today and was caught to help. But being an intern, his skill level was predictably low, and he was now sweating profusely under everyone's scrutiny. The legal staff couldn't arrive quickly enough, so they could only give instructions bit by bit through video, which was highly inefficient. Understanding the situation, Shen Yi slowly approached and softly said to the group, "How about I give it a try?" Your quiet approach startled everyone, and they demanded to know where you came from. You smiled faintly without rushing to answer, instead looking at the leader in the middle. Seeing your confident and assured demeanor, he decided to let you take a look. You casually took the documents and quickly got into the groove, asking questions and making changes systematically, occasionally adding points others had overlooked. The person giving instructions through the speakerphone gradually fell silent, trying to remember who you were. Your skilled manner was that of a seasoned legal professional, yet no one could recognize you. Before long, you beautifully completed the rescue mission. The leader, a middle-aged man with graying temples, carried himself with an unmistakable air of authority, clearly someone who had held high positions for long. The big shot asked which department you were from. You answered truthfully. Your response shocked him greatly, questioning how the group could have buried such talent, saying someone like you was wasted in the advertising department. He asked if you'd be interested in transferring to a different department. Faced with his inquiry, you choose to A. Firmly refuse, declaring loyalty to the advertising department in life and death. B. Tactfully agree, saying opportunities are for those who are prepared. C. Declare you've been wandering half your life without finding a good master, and if he doesn't mind, you'd like to take him as your adopted father. D. Free action. Shen Yi's eyes lit up, surprised at this unexpected opportunity from coming in early. In the previous simulation, he had to find excuses to get close, but now he could be directly transferred to the legal department, which would save considerable effort. However, without the knowledge accumulated before, he wouldn't have been able to seize this opportunity. Wait. Doesn't this mean the company is currently short on legal staff? Shen Yi momentarily felt the urge to get up and seize the opportunity, but quickly abandoned the thought. Firstly, he might not make it in time, and secondly, even with a department transfer, he'd have to start from scratch. He wasn't his former self anymore and had no obsession with climbing the corporate ladder. That momentary impulse was just a reflexive response. Besides, Shen Yi knew that even if he didn't go, someone else would eventually solve the problem. It would just be more troublesome. Shen Yi had already decided to quit after completing this romance pursuit, as work was too much of a hindrance to his progress. Cheng Jianwei. His finger lingered on option B. Transferring departments would give him the advantage of being closer to his goal. This time, with his position in the legal department, he could get closer to Fu Nanzi earlier. Your composure remained steady despite the boss's recognition. You accepted politely and modestly. The approval in his eyes grew even more apparent. After everyone left, the boss specifically mentioned you during the department's morning meeting, showering you with praise. Your reputation spread across various departments, with many envying your position. Soon after, the group transferred you to a new position. As expected, you were moved to the legal department. Your arrival didn't catch Fu Nanzi's attention. You then learned that Fu Nanzi wasn't actually an employee of Tiancheng Group. She was a lawyer from the city's most prestigious law firm, Jinheng Law Firm. Jinheng Law Firm had a long-standing partnership with Tiancheng Group. Fu Nanzi had been seconded here as a legal consultant. She had only started her position a week ago. Instead of rushing to interact with Fu Nanzi, you used your memories from your previous life to gradually build relationships with your colleagues. At work, you demonstrated professional expertise and were always willing to help. Personally, you were likable and got along well with everyone. Soon, You had built strong relationships throughout the department. As someone who had been transferred from another department with impressive skills, colleagues speculated about your powerful background. Shen Yi smiled slightly at this point, realizing his previous simulation hadn't been entirely fruitless. 3 years of interaction had given Shen Yi intimate knowledge of his colleagues' personalities and preferences, and now he was starting over. With Shen Yi's deliberate efforts to build relationships, he quickly integrated into the department. After establishing yourself in the department, you finally began to formally interact with Fu Nanzi. Your first interaction went very smoothly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed at the door. Fu Nanzi instinctively smoothed her clothes and responded formally, "Come in." Upon receiving permission, Shen Yi entered and placed the documents on her desk. Fu Nanzi adjusted her glasses, trying discreetly to recognize the person before her. Unfortunately, having been there for such a short time, she couldn't identify who this person was. "Attorney Fu, these business contracts need your review before I can coordinate with the business department." Upon hearing Shen Yi's voice, Fu Nanzi finally understood. "All right, I'll look at them now." Fu Nanzi immediately began reviewing the contracts seriously. Business staff typically pulled out all the stops to get legal approval for contracts quickly. After all, everything was about performance metrics. It wasn't necessarily wrong, but it demonstrated why legal oversight was essential. Different cooperation partners meant different contract backgrounds and entity situations, requiring thorough review and professional assessment from legal counsel. Before long, Fu Nanzi's brows furrowed. In her view, none of these contracts passed the risk assessment. Shen Yi observed this and thought to himself, this woman was about to make enemies again. Sure enough, all the contracts were rejected. Shen Yi took back the contracts with a sigh, wondering if this would be the cause of her future depression. Fu Nanzi was completely unaware of workplace politics. She simply maintained her high standards for both herself and others. Knowing you couldn't change her perspective immediately, you could only gradually influence her through subtle means. You left with the contract documents, returned to your workstation, and began revising them diligently. With your professional knowledge, this wasn't a difficult task. You handled the situation perfectly. "Nanzi, you've been here for about half a month now, how do you find it?" In the meeting room, Cheng Tianwei poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards Fu Nanzi, who sat across from him. Fu Nanzi accepted it and softly replied, "Thank you, Uncle Cheng. It's been very fulfilling." "Ha!" Cheng Tianwei laughed heartily and continued, "I see you're adapting well. Xie Bin from legal even praised you to me." Fu Nanzi heard this with confusion rather than joy. Xie Bin was the director of the legal department, a department heavyweight. She had only met him once, so why would he suddenly mention her? Few people knew about her father's relationship with Uncle Cheng, and she had always been independent, repeatedly insisting before coming here. Had Uncle Cheng perhaps put in a word beforehand? As she pondered this, Fu Nanzi felt uncomfortable, her delicate fingers fidgeting with the teacup in silence. "Hey? What's with that expression? Let me tell you, Uncle Cheng didn't say anything. Xie Bin knows you're specially appointed to the group, that can't be hidden from him." Seeing Fu Nanzi's expression, Cheng Tianwei immediately understood what she was thinking. He took a leisurely sip of tea and continued, "Besides, he's not just flattering without substance, there's evidence. Let me show you." He stood up, walked to his desk, and placed a stack of contracts in front of Fu Nanzi. "Look familiar?" Fu Nanzi put down her cup and picked up the contracts. While rinsing his teacup, Cheng Tianwei continued, "What's the point of staying with your father? If you really want to grow, you need to come to Uncle Cheng. See? You're doing great here." By now, Fu Nanzi wasn't listening at all, completely absorbed in examining the contracts. These business contracts had indeed passed through her hands, and she clearly remembered rejecting all of them. Yet the copy before her now was filled with detailed revision suggestions. Fu Nanzi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she read. Whoever modified these contracts was not only as competent as her but even surpassed her in some aspects. Many of the thought processes aligned with hers, but the wording was something she could never match, even at her best. The intentions were precise, and the tone was much more diplomatic than she could manage. Meanwhile, Cheng Tianwei, still unaware, continued proudly, "Many of the contracts you modified have received feedback from Xie Bin, and the group has decided to standardize them for promotion and learning." In contract business, many contracts followed fixed templates. Getting one's revisions standardized as templates was a rare honor that not everyone could achieve. Having finished reviewing the contracts, Fu Nanzi interrupted the excited Cheng Tianwei. "Uncle Cheng, I'm sorry, but I didn't revise these." "If your father knew you," Cheng Tianwei, who had been gesturing enthusiastically, suddenly stuttered, "What?" Although Fu Nanzi wished she could claim credit for these revisions, and no one would question it if she did, her morals, upbringing, and character wouldn't allow her to do so. "What did you say, young lady? If you didn't revise these, Then who did? Chen Tianwei looked at Fu Nanzi, who firmly denied authorship, his confusion growing. Fu Nanzi carefully recalled the sequence of events, and a vague face appeared in her mind. Shen Yi. Chen Tianwei pondered briefly, then realized, Shen Yi? I've heard of him, he used to be in the advertising department. Fu Nanzi hadn't known this, and curiosity flickered in her eyes. The advertising department and legal department were worlds apart. What could have prompted his transfer? Stubborn. A brief account was given about Shen Yi's previous rescue incident. Fu Nanzi's curiosity grew stronger, and she also gained more respect for her colleague. Chen Tianwei, being young and capable, was well informed about all matters in the group, so naturally, Shen Yi's situation reached his ears. After understanding the whole story, Chen Tianwei realized there must have been some misunderstanding. Oh my, what a situation, Chen Tianwei sighed with resignation. It was a good deed done, just credited to the wrong person. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Chen Tianwei clapped his hands and looked at Fu Nanzi with hesitation. But the group's commendation has already been announced, and the template has been distributed. Young lady, what do you think about? Chen Tianwei spoke in a negotiating tone while looking at her, his meaning clear without words. Of course, uncle will make it up to him another way, worst case we'll give out another commendation. It's not good to keep changing orders back and forth. Facing Chen Tianwei's dilemma, Fu Nanzi met him with a determined gaze. Chen Tianwei couldn't continue. He had watched Fu Nanzi grow up since she was little, and he knew her personality very well. Once she set her mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. This was completely opposite to his daughter, who was as slippery as an eel. Looking at how she was almost an old maid now, he had no way to handle her either. Fine. If we need to change it, we'll withdraw and change it. After thinking it through, Chen Tianwei decisively waved his hand and made the decision. Hearing this, Fu Nanzi's eyes finally lit up with joy, as if she was happier than if she had received the award herself. Soon, your deed was announced throughout the group. You received the company's commendation, which further validated many colleagues' assumptions. Your professional ability and meticulous work style really suited Fu Nanzi's taste. Although she didn't say it out loud, she secretly admired you quite a bit. In the days that followed, your interactions increased. Fu Nanzi's perfectionist personality still offended quite a few people, as she never easily compromised. She not only demanded high standards from herself but also frequently corrected others' mistakes. However, with your early intervention, things didn't slide toward the worse, and most situations were resolved smoothly. As a bridge between both sides, you guided Fu Nanzi to gradually change while serving as her protective umbrella, easing relationships between colleagues. Due to your good relationships with others, although many still had complaints about her, they didn't express them openly because of your background. Over time, under your guidance, colleagues gradually understood Fu Nanzi's true personality and realized she wasn't doing things intentionally. While you solved work-related problems, her personal life still gave you headaches. Whether it was formal dinners or private invitations, Fu Nanzi always declined with various excuses. Her outstanding appearance attracted many potential suitors in the group, but she remained indifferent to all of them. She only moved between the company and home, living quite independently, and no one had ever successfully invited her out. Even though you two had become very familiar, there were still times when she couldn't recognize you. Upon careful observation, you noticed that she always had difficulty recognizing you during the first couple of days after you changed clothes. Because she had concealed her face blindness, every time she met someone new, she would carefully memorize their characteristics, trying not to let anyone notice her difference. You found this stubborn woman adorable, and secretly got yourself a pair of black non-prescription glasses. After you started wearing glasses, Fu Nanzi could accurately recognize you. Whether it was your imagination or not, her attitude towards you showed subtle changes. Shen Yi looked at the text before him, his consciousness slowly immersing in it. Holding a document, Shen Yi naturally pushed open the door to Fu Nanzi's office. Having known each other for so long, they no longer bothered with knocking. Of course, this privilege was limited to Shen Yi alone. The office was empty, but Shen Yi didn't mind, walking in with familiarity. As he was about to leave the document and go, a notebook spread open on the desk caught his attention. The small notebook was delicate and petite, slightly open at both ends, its pages fluttering in the air-conditioning breeze. Shen Yi didn't want to look initially, but the vague writing aroused his curiosity, so he picked it up and looked at the open page. The little notebook clearly listed characteristics of various colleagues in the department. For example, Tang Yuqian, curly hair, wears a Linjian watch. Zhang Rui, silver earring in left ear. Li Weinan, tall, crew cut. Chen Yuqian, dimples when smiling, mole under eye corner. Shen Yi was amazed as he read. It included almost everyone in the department. Each person had one or two obvious characteristic descriptions, some of which even Shen Yi hadn't noticed. He fell silent at this moment, suddenly feeling a tug at his heart. In a world where everyone looked the same to her, Quietly observing and recording so many people's characteristics wasn't an easy task, especially since she never actively mentioned her face blindness. Wait, Shen Yi couldn't find himself in here. Where am I? Puzzled, Shen Yi flipped through and found an amusing sight. Shen Yi, white shirt, black suit. The writing was crossed out not long after and updated to Shen Yi, white shirt, gray suit. Then that was crossed out too, Shen Yi, blue shirt, striped tie. The descriptions kept changing back and forth between these items, constantly adding new colors, then being crossed out. Through this, Shen Yi witnessed Fu Nanzi's progression from calm to gradually becoming frantic, with the entries about Shen Yi needing their own separate page. Looking at the page filled with writing, Shen Yi didn't know what to say. This stubborn woman had never revealed a word about it from beginning to end. If he hadn't discovered it early and specially gotten a pair of glasses, who knows how long she would have kept recording. But this wasn't really Shen Yi's fault. His lifestyle was very simple, and he didn't pay much attention to his appearance, having no outstanding characteristics. He didn't have a habit of wearing accessories, and basically wore the same few sets of clothes. It was better when he was in the advertising department, at least he could wear casual clothes. After moving to the legal department, besides the 2 suits issued by the company plus the 2 he bought when he first joined, he only had these 4 sets to rotate through. Poor Fu Nanzi had already worked out all possible combinations of Shen Yi's clothes. Shen Yi continued flipping, and new content appeared. Shen Yi, black glasses. Shen Yi, social butterfly syndrome. Shen Yi, megalomaniac. Shen Yi, annoying pest. Shen Yi, empty-headed. Shen Yi, not smart. The update stopped there. After Shen Yi started wearing black glasses, Fu Nanzi gradually turned the record notebook into a diary complaining about Shen Yi. Today Shen Yi made decisions for her again. Tomorrow Shen Yi came to bother her again. The day after tomorrow Shen Yi introduced new colleagues to her again. However, as time passed, the tone of the writing gradually became gentler, easily making one imagine her curved lips. Who are you? Just as Shen Yi was absorbed in reading, a questioning voice came from behind. Bad news. Fu Nanzi's voice suddenly rang out behind Shen Yi, startling him so much that his hand trembled. Fortunately, though startled, Shen Yi remained composed. With his back still turned to her, he carefully put the notebook back in its place before slowly turning around. Fu Nanzi relaxed when she saw the familiar black glasses as he turned around. Shen Yi? Do you need something? As she spoke, she peered through the gap between Shen Yi's arms at her desk. As if suddenly remembering something, her heart jumped, and she hurriedly rushed toward her seat. As she moved, she wobbled slightly, the buttons on her chest threatening to burst, drawing attention. Shen Yi coughed once and said in a casual tone, "Marketing just sent over some promotional copy for a new product. They want you to review the descriptions." At this moment, Fu Nanzi wasn't listening at all. She took a few steps around him to reach her desk. One glance confirmed her worst fear. Her little notebook was lying open on the desk. Fu Nanzi's face instantly turned crimson, her beautiful features resembling a ripe peach. She shot Shen Yi an annoyed glare before quickly closing the notebook and hastily stuffing it into her drawer. Shen Yi was captivated by the charm in that glance. Though he knew she had caught him, he still tried to defend himself. "I didn't mean to, it was already open when I came." Fu Nanzi's mind was in chaos, unsure if Shen Yi had seen the contents at the back. Seeing him still talking, she exclaimed in embarrassment, "Stop talking." Shen Yi quickly gave an awkward smile and mumbled, "Well, look it over, and I'll come back for it later." Then he practically fled from the room. After Shen Yi left, Fu Nanzi collapsed into her chair with a sigh, her hands wringing her skirt hem until it was twisted like a rope. This was unimaginable for someone who usually took such pride in her appearance. Her face blindness was their unspoken secret, but she didn't know if he had discovered her written complaints about Shen Yi in the back. There was no use wondering now, she could only pretend not to know. After taking some time to compose herself, Fu Nanzi reopened the drawer and took out her personal notebook. Opening it, she picked up her pen and wrote on a new line, "Shen Yi, you annoying pest." Fu Nanzi wasn't really angry with you. She returned to normal soon after. You both maintained purely professional contact, and she didn't show you any special treatment on the surface. But you knew everything had changed. At work, you collaborated seamlessly. Privately, you shared an unspoken understanding. With your help, Fu Nanzi gradually integrated into the department. She could comfortably greet everyone and occasionally join in on gossip and conversations. Though still maintaining high work standards, she had learned to express herself diplomatically and compromise appropriately. No one detected her face blindness except you. She appeared perfect. You often shared knowing smiles. Everything seemed to be developing positively. 6 months later, on an ordinary Friday morning, you headed to work as usual. Upon arriving at the company, the group announced devastating news. It stated, "Legal department consultant Fu Nanzi tragically drowned last night." We deeply mourn her loss. You were stunned. Simulation complete. System calculating. Overall rating, B+. Rewards, Strategy Point 1, Strength 1. Your strategy experience has increased. System comment, you never know whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. You have achieved a B grade or above rating. You can now spend 1 strategy point to enter at any time point in the previous simulation. What? Shen Yi, who had just been immersed in pleasant emotions, was suddenly awakened by this devastating news, sitting bolt upright in bed. The strength attribute granted by the system coursed through his body, filling his limbs with boundless energy, his arms visibly developing some definition. But Shen Yi had no mind to care about these things now, his thoughts still echoing with the news of Fu Nanzi's drowning. How could this happen out of nowhere? Everything had been progressing smoothly, only to come to an abrupt halt, leaving him with a sense of absurdity. Many people's first child when entering society is themselves. In the last simulation, Fu Nanzi had developed depression, and this time Shen Yi had painstakingly helped her with targeted solutions, but now a new problem had emerged. Shen Yi couldn't make sense of it. After spending so much time together, he had truly come to value Fu Nanzi. Did my presence create variables that led to the accident, or was it a premeditated suicide? Shen Yi couldn't help but blame himself. No, there's still a chance. Shen Yi looked at the system's final line of calculation. He could use 1 strategy point to go back to the moment before the accident. He still had a chance to save her. Although knowing it was virtual, Shen Yi had been drawn to Fu Nanzi's personality. She had worked so hard to integrate and had changed many of her previous shortcomings. How could anyone not like such a person? Shen Yi thought as his gaze grew determined. With the 1 point just rewarded by the system, he now had 3 strategy points. There was still time. According to the group announcement, Fu Nanzi's death occurred on Thursday night. Shen Yi wanted to enter that day to prevent it and understand what had actually happened. Do you want to spend 1 strategy point to enter the current time point? Yes. On an ordinary Thursday night, you're working overtime at your desk, realizing you just need to wrap up to finish. Looking around, you see few others still working overtime. Most people have left. You're hungry but decide to prioritize finishing your work. A new spicy hot pot place just opened near your apartment building. Maybe you could try it, you think. Shen Yi watched the simulator's text refresh, feeling desperate but unable to intervene. Without choice options appearing in the text simulation, he couldn't create branch choices and could only watch helplessly as his simulated self worked. Wait, intervene? Shen Yi suddenly remembered the prompt from when he first started the simulation and quickly spent another strategy point. Do you want to spend a strategy point for 1 hour of free action? Whoosh! With a thought, Shen Yi's perspective projected into the scene. The working Shen Yi suddenly stopped and stood up abruptly. The dramatic movement drew attention from the remaining few people, who all looked over curiously. Shen Yi left his workstation, ignoring those around him, and walked quickly to Li Weinan. Weinan, let me borrow your car, it's urgent. Li Weinan looked up at these words, hesitated briefly, but took out his keys and handed them over. Well, hurry back, I'm about to finish and head home. Thanks, got it. With lives at stake, Shen Yi had no time to explain more. He grabbed the keys and rushed downstairs. While waiting for the elevator, Shen Yi calmed himself and called Fu Nanzi. Ring ring. The long wait made Shen Yi's heart sink gradually. Was he too late? Finally, just as Shen Yi was about to give up, the call connected. Hello? Shen Yi, what's the matter so late? Fu Nanzi's clear voice came through the phone, finally allowing Shen Yi to breathe a sigh of relief before urgently asking, where are you right now? Me? I'm at home. Fu Nanzi's response came through, this unexpected answer stopping Shen Yi just as he was about to warn her to stay away from water. Before he could speak, he heard the faint sound of running water through the receiver. Could you please take a step back? Is she home? That water sound, could she be deceiving me? What if she's? An ominous feeling rose in Shen Yi's heart, and he quickly asked, are you really at home? Where do you live? I need to see you about something right now. Fu Nanzi's voice came through, seemingly caught off guard by Shen Yi's request. After hesitating for a moment, she said, not tonight, it's quite late. Can we talk about it tomorrow? Indeed, Fu Nanzi's response made Shen Yi even more uneasy, but he couldn't let her slip away. Knowing he couldn't rush and risk alarming her, Shen Yi took a deep breath to calm his anxiety and adopted a playful tone. It's all because of you that I had to work overtime. You know about that lawsuit, right? At the mention of work, Fu Nanzi immediately stopped hesitating and followed Shen Yi's lead. What about the lawsuit? You made a mistake, Shen Yi said while jogging through the parking lot, making up the story as he went. You got something wrong in that lawsuit, and now people from their department have come looking. They said you were the one who handled it initially. I don't know the specifics, so I could only stall them. We need to sort this out now. Where are you? I'll come to you. Shen Yi steered with one hand while putting the phone on speaker and fastening his seatbelt with the other. A mistake. Fu Nanzi's voice was puzzled. She had handled so many consultation cases that it was impossible to recall them all immediately, which was exactly why Shen Yi dared to fabricate this story. What's the client's name? Do you have a digital copy? Send it to me. Shen Yi had no actual client in mind. As he drove out of the parking lot, he continued his fabrication. I can't remember the client's name, but I've printed everything out. Give me your address, and I'll bring it over now. Fu Nanzi's lips quivered before finally telling Shen Yi, Songping Garden Phase 1, Peaceful Lake Residence, number 114. Having finally gotten the answer, Shen Yi immediately stepped on the gas and set off, not forgetting to remind her, I'm on my way, don't fall asleep, make sure you wait for me. Fu Nanzi replied resignedly, I won't sleep. After hanging up, Shen Yi immediately opened his navigation app. Although he had managed to temporarily calm Fu Nanzi over the phone, he couldn't risk any unexpected developments, and his time to act was limited. Every second counted. Normally, given Fu Nanzi's conservative and rule-following nature, she wouldn't even go out for meals. It was unusual for her to allow anyone into her home, not even Shen Yi. Fortunately, Shen Yi knew her well enough to exploit her conscientious nature regarding work. The moment he mentioned work issues, especially one involving her own oversight, she immediately gave him her home address. At Peaceful Lake Residence, Fu Nanzi glided through the long swimming pool in her swimsuit, her fair body moving like a streak of pure moonlight, pristine and translucent. It was March, and the temperature was somewhat cool, but she loved swimming and made it a habit to swim after work. In the water, everything seemed to slow down, becoming peaceful. The temperature-controlled water enveloped her entire body, making her feel completely at ease, as if returning to the womb. Ring ring ring. Her phone, placed on a bench by the poolside, suddenly started ringing. Fu Nanzi heard it from the water but didn't want to answer, planning to call back after finishing her swim. However, the phone seemed to be working against her, continuing its endless, irritating ring. Fu Nanzi sighed helplessly and swam to the edge. Without getting out of the water, she reached out and grabbed her phone. Looking at the contact name, Shen Yi, she answered. Hello? Shen Yi, what's the matter at this late hour? Shen Yi's sudden late-night call surprised her. Over the phone, Shen Yi repeatedly asked about her location and home address, which made Fu Nanzi suspicious. Hearing Shen Yi say he wanted to come find her, Fu Nanzi looked down at her rather scanty attire and hesitantly refused, thinking whatever it was could wait until tomorrow. However, when Shen Yi mentioned a previous lawsuit, work-related matters immediately made Fu Nanzi's attitude turn serious. She had handled so many cases that she couldn't immediately recall which one he was referring to. Seeing that Shen Yi insisted on coming to find her, Fu Nanzi instinctively felt resistant. It wasn't that she particularly disliked Shen Yi, but rather that she wasn't in a suitable state to see him right now. She wanted to refuse, but considering this was her oversight and he had worked overtime because of it, and now he was even willing to make the effort to come to her. His consistently professional work attitude was something Fu Nanzi had always admired. Her red lips moved silently near the receiver several times before Fu Nanzi finally gave Shen Yi her address. Hearing Shen Yi tell her not to sleep, Fu Nanzi felt quite helpless. Did he think she was the type to be so impolite? After hanging up, Fu Nanzi would have liked to swim a bit more, but knowing Shen Yi might arrive soon and she would need to open the door for him, if he saw her dressed like this. Fu Nanzi couldn't even bear to imagine the scene, feeling her skin and even her cheeks burning up like fire. Even the cool pool water couldn't extinguish the fire in her heart. Fu Nanzi quickly grabbed the poolside handle to get out and change clothes. Her wet jade feet touched the floor, water droplets trailing down her body. Distracted and still holding her phone in one hand, she lost her balance during the process of getting out and slipped sideways. In her panic, she only managed to scream before falling heavily to the ground. Ah! With the cry of pain, Fu Nanzi's side hit the pool edge hard. Lying on the floor, she couldn't move for quite a while. When she finally recovered somewhat, Fu Nanzi discovered her knee was bruised and her ankle was stiff, with sharp pain shooting through it at the slightest movement. Seems like I've sprained it. The pain caused sweat to bead on Fu Nanzi's forehead. She wanted to call for help, but her phone had slipped from her hand during the unexpected fall and now lay at the bottom of the pool. Just my luck. The series of misfortunes made Fu Nanzi sigh inwardly. She was currently the only resident at Peaceful Lake Residence, having chosen it for its proximity to Yancheng Corporation, making her commute convenient. Her mother had wanted to come live with her to take care of her, but she had refused, and now she couldn't even call for help. After a while, Fu Nanzi tried to move again. But the moment she applied force, the intense pain made her vision go dark and half her body go numb. She had never experienced such suffering before, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes, though she tried hard not to let them fall. In the car, Shen Yi drove steadily. According to the navigation, Songping Garden wasn't far from the company. Shen Yi had already reached the community entrance within 20 minutes. The security guard at the gate politely stopped Shen Yi, asking for his name and whether he had an appointment. Shen Yi nodded and provided Fu Nanzi's residence number. As he watched the guard go back to verify, Shen Yi's fingers tapped impatiently on the steering wheel as he forced himself to wait. While Peaceful Lake residence appeared modestly decorated, it was actually quietly luxurious, suggesting its residents were either wealthy or noble. Shen Yi had long noticed that Fu Nanzi came from a well-off background. Though she didn't flaunt it, everything from her temperament and upbringing to her daily conduct and speech confirmed this fact. Soon, the guard returned and bent down at Shen Yi's window to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, but there's no visitor application for Unit 114, and we tried calling the resident, but there was no answer. Would you like to double-check?" Shen Yi couldn't hear the guard's subsequent words, his mind filled with panic. Had he arrived too late despite his rush? Though his heart was filled with anxiety, he managed to maintain his composure. He quickly tried calling Fu Nanzi's phone, but the continuous busy signal sent a chill down his spine. Without time to think further, Shen Yi suddenly composed himself and softly asked the nearby guard, "Could you please step back a bit?" The guard was confused by the request but, due to his professional training, instinctively took a step back. The response he received was the roar of an engine. Vroom! Shen Yi floored the accelerator, causing the tires to screech sharply as they gripped the ground. The entrance barrier was instantly shattered, leaving the security guards staring open-mouthed at the disappearing taillights. Rescue! The floor was ice-cold, and the pool water was chilly. Fu Nanzi's body was damp with sweat, and when the gentle breeze blew across her delicate skin, it raised goosebumps. The cold kept creeping into her body. "I can't stay on the floor any longer," Fu Nanzi thought to herself. Otherwise, she'd not only be injured but catch a cold as well. Looking at the entrance hall not far away, Fu Nanzi thought it would be better to slowly inch her way there. But her body was currently facing the swimming pool, so she needed to turn her body first, letting the uninjured side touch the ground. Carefully adjusting her posture, Fu Nanzi tried her best not to put any pressure on her injured parts. Just then, the doorbell rang, followed by Shen Yi's voice coming through the main gate outside. "Fu Nanzi! Fu Nanzi! Open the door!" Fu Nanzi froze upon hearing this. Having been so focused on moving, she had completely forgotten that Shen Yi was coming. She hurriedly called out, Wait, I can't come to the door right now." But her voice wasn't nearly as loud as Shen Yi's, and being so far away, she wasn't sure if he had heard her. Fu Nanzi had only turned halfway when she heard Shen Yi banging on the door outside. With no time to wonder how Shen Yi had gotten into the community, Fu Nanzi looked down at her swimsuit in panic. It wasn't much better than underwear, and the exposure was already beyond her comfort zone. In her anxiety, she ignored the pain and forcefully twisted her body to try to get up. But her ankle couldn't bear any weight. She only managed to scream before falling backward into the pool. The endless pool water rushed into her nose and mouth, choking Fu Nanzi until her mind went blank. Fortunately, her instincts remained, and she unconsciously kicked her legs in the water. But the pain didn't disappear just because she was underwater. The intense pain made her swallow a mouthful of water, and this choking made her limbs go weak, unable to exert any strength. Gradually, her struggles became weaker. In the last moment before losing consciousness, what crossed Fu Nanzi's mind wasn't survival, but rather the thought that she hoped Shen Yi wouldn't see her in such a sorry state. The security guard who had received Shen Yi stared at the shattered access card reader on the ground, finding the situation utterly absurd. "If you had an emergency, you could have just said so. This isn't a border checkpoint or a DUI stop. What's the point of forcing your way in? Are we filming a movie?" In this high-end residential area, there had been people who tried to force their way in before, but none as blatant as this one today. Before he could think further, the intercom buzzed, and the security team quickly sprang into action upon receiving the message. Setting aside the situation at the entrance, Shen Yi, consumed with anxiety, rushed straight in, counting house numbers as he sprinted along. After 3 consecutive turns, house number 114 was right before his eyes. Shen Yi barely had time to turn off the engine, hastily parked, unbuckled his seatbelt, and rushed to the door, alternating between pounding on it and ringing the doorbell. "Fu Nanzi! Fu Nanzi! Open the door!" After shouting and hearing no response from inside, Shen Yi immediately wanted to break down the door. But seeing how thick the security door was, Shen Yi didn't even hesitate before abandoning that idea and turning his attention to the courtyard wall. Fortunately, Peaceful Lake residence was designed with privacy in mind, and the courtyard walls weren't particularly high. Shen Yi took a few steps back, got a running start, and vaulted over. Thanks to the system's recent reward of 1 point in strength, the boost was quite noticeable, and he made it into the small garden almost effortlessly. Going around the garden to the front hall, Shen Yi called out Fu Nanzi's name while rushing inside. The small villa didn't look big but felt like a maze, and Shen Yi could only follow the lights inside. Shen Yi reached the living room and saw the TV was on, but the couch opposite was empty. Fu Nancy. Fu Nancy. He turned and ran upstairs to the master bedroom, continuing to call out while heading toward the bathroom. After knocking on the door with no response, Shen Yi mentally prepared himself before pushing it open, worried about what he might find. The good news was that it was empty. The bad news was also that it was empty. Without wasting time, Shen Yi saw no one and rushed back downstairs. Besides the bathtub, the only place with water would be the swimming pool. Leaving the living room and entering the backyard, as soon as he went in, he saw a figure floating in the pool. In the square swimming pool, long hair spread out in the water like a black whirlpool, creating an indescribable fear as it combined with the dark night. Seeing this, Shen Yi took one powerful stride and jumped into the pool, embracing the figure in the water and pushing her toward the edge. Since she was already close to the pool's edge, it didn't take much effort for Shen Yi to drag her ashore. The bare body lay in Shen Yi's arms, and whether it was from being in the water or the moonlight's reflection, it cast a deathly pale glow on the ground. Holding her cold, delicate hand that gave no warmth, Shen Yi felt as if a piece of his heart had been hollowed out. At this moment, looking at Fu Nanzi's tightly closed eyes in his arms, he really couldn't treat this as just a game, just a false simulation. Laying Fu Nanzi flat on the floor, Shen Yi recalled the basic first aid he had learned during college military training, and with trembling hands, began performing chest compressions. He remembered it should be 30 compressions, but couldn't recall if it was 2 or 3 rescue breaths. Shen Yi counted in his head as he pressed, deciding to go with a higher number since he couldn't remember exactly. Her lips felt like ice, with only her chest retaining a slight warmth. Shen Yi pushed aside any extraneous emotions and mechanically alternated between compressions and breaths. Perhaps because she hadn't been underwater for long, or maybe because Shen Yi's amateur first aid was working. Cough cough. A stream of water came out along with Fu Nanzi's coughs. Swimming could be counted as one of the few hobbies in Fu Nanzi's life. Sometimes she would think that if she had to die, dying in water probably wouldn't be too uncomfortable. It would be just like falling asleep. Reality proved otherwise, as Fu Nanzi painfully coughed up a mouthful of clear water, slowly regaining consciousness. Opening her eyes in a daze, Fu Nanzi saw someone kneeling on the ground facing her, hands interlocked, continuously pressing down. What is he doing? Fu Nanzi stared blankly at that person. Her consciousness seemed waterlogged, unable to focus, as if she were dreaming. Before Fu Nanzi could think further, she saw that person suddenly lean down and move his face closer to hers. Almost instantly, Fu Nanzi's pupils focused, and she unconsciously raised her weak, sore arm to block him. The force was barely stronger than a caress. This is forced molestation. I'm a lawyer. Her voice was weak and barely audible. If Shen Yi hadn't been preparing to alternate with rescue breaths, he might not have noticed she was awake. Hearing her voice, Shen Yi's worried heart finally settled. But what followed was more confusion and anger. Here he was taking care of her, yet her current attitude was truly disappointing. Hearing her words, Shen Yi contained his anger and said coldly, "Counselor Fu seems to be in good spirits. I wasn't aware you had a hobby of diving in your home pool." At the sound of this familiar voice, Fu Nanzi immediately came to full consciousness. Shen Yi. The unique aspects of Fu Nanzi. As soon as Shen Yi's voice came out, she instantly recalled what had happened, and the discomfort from nearly drowning subsided somewhat. "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you." Being naturally reserved and almost always keeping people at a distance, when she first regained consciousness, the unfamiliar face before her naturally triggered her subconscious resistance. Shen Yi instinctively touched his face upon hearing this, only then realizing his regular glasses were gone. When he had jumped into the pool to save her, water droplets had splashed onto his lenses, blurring his vision, so he had taken them off and placed them aside. Understanding the reason, he felt somewhat relieved, but Shen Yi still didn't let her off verbally. "Are you going to report me for trespassing then? Do you realize that if I hadn't climbed over the wall when I couldn't hear your response, I would have been reading about you in tomorrow's news?" Shen Yi said this to subtly cover his tracks, erasing any traces of intentionally to prevent her from becoming suspicious. Meanwhile, he was also observing her expression, wanting to know the true reason behind all this. At this moment, Fu Nanzi also felt a lingering fear. Tonight had been terribly unlucky, first falling and getting hurt, then ending up in the swimming pool. If Shen Yi hadn't arrived in time tonight, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Fu Nanzi shuddered as she imagined her parents' grief upon learning of her death. Seeing this, Shen Yi thought she was cold, so he put aside his questions and prepared to help her up. Just as he touched her shoulder, he heard a startled cry. Shen Yi then realized his left hand, which had just performed CPR, was still on her chest. Fu Nanzi had a beautiful, full figure, and the exceptional sensation made him unconsciously close his palm, naturally eliciting a cry of surprise. This wasn't a simulated scene but rather real physical contact. He hadn't noticed while focused on saving her, but now that it was pointed out, Things became awkward. Shen Yi quickly let go and helped her up, assisting her to sit on the lounge chair. During this time, Fu Nanzi remained silent, and Shen Yi, assuming she was also feeling awkward, didn't pay much attention to it. He casually took a large towel from the lounge chair and draped it over her for warmth. It was then that Shen Yi noticed Fu Nanzi's fair skin had become completely flushed. From her elegant swan-like neck to her smooth back, down to her straight legs, every inch of her was red. She looked like she was in a steamer basket, with a great fire cooking within, yet the water droplets hadn't even finished rolling off her body. Shen Yi had never seen anything like this and wondered if she was having an allergic reaction. "What's wrong with you?" Concerned, Shen Yi leaned in closer, noticing her face was also covered in a rosy hue, glistening with moisture like a freshly washed peach. Seeing her condition, Shen Yi quickly raised his hand toward her forehead to check her temperature, as this situation was definitely not normal. Don't touch me." Fu Nanzi finally broke her silence, keeping her head down to avoid Shen Yi's gaze, her voice trembling as she stopped him from coming closer. Having just dealt with the drowning incident, Shen Yi didn't want any more accidents, so he quickly looked down at her. Fu Nanzi avoided Shen Yi's eyes, her heart seemingly about to leap from her chest, waves of palpitations gnawing at her inside. Since puberty, Fu Nanzi had discovered she was different from others. Fu Nanzi had developed much faster than her peers. It was manageable most of the time, but once she took off her coat in private, it became obvious, which troubled her. But this wasn't even the most difficult part to talk about. Her sensitivity was abnormal, completely unable to tolerate anyone's touch. Even when bathing, if she scrubbed a little too hard, it would make her feel as if she were drunk, dizzy and parched. This made her ashamed. So she became increasingly withdrawn, trying to wrap herself up completely, showing nothing. For over 20 years, she maintained this self-discipline, suppressing the volcanic activity within her heart. Her perfectionist personality wouldn't allow her to tolerate being out of control. No friends, no social engagements, no contact, physically cutting off all possibilities at their roots. Until Shen Yi appeared. His appearance was like a gentle breeze, seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment without Fu Nanzi feeling any awkwardness. Fu Nanzi wasn't an emotionless person, quite the opposite. Her inner world was extremely turbulent, but most of the time she suppressed it excessively. She had seen many people with ulterior motives, but none were as special as Shen Yi. Even when he occasionally revealed his little thoughts, they only made her smile knowingly, never feeling annoying. Sometimes Fu Nanzi even wondered if Shen Yi was the worm in her belly. How else could he understand her so well? So when Shen Yi suggested coming to see her, Fu Nanzi hesitated but somehow agreed, as if possessed. It's worth noting that besides her parents, no one had ever visited where she lived. The volcano in her heart had been suppressed by Fu Nanzi for many years. Although she appeared very quiet daily, as if dormant, the hidden burning magma wouldn't simply disappear. Shen Yi's appearance stirred her emotions, but Fu Nanzi hadn't expected this contact to be so intense. What seemed to Shen Yi like just a rushed rescue felt like a magnitude 10 earthquake to Fu Nanzi. The volcano erupted in an instant. Burning flames consumed her heart and body. Fu Nanzi trembled as she warned Shen Yi not to come closer, desperately trying to suppress herself again. But internally, she was torn. Seeing Fu Nanzi's reddened skin and trembling body, Shen Yi was naturally too worried to listen to her. He crouched in front of her, held her shoulders, and forcefully lifted her head to face him. What an expression it was! Shen Yi was almost stunned. Without her plain glasses, Fu Nanzi's true beauty was finally unsealed. Her face was extremely beautiful, with long, curved eyebrows and moist, alluring lips. Her entire face radiated a uniquely touching charm that was intoxicating. Especially her bright eyes, like hooks that could capture one's soul with just a single glance. Shen Yi had never seen such a bold look from her, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. You shouldn't touch me." Fu Nanzi suppressed her emotions, her tone urgent. But before Shen Yi could recover from his amazement, she started speaking nonsense. "Why are you smiling at me? Don't smile. Don't smile at me." "I'm not smiling." These words left Shen Yi confused. When had he smiled? At this moment, Fu Nanzi suddenly turned her head away and murmured, "Don't come near me. I don't want to make a mistake." The rolling heat scorched Fu Nanzi's thoughts into confusion, and looking at Shen Yi's face, both familiar and strange, "Why are you so close to me? Are you trying to kiss me? I'm warning you, I'll turn against you if you kiss me." Fu Nanzi stared directly into Shen Yi's eyes like two magnetic poles, unconsciously being drawn closer, while her mouth spoke completely opposite words. Shen Yi's throat bobbed, finding it almost impossible to resist this temptation, but seeing Fu Nanzi in this state, he was truly worried she had become delirious from fever, so he quickly held her arms, trying to calm her down. "Have you lost your mind from the fever?" But Fu Nanzi completely ignored what Shen Yi was saying, or perhaps she heard but didn't want to understand. "Don't come closer, I can't take it." Fu Nanzi struggled internally, wanting to push Shen Yi away, But the next moment she couldn't resist the throbbing in her heart. "Fine, I agree, kiss me quickly. I'm telling you, if you don't kiss me, I'll turn against you." As soon as these words left her mouth, Fu Nanzi felt a tingling sensation spread through her body, making her feel drunk and dazed, with heat rushing to her ears. This long-suppressed release brought an intoxicating sense of relief. Almost instantly, Fu Nanzi lunged forward, cutting off the rest of Shen Yi's words. Inquiry. To be honest, Shen Yi's impressions of kissing were mostly confined to dreams, hazy, blurry experiences without any real-life substance. This was probably due to a lack of actual material for his brain to work with, so his mind could only briefly touch upon it in dreams. The earlier rescue incident shouldn't really count. Shen Yi had been too focused on saving someone to appreciate the moment then, but now was different. Unlike the cold sensation from before, this was warm and wonderful. Shen Yi could even smell an enchanting fragrance, though he couldn't tell where it was coming from. Ring 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 tilde. The persistent doorbell interrupted their awkward, lost in the moment attempt. Fu Nanzi's small mouth was slightly parted, her lips tinged with pink, her eyes carrying a hint of daze and bewilderment. She looked up at Shen Yi with confusion, as if asking why he had pulled away. Shen Yi found her confused expression adorable and wanted to pinch her cheeks. As the doorbell continued ringing, Shen Yi remembered awkwardly that he had broken through security to get here, and the front door probably had security guards responding to the incident. With no time for detailed explanations, Shen Yi could only ask Fu Nanzi, as the property owner, to handle the situation. Helping Fu Nanzi up, he noticed her bruised knee when she winced. As the doorbell grew more insistent, Shen Yi simply scooped Fu Nanzi up in his arms and carried her toward the living room. Fu Nanzi only managed a small gasp before finding herself nestled in Shen Yi's arms. After a moment of tension, she quickly adjusted to the position. Shifting slightly, Fu Nanzi rested against Shen Yi's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling her own gradually steadying. Reaching the living room's entrance, Fu Nanzi gestured for Shen Yi to carry her over. At the main control panel, she reached out to press a button, finally silencing the doorbell. Beep beep beep. The call connected, and the security guard's greeting came through. "Excuse the interruption, is this Ms. Fu?" "Yes, it is." "Well, Mr. Shen said he was here to visit you and forced his way in. Were you aware of this?" Fu Nanzi shot Shen Yi a surprised look but quickly replied, "Yes, I was aware. I apologize, I was in the shower and couldn't answer the phone." Mr. Shen was indeed invited. "I see, Ms. Fu. However, since Mr. Shen crashed through the security checkpoint with his car, which was extremely dangerous, we need to ensure residents' safety. Would you mind opening the door so we can verify everything is alright?" Only then did Fu Nanzi learn that Shen Yi had not only climbed the wall but also crashed through the checkpoint to save her. No wonder there was a crowd of security guards following him. Putting aside her complex feelings, she needed to handle the security guards first, though she certainly couldn't open the door in her current state of dress. "I apologize, but I'm not dressed appropriately to open the door right now. However, I understand your position. We'll come to the property management office within the hour, and I'll pay for any damages caused." The security staff were just doing their job, and Fu Nanzi wasn't refusing outright, just explaining the current inconvenience. Hearing Fu Nanzi's clear, organized response without any signs of duress, the security guards were somewhat skeptical but ultimately agreed. "All right, Ms. Fu. If you haven't come within an hour, we'll need to check on you again." "That's fine," Fu Nanzi agreed. "Your car is blocking the main road, so we'll move it to the front parking space. You can collect the keys from the security booth later. We'll leave you for now." "Okay," Shen Yi responded, remembering he'd left the car running in his rush. After dismissing the property security, Shen Yi carried Fu Nanzi to the sofa and turned on the heating. He then went to the bathroom, got a fresh towel, and carefully dried her hair before using a hairdryer to thoroughly dry it section by section. Even though it was spring, wet hair could easily lead to colds and headaches. After all this, Shen Yi finally looked up and asked, "Do you have a first aid kit?" Fu Nanzi had been sitting properly on the sofa wrapped in her bath towel, watching Shen Yi bustle about with a smile playing on her lips. "Oh? Yes, it's in the first drawer under the TV cabinet." She shook her head to clear away some strange thoughts as she answered. Shen Yi took out the kit and opened it. "Stretch out your legs so I can take a look." A long, slender white leg extended before Shen Yi. The fair knee was marred by bruising, and looking down, her delicate ankle had somehow swollen to the size of a steamed bun. The blue-purple swelling showed traces of broken blood vessels, clearly a serious sprain. Even the lightest touch made Fu Nanzi wince, leaving Shen Yi at a loss for what to do except first disinfect the sprained area. He took out some Yunnan Baiyao spray and applied it to both injured areas. The medicine had anti-swelling and pain-relieving effects, and Fu Nanzi indeed felt better after the application. Only then did Shen Yi have time to ask, "Why did you choose to end things this way? What troubles you so much? Do you know how worried I was?" Fu Nanzi was confused by the question, not understanding how it had turned to suicide, and quickly protested, "I didn't. How could you think that?" "Well, I rushed in to find you practically floating away." "Don't tell me you were actually practicing diving?" Shen Yi's expression was serious as he turned to look at her. Fu Nanzi knew Shen Yi was worried about her, and she couldn't really argue. If Shen Yi hadn't rushed in, anyone who saw her in that state would have thought the same thing. "I lost my balance getting out and fell accidentally." Bringing this up made her feel dejected, and she spoke with a hint of grievance. Shen Yi hadn't expected such a simple answer, but looking at Fu Nanzi's white legs stretched across him, he realized it wasn't that simple. The injury was clearly from falling on the floor, but he had rescued her from the water. "Fine, so you fell. But why didn't you answer my calls?" Fu Nanzi mumbled, "My phone fell into the pool." "Oh? So you were trying to rescue your phone?" Shen Yi's tone was playful. Fu Nanzi missed his teasing tone and coughed slightly, shaking her head. "No, after I fell earlier, my phone slid in two, and then." Fu Nanzi kept her head down, too embarrassed to continue. The reason she had fallen into the pool was because she had been too flustered and hurried to get up. It was too foolish to admit. "Then what?" Seeing her hesitation, Shen Yi was determined to know the answer. Fu Nanzi covered her face and whimpered twice, shaking her head in refusal to answer. Seeing her behavior, Shen Yi concluded she definitely wasn't trying to commit suicide and largely believed her story about falling, so he didn't press further. The spacious living room fell silent, with an atmosphere that had somehow become intimate. Both tactfully avoided mentioning what had happened earlier. While Shen Yi appeared composed, he was actually a complete novice in these matters. Endless theoretical knowledge, but practically no practical experience. After rummaging through the first aid kit, Shen Yi made conversation by holding up a bottle of red flower oil, waving it before her. "Should I apply this and massage it a bit?" "Bring it in." At that moment, Fu Nanzi was so nervous and flustered that she didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Shen Yi spoke first, and she hastily nodded in agreement to help ease her inner shyness. Seeing her agreement, Shen Yi poured some medicine into his palm and carefully rubbed it to warm it up. To be honest, in Shen Yi's view, Fu Nanzi's psychological state was quite polarized. On the surface, Fu Nanzi appeared to others as a 27-year-old elite female lawyer. She was dedicated to her work, serious, and highly disciplined and efficient. In reality, the private Fu Nanzi was like an 18-year-old radiant young girl. Childish at heart, with downcast eyes, stubborn yet adorable. Her psychological age completely lagged behind her physical age. A mature woman's figure but with a young girl's heart. Holding his palm above Fu Nanzi's ankle, Shen Yi warned, "This might hurt a bit." Then he gently pressed on the bruised swelling and slowly applied pressure to massage it. Despite Shen Yi's warning, the stinging pain and soreness made Fu Nanzi furrow her brows and let out a sound. Shen Yi didn't stop because of her reaction. Now wasn't the time to be soft-hearted. Getting the medicine to penetrate fully would help her recover faster. As he skillfully massaged back and forth, Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel. Fu Nanzi's legs were absolutely perfect, long, straight calves without an ounce of excess fat, gleaming white under the light. Holding them felt like handling fine porcelain, making him afraid to apply too much pressure for fear of breaking such a precious treasure. Meanwhile, Fu Nanzi bit her lower lip, covering her face to hide her changing expressions from Shen Yi. The pain in her ankle was making her restless. The medicinal oil was pungent, his palms were warm, and the sprained area throbbed with a mix of pain and swelling. It felt like having used a massage gun after swimming several kilometers. What she couldn't express was another strange sensation that overshadowed the intense pain, filling her with an odd shyness that left her speechless. This feeling, mixed with the sharp pain, blurred the boundaries. The blush that had just subsided returned quickly, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Her slender fingers crumpled the bath towel as a bead of sweat appeared on her nose tip, trying hard not to make a sound. She feared that if she opened her mouth, she would make embarrassing noises. Shen Yi hadn't noticed Fu Nanzi's predicament at all, his hands working steadily as his mind wandered. It wasn't until he noticed that her fair legs had somehow taken on a rosy tint that he snapped back to attention. Releasing his hands, the swollen ankle had already reduced considerably. A couple more days of rest and it should be fully healed. What's wrong with you?" Shen Yi turned to look at Fu Nanzi. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Each time she would be completely flushed like she was drunk, not just red all over but seeming dazed, speaking incoherently. Fortunately, this time Fu Nanzi maintained her rationality, though her voice was barely audible, and Shen Yi almost couldn't hear her. Take me upstairs, I need to change clothes." Fu Nanzi couldn't say anything more. Thankfully Shen Yi had stopped in time. Since getting out of the pool, her body had become sweaty several times over. Fu Nanzi felt sticky all over and was desperate to take a shower and change into fresh clothes. Shen Yi carried her upstairs in his arms, opened the master bedroom door, and placed Fu Nanzi in the bathroom. Can you manage by yourself? With Fu Nanzi's leg condition, Shen Yi couldn't help but ask after setting her down. Fu Nanzi, wrapped in her towel, nodded without speaking, thinking to herself, even if I can't manage, what else can be done? Shen Yi gestured vaguely, realizing he'd asked a pointless question, and quietly closed the door as he left. Hearing sounds gradually coming from the bathroom, Shen Yi suddenly recalled how Fu Nanzi had looked coming out of the water. Her curvaceous figure, soft fair form, the splashing water sounds made his mind wander like grass growing wild. Shen Yi shook his head to clear his thoughts and quickly walked away, aimlessly wandering around the room. Fu Nanzi's master bedroom wasn't large but was decorated very cozily. A huge teddy bear, small plush toys, and cute felt crafts filled the room. Under warm lighting, it was every bit a young girl's room. Shen Yi thought nobody from the company would believe this was Fu Nanzi's room if they saw it. Walking to the cabinet, there were many photo frames displayed. The first was an old photograph of an adorable little girl standing in a field, laughing while holding a pinwheel. Though old, the photo was well preserved, showing Fu Nanzi grinning with pure joy. The second photo was taken by a lake, showing 3 people. Fu Nanzi in the middle was still in her teens, smiling brilliantly. Shen Yi guessed the middle-aged couple on either side must be her parents. The man looked steady and determined, wearing glasses that gave him a solemn appearance, while the woman looked graceful and elegant, embracing her daughter with a warm, radiant smile. Moving his gaze, below was a graduation photo. By then, Fu Nanzi had grown into a graceful young woman, wearing nerdy thick-framed glasses and showing a reserved smile. Looking closely, even the loose graduation gown couldn't completely hide her impressive figure, like a brilliant diamond buried in sand. Shen Yi looked at the photos row by row, as if gradually becoming immersed in Fu Nanzi's growth journey from childhood to adulthood. Suddenly, Shen Yi faintly heard Fu Nanzi calling softly. Walking a few steps to the translucent door, he heard her say quietly, Shen Yi, could you bring me my clothes? Shen Yi was stunned for a moment, realizing he had carried her in without bringing any change of clothes. Oh, sure, Shen Yi agreed, but turning around he realized he had no idea where Fu Nanzi kept her clothes, so he quickly asked, where are your clothes kept? There was silence for a moment, then, in the walk-in closet, first drawer of the first row, first drawer of the third row, then just grab any hanging piece of clothing for me, any of them will do. Fu Nanzi quickly explained where to find the clothes and then fell silent. She spoke as rapidly as reciting a menu, as if the slightest pause would make her too embarrassed to continue. Shen Yi memorized the instructions and turned right into the walk-in closet, opening both sides of the wardrobe to reveal neat rows of hanging clothes. Looking at himself in the full-length mirror, Shen Yi let out an amazed sound. He lived a simple bachelor's life, with just a few sets of everyday clothes, buying new ones only when old ones wore out. Moving was simple too, just dragging a suitcase around. Anything extra was just a burden to him. Bending down to open the first drawer, Shen Yi's breath caught. Inside were neatly folded rows of underwear, mostly in solid colors, nothing too bright. Shen Yi pushed aside distracting thoughts and randomly grabbed one piece before moving to the next drawer. Opening it confirmed his expectations. It contained upper garments, not small in size and very consistent in shape. Picking matching colors, Shen Yi grabbed a hanging piece of clothing from the side and walked out. Approaching the door, he turned the handle to create a small gap. Shen Yi gentlemanly extended his left hand holding the clothes through the gap, intending for Fu Nanzi to take them herself. Leaning against the door, his hand remained suspended in air as Shen Yi waited, but Fu Nanzi didn't take the clothes. Then Fu Nanzi's voice came, Shen Yi, please bring them in, I can't reach them. Grand reward settlement. What? Shen Yi responded instinctively, then reacted with confusion. Please bring it in, I can't reach it from here. Fu Nanzi, thinking Shen Yi hadn't heard clearly, repeated herself with a blushing face. This time he definitely heard clearly. Shen Yi's heart was pounding as he pushed open the door and walked in. The first thing he saw was the foggy mirror, with a white, blurry figure reflected in it that he couldn't make out clearly. Shen Yi turned his head stiffly, and upon seeing the actual situation, felt both relief and disappointment. Fu Nanzi was currently huddled behind the shower curtain, carefully poking out half of her head to look at him. The milky white curtain blocked the entire view, leaving one feeling regretful. Shen Yi adjusted his mindset and handed over the clothes. Carefully taking them, Fu Nanzi withdrew completely, followed by rustling sounds. Fu Nanzi felt that the excitement of this day exceeded that of her entire previous life combined, to the point where she felt somewhat numb. Putting on the underwear that Shen Yi had picked out, Fu Nanzi finally felt some sense of security. Looking at the remaining outerwear, Fu Nanzi couldn't help but pout. The shirt that Shen Yi had grabbed should have been paired with dress pants or a skirt suit. Wearing it alone was too. But with only this piece available, Fu Nanzi had no choice but to put it on. The shirt wasn't large. Once buttoned, it was a bit tight, with the hem falling near her upper thighs. It wouldn't have been an issue normally, But now this half-covered state made her feel even more shy. After hesitating for a moment while gripping the curtain, Funanzi pulled it open with a might-as-well attitude. In the steam-filled bathroom, Funanzi appeared with a towel wrapped around her head, catching Shen Yi's attention immediately. Since she couldn't move around now, she naturally had to rely on Shen Yi for everything. Bending down to lift her up at the waist, her long legs draped over his arm, his vision filled with a white haze. Earlier in the swimsuit was stunning enough, but now half-dressed like this, the situation hadn't improved. If anything, it left even more to the imagination. Shen Yi felt his nose getting hot, sensing the onset of a fever. He hadn't expected that randomly grabbing a piece of clothing would have such an effect. He wasn't sure if it was Funanzi's figure that was too provocative or if his choice had been too inappropriate. After laying Funanzi on the bed and tucking her in, Shen Yi prepared to take his leave. This chaotic day had been quite random, but thinking about it more carefully, it was quite intoxicating. Hearing this, Funanzi struggled to sit up and said, "I'll go with you. I need to stop by the property management office, they're waiting for us." Shen Yi shook his head and pressed her back down, refusing. "Your legs aren't working well, I'll go explain by myself. Besides, Wainan's car is still there, I need to return it." Since it was just a simulation, it didn't matter whether they gave an explanation to the property management tonight or not. Shen Yi didn't want to trouble Funanzi. Funanzi obediently lay down, but kept her big eyes fixed on Shen Yi. Her gaze was intense, and Shen Yi didn't avoid it. Looking back at her, the atmosphere grew quiet again. Funanzi wanted to speak but couldn't open her mouth. Shen Yi wanted to leave but couldn't move his feet. As they gazed at each other, their hands beneath the silk covers had somehow become intertwined. As the warmth intermingled, they slowly drew closer. "Your free action time has expired. Simulation continues." Shen Yi, who was at home, suddenly stood up, having just been kicked out of the simulation, completely dumbfounded. "Come on, man," cutting off at the crucial moment. "Are you even human?" One couldn't blame Shen Yi for cursing. It was precisely at the critical moment, with Funanzi's shy face right in front of him with closed eyes. How could anyone not be frustrated? However, the system didn't care about Shen Yi's thoughts. The 1-hour time limit was fixed and wouldn't change for anyone's wishes. Fortunately, the simulation continued and wasn't interrupted by the time limit. Shen Yi just couldn't act freely anymore. Love is the end of one relationship and the beginning of another. You love everything about Funanzi, lingering in her beauty, your heart's joy about to burst, even wanting to dance with her. Funanzi progressed from timidity to curiosity, from admiration to desire. You both showed remarkable chemistry and harmony. You talked until very late. The property management from downstairs came to check once more, but you two managed to handle it. Li Weinan called you, but Funanzi freed a hand to hang up the phone. You stayed overnight at Funanzi's home. A confession is the victory march, not the charge signal. Tonight your signal was very loud, along with the violin beside you that seemed to hum softly. You two are now in love. Simulation complete. System calculating. Overall rating, S. Your charm has increased, your conquest experience has increased. Rewards, conquest points 1, free attribute point 1, charm 4. System comment, the best love isn't because we need to be together, but because we want to be together. You've received S-rank reward, talent card. Would you like to unlock S-rank exclusive achievement reward? A waterfall of notifications flooded his vision, with various evaluations and rewards overwhelming Shen Yi. Funanzi, as an SSR-level character with a comprehensive score of 97, was finally successfully conquered by Shen Yi after multiple simulations. Although he had anticipated the rating wouldn't be too bad, the S-rank still excited Shen Yi. It made all his efforts worthwhile. Sure enough, after achieving such a high rating, the rewards didn't disappoint Shen Yi. Not only were there attribute points as rewards, but the system was also particularly generous with charm points, giving him 4 points. Shen Yi estimated that after about a dozen more conquests, reaching 100 might not be just a dream. Everyone has a love for beauty, and Shen Yi was no exception. He had seen countless examples of the advantages of good looks throughout his life. It might not have been so obvious in school, but in the few years since entering society, Shen Yi had deeply experienced it. Pragmatically speaking, appearance is a resource, a natural advantage that applies regardless of gender. No one would complain about being too attractive, otherwise, the medical aesthetics industry wouldn't exist. Below came a series of new information, all rewards accompanying the S-rank evaluation. Shen Yi clicked on the talent card, and its specific information immediately appeared. Talent card, randomly draw a talent from the talent pool. The description was simple and easy to understand, though Shen Yi didn't know what kinds of talents were included in this talent pool. However, since it was a draw, he could only leave it to fate, though surely any talent would be decent. Just as he was about to click, Shen Yi withdrew his hand. He wasn't typically superstitious, but since the system had appeared, It was better to believe than not. Shen Yi decided to wait until after he had bathed and changed clothes to draw the card. This was already quite simple. Back in college, his roommates' game card drawing rituals were practically shamanic ceremonies. These included, but weren't limited to, bathing and changing clothes, lighting incense, reciting incantations, choosing auspicious dates, and sacrificing lifespans. Of course, the lifespan sacrifice usually wasn't their own. Although Shen Yi didn't adopt such complicated rituals, he still wanted to take the appearance and attitude seriously. Till death do us part. Putting aside the card drawing matter, Shen Yi looked at the final item. Would you like to unlock the S-tier exclusive achievement reward? Yes. You've unlocked Fu Nanzi's exclusive romance achievement, growing old together. Would you like to proceed with scene tracing? Though confused, Shen Yi could only continue clicking. Yes. You fell in love. Fu Nanzi's nature was reserved and gentle, but her emotions were like surging waves. Once she committed to you, she spared no effort in declaring her feelings to her entire world. Even though her world was small. Colleagues in the company were first surprised, wondering how the aloof gardenia flower had been picked so quickly. While everyone was puzzled, upon learning it was you, they understood. Who else could it have been but you? Although colleagues were supportive at heart, office romance was forbidden in the company, and you both soon received warnings from the department. When Fu Nanzi learned of this, she winked playfully and told you she would activate her superpower. You thought Fu Nanzi just had another crazy idea and didn't pay much attention. Soon after, the superpower manifested. The most powerful law firm in the city and province, Jinheng, extended you an olive branch. Although starting as an assistant, this was a ladder to heaven that countless people could only dream of. When you nervously went to report for duty, you opened the office door to find Fu Nanzi pretending to sit formally in the main seat. Seeing your dumbfounded expression, Fu Nanzi couldn't maintain her composure anymore. She broke into a bright girlish smile, her soft, supple form leaping into your arms like a child seeking praise. It turned out Fu Nanzi had also resigned from her advisory position, transferring back from Yancheng Group to be with you. The reason it's called a superpower is because of its irresistible nature. Jinheng's founder was Fu Yuanyu, and Fu Nanzi's original job was being Fu Yuanyu's assistant, while you became Fu Nanzi's assistant. When you asked Fu Nanzi what your job was, she replied, "Your job is to love me and make me happy." When you asked how long you'd have to work, she answered, "For a lifetime." This was completely beyond your control. You were utterly defeated by this superpower. And so, you immersed yourself in this paradise of tenderness. Fu Nanzi's world was small, but holding you made her as happy as if she held the whole world. Over time, you melted in her doting love, even developing stomach problems. Once you wanted to be a real man who could hold up the sky, but now with an easy life laid before you, who could escape the law of immediate satisfaction, all you could say was how wonderful it was. Fu's father and Fu's mother were very supportive of your relationship. Fu Nanzi's previous self-punishing discipline had alarmed Fu's father and pained Fu's mother. Their earlier decision to let her work at Tiancheng Group was carefully considered, hoping to untie the knots in her heart. Now seeing you two so deeply in love, those knots weren't just untied, they were replaced with new bonds. No matter what, seeing Fu Nanzi transformed into someone full of girlish charm was something neither you nor her parents had seen in over a decade. The elderly couple, loving their daughter deeply, could only feel satisfaction. You got engaged. Fu Nanzi didn't want a bride price from you and offered a simple dowry. She told you she couldn't bring much, just a villa, 2 cars, and a little cash after marriage, as her parents wanted you two to work hard on your own. At this point, Shen Yi's mouth twitched. Where could one find such a wonderful woman as Fu Nanzi? For the first time, Shen Yi felt jealous of himself, wishing he could jump into the simulation and take his place, lamenting that it was all virtual. The wedding was quickly scheduled. After both sets of parents met, you held a grand wedding. At the wedding, you exchanged rings and made vows. At the banquet, you performed the traditional wine ceremony, gazing at each other. Fu Nanzi embraced you, choking back happy tears. Classmates and colleagues offered their blessings, enviously watching you perfect couple. During the feast, old Dai got drunk, hugging you and patting your shoulder, praising your good fortune in marriage. Su Shun, drunk, grabbed you and complained bitterly, feeling both envious and jealous, saying you had betrayed your pact to stay single and secretly found an easy life. You laughed and consoled him, drinking heavily with your close friends until you were completely drunk. Shen Yi's vision blurred as he was drawn into the scene through the text. The gauze curtains hung low, creating a dreamy atmosphere. The bed was surrounded by brocade, and the ceiling was covered with embroidered felt, making it both warm and cozy. Under the red brocade quilt, the newlywed slept soundly. Shen Yi woke from his dream, holding his head and taking a deep breath, his mind foggy from the hangover. Turning his head, he saw Fu Nanzi sleeping peacefully, her straight nose and long eyelashes giving her the appearance of a heavenly beauty. Under the brocade quilt, her lowering figure was faintly visible, inspiring imagination. her delicate skin trembling slightly. After last night's exertions, Fu Nanzi hadn't yet awakened. Shen Yi smiled, feeling blessed to have married her. He bent down to kiss her forehead, planning to get up and make breakfast for Fu Nanzi. Just as he turned, a fair arm reached for his shoulder. "Honey Tilda." Fu Nanzi called out to Shen Yi without opening her eyes, still half asleep. With a gentle pull of her arm, Shen Yi rolled back beside her and asked, "What is it, Nanzi?" Fu Nanzi's eyes curved in a smile as she wrapped her arms around Shen Yi's neck, softly coaxing, "Don't go, honey. I want more." Shen Yi shook his head helplessly. Fu Nanzi loved studying, and they had already had a late-night lesson, but he hadn't expected her to want morning lessons too. Since the pool incident, Fu Nanzi had gradually shed her shyness. The two had become inseparable, and now she demanded more, addicted to bedroom pleasures. "It's our first day as newlyweds, and you want to stay in bed? Besides, skipping breakfast isn't good for your health. Be good, sleep a bit more while I make you breakfast." Fu Nanzi's eyes sparkled as she pouted, "Our parents aren't living with us. Why are you getting up so early? Are you heading to court?" Then, holding tight to Shen Yi's neck to keep him from leaving, she couldn't help but laugh and say, "Forget breakfast, come eat me instead." She leaned in to kiss him. Shen Yi tilted his head back, pretending to be disgusted. "Ugh, you haven't brushed your teeth yet, no kissing." "Oh really? You dare complain about me? Your job is to love me and make me happy, understand? Now get to work." Fu Nanzi freed a hand to tickle Shen Yi, making silly faces. Shen Yi couldn't stop laughing as he was tickled, immediately counterattacking. "Fine then, today your husband shall play hooky like an emperor." Fu Nanzi laughed heartily, her voice gradually growing softer until it became inaudible. In the warm bed with its red curtains, they rolled about, enjoying their blissful time together. Regret. What happened next? The soft bed, the red curtains, the brocade quilt rolling, and then Shen Yi was so frustrated that he slapped his thigh. The beginning was so exciting, but just when it got to the crucial moment, the scene cut away. Shen Yi couldn't control the scene's rewind, he could only guess that the memory was too vast, fearing it might overwhelm him. The rewind continued. "Your married life is blissful and harmonious, deeply in love, living like a pair of immortal lovers, envied by many." Fu Nanzi's family background is far superior to yours, yet her demeanor and attitude are never condescending. She always values your opinions. Your father-in-law is wise and reasonable, your mother-in-law gentle and generous. Neither of them looks down on you because of your background, only wishing for your happiness and harmony. You are grateful for their support, taking care of Fu Nanzi in life, doting on her, and working diligently and responsibly. Moreover, you are no slouch. With your professional knowledge and a little help from your father-in-law, you quickly achieve great success. With both career and love flourishing, you are in high spirits and soon bring your parents to live in the city. Your parents fully approve of Fu Nanzi as their daughter-in-law, their eyes filled with satisfaction, making you feel like an outsider. Time slowly passes, and you gradually enter middle age. Except for declining physical strength, everything else is steadily improving. The only regret is that you still do not have a child. The eager expectations of both sets of parents make Fu Nanzi feel suffocated. The rewind scene appeared again. That night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The silvery moonlight flowed into the room through the curtains, spreading a layer of frost on the floor, illuminating the room brightly. The fragrance of the moon paled in comparison to the scent of the person beside you. The rouge was in disarray, the water rippled, the spring thunder rumbled, and the rain dispersed. On the soft bed, Shen Yi held Fu Nanzi to rest, with only faint breaths in the room. In middle age, the flesh grows back on the thighs, not as vigorous as in the honeymoon phase. A little exertion leaves him panting. Yet, his wife's charm was irresistible, always stirring his passion. Today, Fu Nanzi was unusually silent, not asking for more, just resting on Shen Yi's chest. Suddenly, droplets of moisture seeped into his skin. Shen Yi looked down in confusion and asked, "Nanzi, what's wrong?" Fu Nanzi's sobs were the only response. "I'm 35." Fu Nanzi was 2 years older than Shen Yi. Hearing her say this, he thought she was anxious and comforted her. 35 is nothing. My wife is as beautiful as an 18-year-old girl." Fu Nanzi's tears kept falling like strings, just shaking her head. "Last week, I tried again, but still didn't get pregnant." This matter had weighed heavily on Fu Nanzi's heart for a long time. After 7 or 8 years of marriage, her belly still showed no signs. The two had undergone countless medical examinations, all results indicating good health. Various methods to protect the fetus had been tried, but no child was conceived. The longing of both sets of parents, coupled with Fu Nanzi's own desire for a child, all these frustrations burst out on this late night. Shen Yi immediately turned over, hugging Fu Nanzi tightly from behind. "It's not your fault, it's my body that's not up to par." Fu Nanzi continued to cry, choking out, "It's not your problem, It's me. Shen Yi's sperm had strong vitality, confirmed by multiple examinations. Although Shen Yi always took the blame, how could Fu Nanzi be fooled? The human body is both marvelous and complex. The inability to find the cause kept Fu Nanzi holding on to hope. But now she was 35, even with advanced technology, she was considered a high-risk pregnancy. The prolonged inability to conceive, coupled with age anxiety, finally broke her. Shen Yi knew she had a tendency towards depression and paid extra attention to her emotions, quickly saying, "The examination also said you were healthy, do you think the doctor would lie to you?" "I saw the report, it's my problem. I don't even dare to go home and see my mom." Fu Nanzi couldn't continue, tears streaming uncontrollably. Shen Yi kissed her earlobe and whispered in her ear, "I married you, not your parents. I've already talked to them, I don't like kids." "It's okay, just blame it on me." Shen Yi's words slightly warmed Fu Nanzi, but she knew it was just a pretext. He didn't want her to be sad. "But I like it. I want to give you a child." Shen Yi understood Fu Nanzi's thoughts. Over the years, they had raised cats and dogs at home, but sometimes Fu Nanzi would still gaze at other people's children while shopping. Shen Yi didn't want Fu Nanzi to sink into low spirits, playfully pinching her soft flesh. "All right, if you want a child, come and take it." With that, he dived under the covers to tease her. But Fu Nanzi, usually insatiable, stopped Shen Yi. In the moonlight, Fu Nanzi's face was as pure as a celestial being, only the 2 lines of tears marring its sanctity, making Shen Yi feel protective. "Husband, why don't you find someone else?" "What?" Shen Yi thought he had misheard. "Find someone outside, have a child, and we'll raise it ourselves." Fu Nanzi's eyes were clear, her tone serious. This idea must have been brewing in her mind for a while. Shen Yi incredulously said, "Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" "You can pay for it, or try IVF, I'll raise the child as my own." Fu Nanzi's voice was firm, as if possessed. Shen Yi couldn't listen to her madness, shaking his head and hugging her tightly. "No, I don't want a child that's not born from you." With that, he stubbornly kissed her, silencing her next words. The scene faded away. Shen Yi let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Beneath the facade of happiness and harmony lay a little-known regret. Fu Nanzi's extreme nature had shown signs before in the simulations. She was a natural perfectionist, previously only pursuing perfection in work, but after meeting Shen Yi, her life was perfect too, except for the inability to have a child, a flaw she couldn't tolerate. Now, after long repression, she had come up with such an idea, indicating she was at her wit's end. Your comfort temporarily calmed Fu Nanzi, but it was only superficial. Her heart's not remained. "Your father-in-law, Fu Yuanyu, is aging and frail. Most of Jinheng's affairs have gradually been handed over to you, and you have lived up to his expectations, running the firm successfully. You are vigorous and strong, spending most of your time busy with work, while Fu Nanzi secretly plans something without your knowledge." Fortunately, your concern for Fu Nanzi never waned. You soon noticed her abnormalities and, after questioning, discovered she had been secretly arranging introductions for you, her previous words not being mere talk. You resolutely refused and forced her to give up. You would not do such a thing. Fu Nanzi didn't want to make you angry, so she severed all connections. In the days that followed, you returned to normal, but her spirit gradually waned. The best love. Fu Nanzi sees herself as imperfect, constantly battling with inner turmoil. Your comfort has little effect. She loves you more than herself. The deeper your love, the more guilty she feels, which only intensifies her inner struggle. You watch as Fu Nanzi becomes increasingly silent, her temperament reverting to how she was when you first met. Worried, you decide to find a way to heal her. Through proper legal procedures, you adopt a baby girl. You let her take Fu Nanzi's surname and name her Fu Shenyan, with the nickname Little Belle. When you bring Little Belle to Fu Nanzi, her eyes finally regain their spark of life. The tiny arms, chubby cheeks, delicate feet, the adorable baby is impossible not to love. Fu Nanzi, who already had a fondness for children, cannot resist and embraces her as her own. Fu Nanzi recovers, smiles return to her face. She keeps busy every day, learning and caring, afraid she won't be good enough as a mother. As Little Belle grows stronger, your life gradually returns to normal. 10 years later, you officially take over the Jinheng law firm from your father-in-law, inheriting all his connections and resources. After years of management, you've earned an excellent reputation in the industry and respect across all sectors, reaching the peak of your career. Fu Nanzi, now in her 40s, remains graceful like a well-aged wine, rich, lingering, and endless in its appeal. You still can't get enough of her. 20 years later, you bid farewell to both sets of parents, and suddenly realize you two have become elderly. Little Belle has grown up and has her own life story. Your love with Fu Nanzi remains strong. She can recognize you by your presence alone. All past knots have dissolved with time like gentle rain, nurturing the field of life. 50 years later, You're in your twilight years, having lived over 80 years with few regrets. Jinheng has been handed over to your daughter Fushnian. The younger generation has their own fortune to make, and you neither want nor have the energy to manage it anymore. A few years ago, you moved to an unnamed island to spend your retirement. It was a beautiful sunny morning. The elderly sleep less, and Shen Yi opened his eyes at 5 or 6, suddenly wide awake and unable to return to sleep. Age had taken its toll. Shen Yi's mobility was now limited. Fu Nanzi, however, seemed to grow more vibrant with age. In her 80s, she could still run and jump, eat and sleep well, her health defying her years. Shen Yi used to enjoy walking, but in recent years, he needed to be pushed in a wheelchair. Refusing help from the live-in caregiver, Fu Nanzi took control of the wheelchair and pushed Shen Yi outside. The courtyard was filled with various flowers, a hobby they'd developed in their later years, a way to pass the endless time. The warm sunlight and fragrant flowers created a drowsy atmosphere. But today, Shen Yi was particularly alert. He turned back to look at Fu Nanzi and suggested, "Nanzi, I want to go outside." Fu Nanzi, now with short hair, appeared spirited and alert, her eyes crinkled with smile lines, exuding a dignified and benevolent air. "Outside where? Around the island?" Seeing Shen Yi nod, Fu Nanzi understood and agreed after giving some instructions. "All right, I'll have someone bring you a blanket, and we'll go right away." Once lovers, now family, their love had evolved but remained just as strong. In their youth, Shen Yi doted on Fu Nanzi, but in old age, the roles had reversed. These years, Shen Yi was like a child, often willful. Fu Nanzi always smiled and accommodated him, allowing everything. Her indulgence made even their daughter tease them about being sickeningly sweet. After tucking the blanket carefully around Shen Yi's legs, she began pushing him outside. The seaside was windy, and although it was spring, Fu Nanzi remained cautious about protecting her frail husband from the elements. As the wheelchair rolled over the grass, the sea breeze cleared their minds, bringing back memories of half a lifetime. Today, Shen Yi was particularly talkative, reminiscing about the past and making Fu Nanzi laugh heartily. "Your eldest grandson said he wants to visit you soon." Fu Nanzi shared details from last night's phone call with their daughter Fushnian, who was too busy to visit often and wanted her son to spend some time with his grandparents. Shen Yi waved his hand dismissively. "No need to come, let them be." Having been young once himself, Shen Yi knew this was the age for enjoying life, not spending time with old folks. Fu Nanzi didn't mind, smiling and saying, "Whatever you want." They slowly made their way to the island's southern edge, where rocky outcrops forced them to stop. The waves ceaselessly crashed against the shore, the vast ocean expanding their spirits. Suddenly, Shen Yi sighed, "You're still so healthy, but I'm failing. I won't be able to stay with you much longer." Fu Nanzi frowned and chided, "Hush, don't talk nonsense. The doctor says you're fine." They say people become more accepting with age, but Fu Nanzi grew more anxious. She often avoided Shen Yi's mentions of death and separation, though they both knew that day would eventually come. But Fu Nanzi wished for that day to be as far away as possible. "Are you some kind of spirit?" Shen Yi suddenly turned back, teasing her. Fu Nanzi couldn't understand his childish rambling. "What spirit? How could I be a spirit?" Shen Yi spoke mysteriously, "I think you must be. When I was young, you must have absorbed my yang energy, that's why you're so healthy now." He couldn't continue and burst into laughter. Fu Nanzi grew increasingly flustered listening to him, a rare blush appearing on her face. She gently patted his age-spotted arm and said with mock annoyance, "You old rascal, what nonsense are you talking about?" Suddenly, Fu Nanzi's cheerful mood faltered, her smile slowly fading. Without warning, Shen Yi's previously loud laughter had become inaudible. Fu Nanzi stumbled slightly, moving to face Shen Yi only to find him slumped over, peaceful as if in sleep. First came grief, her eyes filled with bewilderment as she clutched his hand and caressed his face. Then came a smile, her heart finding acceptance as she bent down to place a gentle kiss on his forehead. "You passed away peacefully at the age of 83. In your final moment, you didn't forget your duty, to make her laugh every day. You left your considerable estate to Fu Nanzi. She gave half to the children and donated the other half, keeping nothing for herself. Fu Nanzi carefully arranged your funeral, burying you in a sea of gardenia flowers on the island's southern edge. 1 month after your burial, Fu Nanzi's robust health rapidly declined. Unable to endure any night without you, she soon passed away. Fu Nanzi was buried beside you, only in your embrace could she find peaceful rest. On the back of your tombstones was carved, "The best love isn't because we need to be together, but because we want to be together." End of origin trace. A dream of South Cocoon. Shen Yi sat by the bed for a long time, unable to regain his composure. Intense emotions surged through him, making his chest heave and tears flow. Although protected by the system, the vast memories had been blurred to prevent overwhelming him, yet such an immersive real experience still left Shen Yi unsettled. That long and wonderful life, the deeply loving couple, experienced no dramatic separations, only peaceful love and family bonds. No wonder the achievement was called growing old together. Shen Yi took a deep breath to shake off his melancholy and turned his attention to check his attributes. Name, Shen Yi. Level, LV.2. Strength, 8. Stamina, 7. Energy, 9. Charm, 74. Assets, 219,533.5. Strategy points, 2. Attribute points, 2. The benefit of gaining 1 point in strength was already evident, making Shen Yi value the precious free attribute points even more. Shen Yi's previous physical condition was barely better than that of a fragile college student. After more than 2 years of sitting around without exercise, plus irregular eating habits, he had developed a small layer of fat around his belly. Now with 1 point added to strength, his overall condition had improved significantly. Getting up to wash, he returned to find it was already 10:30. Well, late again. Time passed imperceptibly in the simulation. It had been only 8 o'clock earlier, and now 2.5 hours had gone by. Being late didn't matter anymore since Fu Nanzi had been successfully won over, so work became optional. Shen Yi still planned to go one last time, first to handle his resignation properly, and second to bid farewell to his colleagues, parting on good terms. Looking at himself in the mirror, Shen Yi smiled. The 4 points in charm had an immediate effect. Just brushing his hair up changed his entire aura completely. Dressed neatly, he left home and took a taxi to the company. Pushing open the door to the advertising department, several people whispered as he entered. Shen Yi ignored them and sat at his workstation, feeling somewhat dazed. In the simulation, he had spent most of his time in the legal department, so sitting here now felt like revisiting an old haunt. Su Shun came over at this moment, winking as he said, "Impressive, brother, getting all handsome for a blind date. Huh?" Shen Yi looked at Su Shun with fondness and joked back, "Yeah, going on a date with your beloved Lin Ruoyu tilde." Su Shun extended a playful finger in mock seriousness. "Hey, we're brothers but hands off my woman, got it tilde?" While packing up his things at his desk, Shen Yi chatted casually with him. "So how's your progress with her?" At this, Su Shun excitedly said, "Almost there, we're at the stage of knowing each other's names." Shen Yi's mouth twitched hearing this. Everyone in the department knew Lin Ruoyu's name. Then Su Shun sighed deeply. "If I could marry Lin Ruoyu in this life, I wouldn't mind driving luxury cars and living in villas." This left Shen Yi completely speechless. "Damn, you want it all, don't you?" Suddenly Shen Yi froze. Wasn't this exactly like himself in the simulation? He had nearly criticized his own behavior. He had packed about half his things when Dai Tiefeng's office door opened and he called out. Shen Yi wasn't surprised. With his lateness today, it would be strange if his boss didn't want to have a talk. Su Shun gave him a wink, as if wishing him good luck. Shen Yi returned a reassuring look and stood up to walk over. Closing the door, Shen Yi sat down. Dai Tiefeng looked at him with furrowed brows and asked, "What emergency was it today?" This was giving him a chance to explain. A gentle start. Shen Yi was grateful for his consideration and shook his head saying, "No emergency, I just want to resign." Dai Tiefeng was stunned, nearly dropping his cigarette, and hurriedly caught it asking, "What happened? Why the sudden resignation?" Before Shen Yi could answer, he quickly added, "Is it because of Lu Changjiang? Don't worry, I won't keep troublemakers like him around. With my methods, even if he refuses to leave, I have 9 ways to deal with him." 9. Shen Yi smiled and waved his hand. Though only a day had passed, hearing that name felt like a century ago. Someone like Lu Changjiang couldn't leave any lasting impact on his mind. "It's not because of him. It's my personal decision to strike out on my own." As he spoke, Shen Yi moved the ashtray from the right to place it in front of Dai Tiefeng and continued, "Brother Dai, for over 2 years, you've treated me well. I'm grateful for your kindness, and if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know." Dai Tiefeng took a deep drag of his cigarette and flicked the ash, nodding, "All right. Brother wishes you great success. I'll sign your resignation papers." Once Shen Yi put it this way, Dai Tiefeng knew he couldn't keep him, and though regretful, could only offer his blessings. The news of his resignation spread quickly, and soon everyone in Team 3 knew. People came up to inquire, some curious, some consoling, some regretful, some envious. Shen Yi patiently responded to everyone, not becoming arrogant just because he was leaving. Finding a moment, Shen Yi went to greet Zhou Huijin, also offering her some encouragement. The young girl was fine in every way, just lacking confidence. Zhou Huijin nodded blankly, stealing glances at him. Among the crowd, Shen Yi radiated vitality, his expression animated, his manner proper, carrying a natural air of authority. The whole person seemed to glow. After submitting his resignation report, it was quickly approved with signatures from the team leader and supervisor. Technically, the report should have been submitted a month in advance, But things weren't actually that complicated in practice. Such formalities only matter when the company doesn't want to let you go or when there are handover issues. Shen Yi was just a tiny cog in the machine, with plenty of college graduates waiting to replace him, so he didn't warrant such treatment. With all procedures completed and goodbyes said to colleagues, Shen Yi entered the elevator carrying his box. His finger hovered over the 11th floor button before finally pressing one instead. Though he wanted to visit the legal department, he had neither reason nor status to do so, seeing it would only bring unnecessary distress. The simulation was just a simulation after all, and needed to be separated from reality, Shen Yi reminded himself. Leaving the company entrance, Shen Yi took one last look at the Tiancheng Group sign before taking a taxi home. At Songping Garden, peaceful lake residence, Fu Nanzi woke from her sleep with a slightly heavy head, as if she had slept for a very long time. Sitting up in bed, Fu Nanzi held her forehead, her temples throbbing as if she had just had a very long dream. She sat dazed for several minutes before finally clearing her thoughts. Was that a dream? Or did I travel back in time? Thanks to the internet, she had watched many TV dramas and understood the concept of time travel. The dream was incredibly real, depicting her entire life. Although most memories were somewhat blurry, she could recall the general outline of past experiences. The logic was complete, the details vivid, too real to be just a dream. Husband? Shen Yi? Suddenly Fu Nanzi remembered the man who had accompanied her throughout her life. At the thought of him, tears began flowing uncontrollably. At this moment, she desperately hoped she had truly traveled back in time, because only then would she still have a chance to find him. Verification. As a lawyer, Fu Nanzi had always possessed clear logical thinking. Whether it's real or not, a simple verification will tell. The dream scene felt too real for Fu Nanzi to ignore. After a brief recollection, she remembered a small incident that could help verify her suspicion. Fu Nanzi used to have a necklace she loved dearly, which suddenly disappeared one day. She searched for it extensively but couldn't find it. After time passed, she assumed she had lost it carelessly, but during her relationship with Shen Yi, he somehow managed to find it. Fu Nanzi got out of bed, her silky nightgown flowing like water. She approached her vanity table and crouched down, calming her nervous heart. Carefully moving the cabinet, she found a white gold necklace lying quietly in its place, just as expected. Fu Nanzi immediately picked it up, clasping it in her palms and holding it to her chest. How wonderful, it's all real. Fu Nanzi's eyes were full of hope, and her heart brimmed with endless joy, all culminating in those simple words of gratitude. Taking out her phone, Fu Nanzi called her mother with an anxious heart. When the call connected, hearing the familiar voice made her feel a surge of emotion rising from her chest to her nose, and her eyes instantly reddened. Mom. Possibly detecting her daughter's choked voice, Fu's mother Ji Shulan quickly asked, "What's wrong, Nanzi? Did someone bully you?" Fu Nanzi sniffled, blinked her eyes, and hurriedly replied with a smile, "It's nothing, Mom. I just had a dream and missed you." Her mother sighed in relief and responded with a laugh, "Must have been a nightmare. Don't listen to your father, come home whenever you want, and I'll cook your favorite dishes." The mother and daughter chatted briefly before hanging up. Fu Nanzi actually wanted to tell her mother that it wasn't a nightmare, but rather the most perfect dream. After composing herself, Fu Nanzi went to the bathroom to freshen up. Perhaps because the dream had lasted so long, she had woken up late today. Looking at the clock, it was already past 10. However, her work as a legal consultant wasn't particularly demanding, and being new at Tiancheng Corporation meant no one really supervised her, so being a bit late wasn't a big issue. Walking into her closet, she removed her nightgown, revealing her beautifully curved figure. Her fingers glided across the hangers, and Fu Nanzi smiled knowingly, remembering the scene of their first meeting. After some hesitation, she chose a dark-colored dress suit. Fu Nanzi only knew that Shen Yi had been transferred from the advertising department, but she wasn't sure of the exact date. Not wanting to change anything about their first meeting, she chose to wear her usual outfit. After dressing completely, Fu Nanzi approached her vanity and picked up her unfashionable thick black frame glasses. She actually didn't need glasses, but wore them to avoid unnecessary attention. Even so, she never lacked admirers, though she hadn't been interested in such matters before. Driving out of the garage, since she was already late, Fu Nanzi decided to make a detour to an optical shop. One could say that their relationship changed because of a pair of glasses. He was so clever to have figured out her face blindness and come up with such a solution. He neither made a fuss about it nor showed fake sympathy, but quietly helped increase her ability to recognize people. This was the key reason why Fu Nanzi had initially developed feelings for him. Parking and entering the optical shop, Fu Nanzi directly stated her requirements to the clerk. After the clerk finished the preparation, she walked out with the glasses case. "Humph, you're mine and no one can take you away." In her dream, Shen Yi had been quite popular in the department, good-looking with an agreeable personality, Many young women liked to gather around him. Although Fu Nanzi had confidence in both herself and Shen Yi, she couldn't help feeling anxious. These glasses were her prepared golden headband. She wasn't the same person as before, and marking her territory was the right thing to do. The previous regular glasses that Shen Yi had hastily gotten made were of poor quality and broke shortly after. This time, Fu Nanzi decided to get him a good pair. After parking the car and tucking the glasses case into her bag, Fu Nanzi entered the elevator. Walking into the department, she was immediately greeted. "Good morning, Lawyer Fu." Fu Nanzi paused, quickly assessed the person, and responded smoothly, "Good morning to you too, little Li." Thanks to Shen Yi, she probably wouldn't have recognized them before. Walking down the long corridor, Fu Nanzi discreetly glanced at that familiar workstation. As expected, it was empty. He probably hasn't been transferred yet, Fu Nanzi thought to herself. Opening her office door, Fu Nanzi sat down and put her bag aside. Although only a day had passed, the arrangement of items on her desk gave her an oddly unfamiliar feeling. She casually flipped through the documents on her desk, all brought by the legal intern before her arrival. Some needed her review, others her signature. Taking the glasses case from her bag, Fu Nanzi opened the drawer and placed it in a corner. A familiar notebook caught her eye. Fu Nanzi picked it up and opened it, finding pages filled with detailed descriptions of various colleagues' characteristics, all written by her previously. Looking at it now, Fu Nanzi couldn't help but smile. She no longer needed it. She now knew everyone in the department. Though the notebook was no longer necessary, Fu Nanzi didn't throw it away, instead keeping it in the drawer as a memento. "I'll just wait quietly for him to appear." While driving, Fu Nanzi had considered going to find Shen Yi directly, but feared startling him. After much thought, she decided not to change history and let things progress naturally. Reliving their first meeting seemed like an enjoyable experience to Fu Nanzi. Finally having quit his job, Shen Yi felt completely unburdened. Since graduating from university, he had been working almost non-stop for over 2 years. Except for Chinese New Year, he barely had time to return home, and even regular rest days were sporadic. In a less busy month, he might get 3 or 4 days off, but during busy periods, he might not even get 1 day off in a month. After working intensely for nearly 2 years without any career advancement or prospects for promotion, Shen Yi suddenly gained clarity. Throwing his bag aside, Shen Yi lay back on his bed, rolling around comfortably. After resting his eyes for a while, he took out his phone and left all work groups, discussion groups, and miscellaneous groups. Then he uninstalled work apps and DingTalk, executing a smooth series of actions in one go. After checking his now clean phone, Shen Yi finally felt at ease. He hadn't felt much when initially quitting, but now after deleting all the software, he felt truly relieved. It was as if a weight he'd been carrying for over 2 years had finally been lifted, and he no longer had to worry about his phone suddenly ringing. It seemed all his ringtone anxiety had been cured in an instant. This kind of lightness and freedom was something outsiders couldn't understand. After lying there for a while, he started feeling hungry. "Time to eat. Let's go out for something good." Shen Yi flipped over and stood up, not wanting to order takeout at home anymore. Now that he had time and some money, he wanted to try all the foods he couldn't afford or didn't have time for before. Talent. Previously, Shen Yi had saved countless food bloggers' restaurant review videos on his phone, and he randomly picked one place to visit. During workdays, time was always tight, so he usually just grabbed quick bites. He either ate at small restaurants downstairs or ordered takeout, mainly just to fill his stomach. Sitting down for a proper meal was a rare occurrence. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, he simply didn't have the leisure time as he was always in a rush. That's also why Shen Yi had developed a habit of playing mobile games. Walking back home with his takeout box, he felt a bit too full and decided to take a walk to help digest. "I ordered too much." When hungry, Shen Yi tended to have eyes bigger than his stomach, overestimating his appetite. He had ordered according to the blogger's video, but unfortunately didn't have the same capacity for food. Being frugal had become a habit, so Shen Yi decided to pack the leftovers for dinner to avoid waste. After resting at home for a while, Shen Yi summoned his attribute panel. He tapped on the talent card in the light screen. Whoosh! A card flew out, spinning and stopping in front of Shen Yi. The card was about the size of a palm, with colorful light flowing around its edges, appearing quite mysterious. This was Shen Yi's first time seeing such a thing, and he tentatively placed his hand on it. There was a hum sound, like some device starting up. The front of the card emitted a golden light, as if something was being nurtured within. Not keeping Shen Yi waiting long, the golden light dimmed and revealed a golden character. Physical. Before Shen Yi could get a clear look, the card transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. It felt like an electric current flowing through his body, disappearing before he could fully process the sensation. A physical talent? Shen Yi stood still and flexed his hands, not feeling any dramatic changes in his body. Physical. Your stamina recovery speed increases tenfold, and this multiplier will grow with exercise. I see, It's about recovering my stamina. The system screen promptly explained this talent. Without a reference point, Shen Yi didn't know if this talent he drew was good or bad. Better test it out first. Thinking to act, with limited space at home, Shen Yi chose to do push-ups on the spot. Truthfully, Shen Yi hadn't exercised in a long time. He used to have a habit of running in college, but since starting work, his most strenuous activity was occasionally carrying advertising materials and flyers. After work, he barely had enough time to sleep, let alone exercise. Physical strength was his weakness. Now, after just 30 to 40 push-ups, he was already breathing heavily. This was still with the added 1 point in strength, otherwise, he would have probably collapsed after 20. But amazingly, despite his heavy breathing, strength kept flowing into him continuously. Despite panting, he hadn't hit his limit, and Shen Yi felt like he could keep going as long as he persisted. With this thought, Shen Yi continued, not stopping as long as he hadn't collapsed. He lost count of how many he'd done, sweat dripping down and stinging his eyes, forming a puddle on the floor. Finally, Shen Yi could no longer continue and lay on the floor, his lips dry, forehead covered in sweat. Both arms were extremely sore, but when he managed to check his phone, Shen Yi's eyes widened. By rough estimation, he had been doing push-ups for nearly 20 minutes. Even counting conservatively at 2 seconds per push-up, he must have done at least 600. Moreover, in the brief time he'd been checking his phone, probably about 2 minutes, his breathing had already steadied. His arms, which he couldn't lift moments ago, seemed capable of moving again. This is incredible. Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel at this supernatural stamina recovery speed. After completely exhausting himself, he needed only a few minutes to almost fully recover. And this was in his untrained state. Standing up, Shen Yi poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one go, needing to replenish after sweating so much. After putting down the glass, Shen Yi felt almost the same as before exercising. The continuous flow of energy made Shen Yi's eyes bright. Feeling in excellent condition. He couldn't resist dropping down to do more push-ups for further testing. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace, not aiming to completely drain his stamina like before. Half an hour later. Huff huff. Though breathing heavily, Shen Yi hadn't stopped once during the entire half hour. As he had guessed, with the slower pace, his stamina recovery could keep up with the consumption. Standing up, Shen Yi quickly got himself 2 more glasses of water and drank them down. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but his body was still mortal, and he feared excessive exercise might cause muscle breakdown. Besides, while his stamina recovered quickly, it wasn't appearing from nowhere. As soon as he stopped, Shen Yi felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Despite eating less than 2 hours ago, he was now ravenously hungry. He hurried to the table and opened his takeout box, wolfing down the food. Appetite is always better after exercise, and in a whirlwind of eating, Shen Yi quickly finished the leftover lunch. This talent is great, but exercise still needs to be moderate. After eating, Shen Yi leaned back in his chair, thinking. He had felt like he could have eaten a whole cow just moments ago. After the simple test, Shen Yi had gathered several pieces of information. While the physical talent's enhancement was miraculous, it wasn't without cause. All consumption needed to be replenished by his body. The tenfold recovery rate wasn't fixed, it could increase with exercise. Most crucially, in Shen Yi's view, the current recovery speed was based on his present physical capacity. To use a simple analogy, Shen Yi's current stamina was like a small pool, 7 meters deep. Consumption was like water flowing out, recovery like water flowing in. No matter how fast the recovery, the pool size remained the same. Finding ways to expand the pool was most important. Shen Yi looked at his attribute panel, now seeing the benefit of saving attribute points. Being a jack of all trades means being a master of none. Better to specialize in one area first. Moreover, I have a physical talent, so why not invest in this direction? With this thought, Shen Yi allocated all 2 points to stamina, bringing it up to 9 points. With the 2 points added to stamina, Shen Yi quickly felt a reaction, similar to when he added strength, but more intense. Unable to make it to his bed, Shen Yi immediately lay down on the sofa. The changes came quickly. First, Shen Yi felt an itching sensation throughout his limbs, followed by a feeling of swelling, as if someone was pumping air into his body. Finally, a warm sensation flowed through his entire body, feeling extremely comfortable. Shen Yi closed his eyes to experience it, feeling as if he was soaking in a hot spring, relaxed enough to drift off to sleep. When he woke again, the sun had set, and street lights cast a yellow glow through his window. Checking his phone, it was already 8:30 p.m. He had slept for about 5 hours after adding the points. Shen Yi stood up and jumped in place, feeling the changes in his body. Tanabata special offer. After jumping a few times, Shen Yi felt his entire body becoming incredibly light. Compared to before, it was as if a layer of weight had been lifted from him. Walking to the bathroom, He looked at himself in the mirror and noticed significant changes. Shen Yi's current physique resembled that of a long-distance runner he'd seen on television. His muscles were streamlined, not bulky but rather form-fitting, giving him an overall appearance of agility. "Wait a minute, I think I've grown taller." The mirror in this rental apartment was mounted quite low, something he had previously complained about. Now as he looked at his reflection, he noticed the mirror seemed even lower than before, with his hair extending beyond its frame. Clear evidence that he had grown taller. Although he usually claimed to be 1.80 meters tall, his actual height was only 1.78 meters without shoes, reaching his claimed height only when wearing them. Looking in the mirror, Shen Yi couldn't determine exactly how much he'd grown, but he estimated it was at least 2 or 3 centimeters. After turning around a few times, Shen Yi felt quite satisfied with his current condition. He went back, pulled out some shorts and a t-shirt to change into, put on his shoes, and prepared to go running. The apartment was too cramped for proper exercise, so he needed to go outside to fully test his enhanced physical abilities. After heading downstairs, Shen Yi started jogging along the path without planning any specific route. Perhaps due to the August heat, there were very few other night runners out. Initially, Shen Yi kept his pace moderate, only gradually increasing his speed after getting warmed up. After several adjustments, he settled into a comfortable rhythm. Though this comfortable pace was already faster than most people's sprint speed. With the cool breeze on his face and scenery rushing past on both sides, Shen Yi grew more excited as he ran, feeling increasingly happy and completely free of fatigue. He maintained this pace for nearly an hour without slowing down. Eventually, he came to a stop, not because he was tired, but because he was hungry. The enticing aroma led him to sit down at a barbecue stand, and Shen Yi finally understood why those internet jokes about night runs and failed diets were so true. He ordered all his favorite skewers and a bottle of ice-cold cola. It had to be regular cola, not diet, since he wasn't trying to lose weight anyway. As for beer, he didn't care for it. While enjoying his skewers, Shen Yi took out his phone to calculate how far he had run. The results shocked him. The app showed he had run for 57 minutes, covering nearly 20 kilometers. While Shen Yi wasn't sure about professional standards, a quick calculation suggested this performance would be impressive even among athletes. However, the most important point wasn't about speed, it was that Shen Yi hadn't felt even the slightest bit of fatigue. He had only stopped because he was hungry. In other words, if he wanted to, Shen Yi could have continued running, even faster than before, as long as his energy consumption could keep up. Taking a sip of his soda, Shen Yi marveled internally. This is the power of the system. I need to work harder to conquer more targets. Perhaps due to his improved constitution, Shen Yi's appetite had increased significantly. After casually consuming what would normally be enough for 3 people and leaving a pile of bamboo skewers on the table, Shen Yi patted his still flat stomach and stood up to pay. Despite being far from home, Shen Yi decided to run back. This test run had made him realize that with his 2 points in stamina plus his talent boost, this level of exercise was barely different from taking a walk. Back home, Shen Yi took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay down in his beanbag chair with the air conditioning on. Simulator, activate. The familiar interface appeared before his eyes. Text simulation scene simulation. Suddenly, a flashing light in the lower right corner of the screen caught Shen Yi's attention. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it was an envelope icon. Driven by curiosity, he reached out to open it. The envelope flew up before his eyes and expanded. The envelope scattered into numerous pink magpies dancing gracefully, creating spectacular rainbow halos. A short arch bridge formed at both ends. Night silver candles autumn light, willow tips bright moonshine, weaver girl meets cowherd divine, magpies sing their joy sublime. 1,000 miles of fate connected by a single thread. Cheesy Festival special promotion. Click for details. The unexpected display caught Shen Yi off guard, as he had originally intended to do a casual scene simulation. After all, Fu Nanzi's image and voice were still vivid in his mind, and his previous experience had left quite an impression. It really is a game system, even having special events? Shen Yi found this fresh and interesting, reaching out to touch the screen. Given that it was mid-August, it was indeed close to the Cheesy Festival, so having an event wasn't too surprising. When Shen Yi selected to learn more, the magpies dispersed, revealing detailed information. Cheesy special event. Make your dreams come true. Embark on a dream world adventure with your romance target. Explore endless worlds, create your own love story, change character destinies, and begin an epic adventure. Random worlds, random matching, role-playing. Perfect Conquest unlocks limited achievements and rare rewards. Click to begin. Love dating assistant friendly reminder. Dream World experience involves full consciousness simulation. This promotional text has such a third-rate web game vibe. Shen Yi grimaced while commenting. However, despite his criticism, He didn't want to pass up such an interesting holiday event. Unlike regular simulations, Shen Yi figured this dream world must be an entirely new world constructed by the system. Even if not for pursuing romance targets, it would be worth experiencing just for the novelty. Shen Yi guessed this dream world would be similar to those described in classic novels about full immersion virtual games, where consciousness enters another world to level up and fight monsters. Except in his case, he would be pursuing romance targets. Without much hesitation, Shen Yi chose to begin. With his hands still suspended in midair, Shen Yi felt an irresistible drowsiness overcome him, his eyelids growing heavy as his consciousness began to sink. "So quick I haven't even hung up the clothes in the washing machine." Shen Yi's last conscious thought faded as he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a brilliantly lit space, surrounded by pure white. In the void, a massive roulette wheel appeared, beginning random world selection. The bronze-colored wheel began spinning continuously, emitting a low humming sound. The countless words on the wheel transformed into black lines, making them impossible for Shen Yi to read clearly. Gradually, the spinning slowed, and Shen Yi could barely make out some options. Martial arts world, female-dominated world, immortal cultivation world, ancient world, adult world. The long list made him dizzy. All sorts of worlds rolled past on the wheel, their variety impressive to behold. The wheel's momentum continued to decrease until it finally came to a complete stop, with the pointer landing on Apocalyptic World. World has been anchored. Changjun. Apocalyptic World. This world selection made Shen Yi's heart skip a beat. Whether it was martial arts, celestial cultivation, ancient times, or fantasy-type special worlds, while dangers existed, they generally had rules. Even in the most dangerous places, there would always be peaceful areas. Looking at an apocalyptic world, even from the words alone one could sense the disorder and chaos within, and the environment was likely to be extremely harsh. This luck is something else. Let's pray it's not some earthquake, tsunami, or doomsday biochemical wasteland. Shen Yi muttered to himself. Beginning random selection of your romance target. A large number of silhouettes flashed rapidly, various faces appearing and disappearing before Shen Yi. Fortunately, they were all female characters without exception, which made Shen Yi breathe a sigh of relief. With a ding, the silhouettes stopped. Romance target, Changjun. A beautiful figure appeared in the air, looking about 22 or 23 years old. Shen Yi was captivated at first glance. She was extremely beautiful. Her jet black hair fell naturally, exuding an elegant and natural beauty. Her eyes were large and bright, showing intelligence and wit. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were as delicate as a painting. Her slender waist could be encircled by one's hands, and even as just a projection standing there, she was impossible to look away from. Changjun feels like I've heard this name somewhere. The name sounded familiar to Shen Yi at first, but after seeing the projection before him, he dismissed the thought. The woman before him was so exquisitely beautiful she hardly seemed real. In terms of looks, she might even surpass Fu Nanzi. Shen Yi had no memory of ever seeing her before. If he had seen her in reality, he probably wouldn't forget her even if he became comatose. Please draw your beginner's gift package. Countless colored bubbles appeared in the void, continuously floating and bursting. Finally, only 3 bubbles remained before Shen Yi's eyes. The 3 bubbles were about the size of a human head. On the left was a black military medical kit, in the middle was a handgun with 2 spare magazines, and on the right was a small survival pack with apocalyptic supplies. Medical supplies, weapons, or resources, choose one. Shen Yi hesitated and thought for a moment. Honestly, he wanted them all, as these 3 things were essential in an apocalypse, but now he had to make a choice. After some thought, Shen Yi chose the middle bubble. Resources could be scavenged, but having a weapon for self-defense was crucial at first, especially given the obvious dangers of an apocalyptic world. Beginning deployment. After making his selection, Shen Yi's vision went black and he lost consciousness. Thump, thump. A heartbeat sound awakened Shen Yi. In a bright room, morning sunlight shone generously. Vines clung to the walls, extending large leaves that greedily absorbed the sunlight. Shen Yi stood up and looked around. This was a living room, with furniture scattered about. The wood and leather gave off a heavy smell of decay. Clearly, no one had lived here for a long time. Besides the furniture, the most eye-catching things were the plants. Various vines and root systems were embedded in the walls, with leaves and rootlets. Shen Yi stomped and rubbed the ground. The smooth tiles were actually covered with unknown moss. Everything felt incredibly real, from breathing to touch, almost identical to when he had entered the simulation using romance points last time. He tried to call up his attribute panel, and surprisingly, it responded. A light-colored screen appeared before his eyes. The good news was that his physical attributes and talents after allocation had been perfectly copied into this dream world. The attributes had become gray and unselectable, with only a handgun icon flashing. Then new information appeared below. Apocalyptic Doomsday. Description: in 2020 CE, year 1 of the apocalypse, a small meteorite fell from the sky carrying an alien plant that had been wandering through space. Once landed, the plant quickly infected the entire world, showing extreme adaptability, voracity, and aggressiveness. In just half a year, human civilization was nearly overrun. Countdown: 365 days. This information startled Shen Yi. It was a plant invasion apocalypse. No wonder the surrounding vegetation and root systems were so developed. Taking a closer look, the leaves extending to the window were as large as palm fans, with gradient coloring, green at the front, purple in the middle, and almost completely black near the roots. In the real world, Shen Yi had never seen plants with such strange coloring. A countdown? Is there a 1-year time limit? Dating in the apocalypse, talk about having a death wish. Well, let's find people first. Wonder where this Cheng Jun is now? Since he was already here, there was no use overthinking. Shen Yi decided to leave and explore the surroundings first. Tapping the icon, a black handgun appeared in his hand. This was his first time handling a gun, and he found it quite novel. The allure of firearms was something no man could resist, and Shen Yi was no exception. Holding the gun, he quickly became familiar with it. After all, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. The gun in his hand was a standard 9mm pistol with a 12-round capacity. Including the 2 spare magazines from the system, he had 36 bullets total. This amount of ammunition wasn't particularly much, a few blind shots and it would be gone. Having no system training, he naturally couldn't claim any marksmanship skills. He'd have to be conservative with the ammunition until he could find more. The good news was that since the gun was given by the system, he could freely store and retrieve it. This could give him the element of surprise when needed. Shen Yi set the gun's safety and stored it in the system, making it ready to fire as soon as he drew it. After a quick search inside, Shen Yi looked for anything useful before heading out. Plants were visible everywhere. Shen Yi opened the refrigerator door, but the sight made him frown and quickly close it. Who knows how long the power had been out? The vegetables and meat in the fridge had rotted into an unidentifiable mass covered in mold with a pungent smell. Shen Yi also pulled out a kitchen knife. The sheath was somewhat rusty, but most of the blade was still sharp. After some thought, he decided to keep it. Running back to the bedroom, he found a backpack, dusted it off and put it on, securing the kitchen knife to the side. Unable to find anything else of value, Shen Yi headed downstairs. He had many questions. What was the current state of this world? Were there any survivors? Did human government still exist? Had the military used nuclear-level weapons? For now, besides familiarizing himself with the environment, he needed to find Cheng Jun first. He had system proms, but she didn't. Not everyone could adapt to being suddenly thrown into a strange world. Pushing open the door, Shen Yi went downstairs. Leaving the stairwell, Shen Yi carefully poked half his body out to look around. Sunlight was like golden threads, gently penetrating the clouds, wrapping everything in a gauzy veil. The streets were silent. The surrounding high-rises and shops were mostly covered in vegetation, with only small portions of walls exposed. As far as the eye could see, a city of towering steel had been engulfed by lush plants. Everything seemed to have returned to a primitive forest. Variables. People are like phoenix trees, they can still stand when their hearts are hollow, and others might think they'll sprout again next spring, but in truth, they died that winter. This was Fu Nanzi's mindset before. Losing her life partner made it impossible for her to adapt to living alone, causing her body to rapidly deteriorate as her heart slowly withered. Now, though the dream has ended, the days she experienced within it weren't false. Fu Nanzi commemorates them by calling them her previous life. A brand new day has dawned, and Fu Nanzi wakes up full of energy. Unlike her previous life's hazy existence, her mood now is uplifted and expectant. Humming a cheerful tune, she busies herself in the kitchen. She didn't know how to cook before, usually Shen Yi would do it, but later when he became too busy, she gradually learned. Though somewhat clumsy at first, she's now becoming quite proficient. 2 days ago, she didn't have the habit of eating breakfast, partly because it was troublesome, and partly due to her unique physique. Eating too much would make her chest swell up like it was being inflated. It was as if all fat accumulated in one place. As a young girl, she was deeply ashamed and afraid to eat much, and eventually abandoned the habit of eating breakfast altogether. A plate of stir-fried vegetables with bean threads, a bowl of sweet potato porridge, and an egg. Simple and light, she bought the vegetables while returning from work last night. The food emanated a sweet fragrance, and Fu Nanzi sat down to eat as she savored the aroma. I wonder what he would say if I skipped breakfast. Drinking her porridge, Fu Nanzi couldn't help but smile, almost hearing Shen Yi's endless nagging in her ears. After finishing her meal, Fu Nanzi efficiently got up to clean. Placing the dishes in the sink, she initially meant to leave directly but thought better of it and turned back to wash them. As she felt the water running over her hands, Her thoughts began to wander. Shen Yi loved cooking for her but never enjoyed cleaning up, always sweet-talking her into doing the dishes. Eventually, they developed a division of labor. One would cook while the other would clean. When you live with someone for so long, their traces are everywhere. After tidying everything up, Fu Nanzi went to get ready before heading to the parking garage. She usually didn't need to put on makeup, but today was different. Today is the day he transfers here. Soft music played in the cars. Fu Nanzi looked at herself in the rearview mirror, her smile never fading. Over the past 2 days, she had carefully sorted through her memories and confirmed that Shen Yi should be transferring to the legal department today. Back then, she hadn't paid much attention to this small detail. Their real interactions increased much later. Having woken up unusually early today, she hurried to the company. When she pushed open the door with anticipation, some colleagues were already there. Fu Nanzi had been transferred here for almost 2 weeks, and due to her striking beauty and elegant demeanor, many had been quietly observing her. Seeing her enter, they all greeted her. Fu Nanzi responded with appropriate smiles, silently recalling everyone's names and characteristics. After putting down her bag in her office, she took her small watering can to tend to the indoor plants, casually pulling up the Venetian blinds partway. Sitting back in her chair, she could see the outside situation with just a slight turn of her head. Fu Nanzi tested the view, focusing on an empty spot to the right. Satisfied with the clear view, she nodded. She dove into her work with enthusiasm, while the well-watered pothos leaves swayed slightly, as if matching her mood. As noon approached, Fu Nanzi broke free from her concentration. It was lunchtime, and the noise outside gradually increased. Fu Nanzi casually looked up, her eyes suddenly sparkling. At some point, someone had appeared in the empty spot she'd been watching. Joy filled her heart as she put down her work and closed the drawer. Fu Nanzi stood up, ready to go over immediately, but after a step, she anxiously pulled out a small mirror from her bag. Checking her flawless face in the mirror, she nodded with satisfaction. After smoothing her clothes and adjusting her hair, Fu Nanzi, having composed herself, finally walked out. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves. For this first meeting in her new life, Fu Nanzi didn't want any imperfections. She wanted to show him her most beautiful self. The corridor was bustling with people walking in pairs or groups, chatting quietly, or rushing to complete work. Fu Nanzi had only one target in mind as she slowly approached that workstation. He was bent over, taking things out of his bag, arranging personal items on his desk. Fu Nanzi, with an excited heart, took a deep breath and gently tapped his shoulder. He paused and slowly turned around. A completely unfamiliar face appeared before Fu Nanzi, making her hesitate. She had lived with Shen Yi day and night, familiar with his presence, his scent, even his breathing. She was confident she could recognize him even without him speaking. But the completely unfamiliar face and presence before her made her doubt. Could this be him? While Fu Nanzi hesitated, the man saw her face clearly and showed signs of being stunned by her beauty. He quickly recovered, putting on a friendly smile and introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Zong Mingjie, a new intern. Is there anything I can help you with?" He politely extended his hand. If Fu Nanzi had doubts about his appearance, his voice was the definitive proof. This was something she could never mistake. "He's not Shen Yi." A tremendous roar echoed in her head, making her dizzy. At this moment, Fu Nanzi couldn't hear anything he was saying, as immense panic nearly consumed her. Her hand lost its strength, and the box she had been tightly holding fell to the ground. A variable had appeared. Fu Nanzi's heart felt empty, barely maintaining her composure to keep from falling apart. She gave Zong Mingjie a forced smile, bent down to pick up the box, and left without acknowledging his outstretched hand. Faced with Fu Nanzi's cold shoulder, Zong Mingjie could only laugh awkwardly and sit back down. Fu Nanzi's actions seemed like both mistaking him for someone else and trying to greet him, but since he had just arrived, he could only keep his confusion to himself. As for what fell on the ground, he caught a glimpse. It looked like an eyeglass case. Fu Nanzi didn't know how she made it back, collapsing in her chair with her thoughts in chaos. She had imagined countless scenarios of their meeting, but never this one. In my previous life, he definitely sat there, so why has he been replaced by someone else? Could Shen Yi not exist at all? Was he just my imagination? She couldn't help but wonder. But she immediately rejected this thought. Over the past 2 days, everything and everyone from her previous life had been confirmed real. If she were imagining or dreaming, she couldn't have constructed information she didn't know about, like the unknown necklace and unfamiliar colleagues. Moreover, he had been so real that Fu Nanzi couldn't possibly believe Shen Yi was false. But now everything was following the course of her previous life, with the only variable being Shen Yi himself. The person who had accompanied her was gone. "Where are you, Shen Yi?" She had placed too much faith in her past life, believing he would surely be transferred here today, but now things had deviated from her expectations. The disappearance of Shen Yi seemed to negate her entire previous life, reminding her that those memories of happiness and fulfillment might have been mere illusions. It was like watching a perfectly rated movie, only to find the male lead scenes missing. The immense psychological gap was almost too much for her to bear. For a moment, Fu Nanzi thought she had gone mad, but fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. Running her fingers over the surface of the glasses case, Fu Nanzi felt filled with regret. Opening the drawer to return the glasses case to its corner, she softly spoke to the small black box, "Sorry, I couldn't give you away today." Then she noticed her notebook and took it out, opening it. On a fresh page was a simple stick figure drawing without facial features, just empty glasses frames. Next to it was another figure with long hair, and the two were holding hands. Fu Nanzi had drawn this yesterday when she was bored, representing the part of her heart she couldn't share with others. She had imagined their reunion countless times, yet now this unexpected turn of events had occurred. Below the figures were complaints from her past life, which she had recreated: Shen-yi, black glasses; Shen-yi, social butterfly syndrome; Shen-yi, megalomaniac; Shen-yi, annoying pest; Shen-yi, airhead; Shen-yi, not so clever. Looking at these words, familiar scenes flashed through Fu Nanzi's mind, vivid and heartstring pulling. Tears blurred her vision as her eyelashes fluttered rapidly, trying to hold them back. Fu Nanzi picked up her pen and wrote on a new line: "Shen-yi, where are you?" As she finished writing, her hand loosened, causing the pen tip to leave a crooked mark on the paper, seemingly reflecting her current state of confusion. A full teardrop fell onto Shen-yi's name, spreading dark ink across the page. Sadness and fear swept over her like a tide, threatening to shatter her facade of strength. "You broke your promise. You said you'd love me and make me happy for a lifetime. I can't handle this alone." Fu Nanzi slowly lay down on the desk, arms wrapped tightly around herself, imagining a firm embrace, yet feeling an enormous void in her heart. "Shen-yi, I think I've lost you." Her quiet sobs gradually became inaudible. Her heart had always been sensitive and fragile. It was only Shen-yi's protection in her past life that had helped her build strong emotional walls. But those walls had been supported by Shen-yi's constant emotional reinforcement. Now that her support was gone, Fu Nanzi had to face everything alone. She seemed to be reverting to her former self, constantly consumed by inner turmoil. With him, all imperfections were acceptable. Without him, even apparent perfection felt false. Suddenly, Fu Nanzi seemed to realize something, wiping her tears and sitting up straight. Perhaps some unknown factor had caused a deviation, preventing Shen-yi from appearing at the right time. This didn't mean he didn't exist. Jumping to conclusions would only frighten herself. This thought helped Fu Nanzi recover slightly. "Impossible, you can't be just an illusion." Then, as if making both a declaration and self-encouragement, she said firmly, "No matter where you are, I'll find you." Without further hesitation, Fu Nanzi got up and washed her face. She took the morning's processed documents to the legal assistant's desk and left the legal department. Entering the elevator, she pressed for the 23rd floor, where the chairman's office was located. Chen Tianwei was her father's closest business partner and the current helmsman of Tiancheng Group. Jinheng and Tiancheng Corporation were inseparable, the two families being old friends. This was her first visit to this floor since starting work at Tiancheng. After quietly speaking with the secretary outside, she was quickly invited in. Through the door, she saw a middle-aged man sitting in the executive chair, with a square face that appeared quite approachable. Fu Nanzi first studied his features, then noticed the watch on his wrist before greeting him. "Uncle Cheng, Nanzi has come to see you." Seeing her, Chen Tianwei laughed heartily and walked to the reception area, gesturing for Fu Nanzi to sit down. "What a rare guest. If you hadn't come to see Uncle Cheng, I would have had to come find you in a few days. How are you finding it at Tiancheng? Are you adjusting well?" Fu Nanzi politely responded, "Tiancheng is wonderful, I really like it." The same inquiry, but with different answers. In her past life, she had felt indifferent and only spoke of being busy, but now because of one person, her answer had completely changed. Chen Tianwei, showing no airs, chuckled at her response. "Your father never says it out loud, but he's been secretly asking about you quite a bit, worried you might not adapt. You should see him." He waved his hand, imitating Fu Yuanyu's mannerisms, thoroughly amusing himself. Fu Nanzi showed a slight smile, thinking that he wasn't much different. Her cousin Chang Jun was known for her quirky personality and had reportedly just returned from studying abroad, giving Uncle Cheng plenty to worry about. Both old men were in their 50s but hadn't changed from their younger days, still enjoying teasing each other. Working at Tiancheng was naturally Fu Yuanyu's arrangement. She hadn't understood it before but gradually came to appreciate her father's good intentions. If she hadn't met Shen Yi, she might have drifted through life aimlessly, proving that more exposure to the outside world wasn't a bad thing. After the light-hearted moment, Chen Tianwei seriously discussed work with Fu Nanzi briefly and asked if she had any difficulties. Despite the young lady's repeated insistence before starting work that she didn't need special attention. But as someone who had watched her grow up, Chen Tianwei felt compelled to inquire. Fu Nanzi shook her head indicating no difficulties, and directly said, "There's something I'd like to ask for Uncle Cheng's help with." In good spirits, Cheng Tianwei responded without hesitation, "It's rare for you to ask me for anything. What is it?" Fu Nanzi suppressed her anxiety and quickly said, "I'm looking for someone in our group, named Shen Yi, Yi as in the number 1. Cheng Tianwei hadn't expected this kind of request from Fu Nanzi, and felt somewhat surprised. "Shen Yi? Male or female?" "Male." Cheng Tianwei's expression turned peculiar. He knew Fu Nanzi's personality well. For her to ask him for help, it couldn't be a simple matter. Yet this seemed like a simple request, just asking about someone. Fortunately, since it was about someone in the group, it would be easy for him to help. He took out his phone to call Human Resources, glanced at Fu Nanzi, then put the phone on the table and turned on speakerphone. When the call connected, Cheng Tianwei asked directly, "Please check if there's a male employee named Shen Yi in the group. Shen is in the surname, Yi as in the number 1. "Yes, Chairman Cheng, I'll check right away," came the prompt response. In less than a minute, the voice on the other end returned with news. "I've checked, Chairman Cheng. There is no employee named Shen Yi in the group." A scream. Before Cheng Tianwei could speak, Fu Nanzi, who had been listening intently beside him, became flustered and hurriedly said, "How can that be? He's in the advertising department. Please check again." "Well." The hesitant voice on the phone seemed surprised to hear a young woman's voice. Observing this reaction, Cheng Tianwei quickly understood and spoke up, "Do as she says." "Yes, Mr. Cheng." After a while, the voice came through the phone again. "I've completed the search, Mr. Cheng. There's still no one named Shen Yi, but there are 4 people with the surname Shen in the group. There is indeed someone named Shen in the advertising department, but his name is Shen Yi, written with the Yi character from Yi Jing." Although they still hadn't found the exact person, they had received useful information. The person on the phone was quick-witted and efficient in reporting back. Fu Nanzi listened intently, her heart rising and falling with anxiety, her expression uncertain. Seeing her silence, Cheng Tianwei made a decision for her with a wave of his hand. "Send up all the personnel files of employees surnamed Shen now." He then hung up the phone. Seemingly noticing Fu Nanzi's distress, Cheng Tianwei teased, "It hasn't even been half a month, and someone's already stolen our little Fu's heart. I didn't know Yancheng Corporation had such talented young men." Fu Nanzi's mood was as unstable as waiting for college entrance exam results, and she could only manage a forced smile in response to Cheng Tianwei. Cheng Tianwei was surprised by Fu Nanzi's reaction, which was far from what he expected. She showed no shyness at his teasing. He figured it must either be a casual relationship or something quite serious. Fu Nanzi was unaware of Cheng Tianwei's thoughts, though even if she knew, she wouldn't have cared much. In her previous life, she had brought Shen Yi to meet Cheng Tianwei multiple times, and he had even been their wedding officiant. Combined with her current anxiety, there was no room for shyness. Finally, there was a knock at the door, and the secretary came in to hand a form to Cheng Tianwei. Amused by Fu Nanzi's eager gaze at the document, Cheng Tianwei handed it to her without teasing further. Fu Nanzi quickly flipped to Shen Yi's personal file. A photo was attached to the upper right corner of the form, taken during Shen Yi's college graduation. Although Fu Nanzi still couldn't recognize him, her intuition from years of companionship told her this was Shen Yi. Her eyes scanned downward, reviewing his age, date of birth, and place of origin. She had naturally visited Shen Yi's hometown before, where she had met his parents, whom she had called father-in-law and mother-in-law for decades. Moreover, Shen Yi's birthday was indeed in October, and everything seemed to match up. Holding the form to her chest, Fu Nanzi tried to calm her pounding heart, her joy evident. "This is him." But why did his name change from Shen Yi to Shen Yi? The confusion arose in Fu Nanzi's mind. Watching her behavior, Cheng Tianwei felt a mix of protective concern and relief. He knew that his old friend Fu Yuanyu had always worried about Fu Nanzi's personality issues. Seeing her now able to make friends openly, he felt relieved. "Little Fu, are you sure it's him?" Cheng Tianwei asked with a smile. Fu Nanzi nodded vigorously. "It's him, thank you, Uncle Cheng." "Should I call him over now?" Cheng Tianwei teased her. "Ah? No need, I'm just relieved to know he's here." Though momentarily tempted by Cheng Tianwei's suggestion, Fu Nanzi ultimately declined. After all, Shen Yi didn't know her yet, and being suddenly summoned by a senior executive might frighten him. Much had already changed from her previous life, and Fu Nanzi didn't want any more unexpected developments. Just then, the secretary who had been standing nearby quietly whispered to Cheng Tianwei, "Mr. Cheng, this Shen Yi has already resigned. I'm afraid we can't call him in." "Oh? When?" "Just yesterday, the department just signed off on it." "Well." Cheng Tianwei discreetly glanced at Fu Nanzi, who was still clutching the form, and fell into contemplation. Shen Yi walked along a tree-lined street, surrounded by silence. The street was filled with cars, parked haphazardly, some having collided with each other. Upon closer inspection, there were no people, no corpses, and not even any bloodstains. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with no sound except his footsteps. No birdsong or insect chirping could be heard. Shen Yi felt like he was in I Am Legend, unable to find any living beings in the vast city. Being in this post-apocalyptic world, with damaged vehicles all around, constantly reminded him of lurking dangers. He dared not shout or venture into shadowy corners, staying only where sunlight reached. Stepping over an obstructing vine, Shen Yi picked up a phone. The phone lay next to a damaged car, its screen covered in cracks. The phone was rectangular, a brand Shen Yi didn't recognize, and wouldn't turn on when he tried. Probably out of battery. Judging by the decay and dust inside buildings, no one had been active for at least half a year, so naturally, the phone couldn't have lasted this long. This was quite a prosperous street, but after walking for nearly 10 minutes, it remained eerily quiet. The expected monsters, aliens, zombies, man-eating plants, hadn't appeared. Seems like the apocalypse doesn't necessarily mean zombies. Shen Yi muttered to himself. His right hand had been raised cautiously, ready to draw his gun if needed. Of course, he didn't want to use the gun unless absolutely necessary. Firstly, he wasn't confident in his marksmanship. His skill level could be described as missing 9 out of 10 shots. Secondly, he worried about making noise. The world seemed completely silent now, but once noise was made, who knew what it might attract? After making a large circuit with no special discoveries, Shen Yi had to give up temporarily. Although this was a system-arranged Valentine's Day event, Shen Yi really wasn't in the mood for romance in this apocalyptic setting. He still had to stay in this ghostly place for an entire year. He felt survival should be the priority. How could anyone think about romance when staying alive was already a challenge? Whether due to this alternate world or not, the morning sun was particularly harsh, so Shen Yi sat down in the shade of some plants to rest and gather his thoughts. In his idle time, Shen Yi had watched many apocalyptic survival simulation videos. The first principles of survival were definitely food, water, and secure shelter. During his walk, he had paid attention to his surroundings. The good news was that this was a large commercial area, likely containing a large supermarket and many shops. There were also numerous convenience stores along the street. The bad news was that at least 6 months had passed, and he didn't know how many supplies would remain. This didn't even account for previous scavenging or natural decay. Seeing a small convenience store across the street, Shen Yi stood up, brushing off his pants, ready to check it out. Just then, Shen Yi stopped in his tracks. Ah! A faint scream came from far away. Chang Jun's thoughts. Chang Jun had been back from her overseas studies for over 6 months. However, she was incredibly lazy. Despite being a sea turtle, overseas returnee, she had truly become a homebody turtle. After she spent half a year being a shut-in at home, her father finally couldn't take it anymore and pushed her into the company. The work was boring, and she feared boredom above all else. A dull, uneventful life couldn't give her any satisfaction. She craved something different, something exciting. This is a bit too exciting. The joke's gone too far. In the darkness, Chang Jun gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately sensed something was wrong. She wasn't lying in her soft bed at home, but instead had awakened among ruins and rubble. The uneven stones beneath her pressed painfully against her spine, constantly reminding her this wasn't a dream. Standing up, she carefully avoided the debris as she walked outward. A thick patch of shrubs blocked her path. As she pushed aside the branches, fragments of sunlight pierced through the darkness as she crawled out in a crouching position. Is this still Earth? Have I traveled through time? Before her stood dilapidated high-rises, their walls covered in vines and green plants, creating a psychedelic mix of green and purple hues. The aged streets, with moss filling the gaps between bricks, held a strange beauty. It was like an ancient oil painting. The surroundings were deathly quiet as Chang Jun walked dazedly into the sunlight. The sunlight cast a veil over the scenery, reminiscent of the AAA games she used to play. Questions flooded her mind like a tidal wave. She had fantasized about time travel countless times, but those were just fantasies. She never dared hope they would actually come true. Looking down at herself, she was wearing her work clothes, a professional dress suit with high heels. Well, at least I'm not in my nightgown. Frowning, she took off her high heels, her delicate toes touching the floor. She held the shoes upside down and knocked off the heels. After putting them back on and walking a few steps, although uncomfortable, at least she could run if needed. Then she grabbed the edges of her skirt with both hands and pulled hard. With a ripping sound, she transformed the knee-length dress suit into a cheap house-style dress, her white legs occasionally visible as she walked. She had consumed plenty of games, novels, anime, and movies in her daily life. The scene before her was clearly abnormal, and in case of danger, the dress suit and high heels would only hinder her escape. This modification at least increased her chances of survival. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Chang Jun forced herself to accept reality and began carefully exploring her surroundings. Leaning against a weathered car roof to look inside, She found the driver's seat empty. "Is anyone there?" Chang Jun called out softly as she walked, the sunny weather giving her courage. This was basic human instinct. Somehow being in sunlight made people feel safe from ghosts and monsters. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached her ears. Turning her head and listening carefully, she quickly identified the direction of the sound. In the shadows, a convenience store's door gaped like an open mouth, waiting for her to enter. Chang Jun stood at the boundary between sunlight and shadow. After hesitating, she decided not to go in. Whether in horror movies or disaster films, foolish supporting characters always died alone. Chang Jun wasn't sure if she was the protagonist or a supporting character, but she didn't dare take the risk. After brief consideration, she crouched down, picked up a small stone, and threw it into the convenience store. Squeak! A strange cry accompanied a black shadow darting out. It moved so fast she couldn't make out what it was. Chang Jun's heart had already jumped to her throat, and startled by this sudden development, she instinctively let out a scream. Ah! The sharp female scream traveled far in this deathly quiet environment. When it reached Shen Yi's ears, he immediately turned and ran toward its source. If his guess was correct, the voice's owner was likely Chang Jun, whom he was looking for. The scream was very urgent, suggesting she had encountered some danger. Although the situation was unclear, Shen Yi couldn't just ignore someone in need. Without any hesitation, he began running, and thanks to his physical prowess, he moved very quickly. Carefully avoiding obstacles, Shen Yi maintained his speed. Within 5 minutes, Shen Yi arrived in the vicinity. The scream had only lasted briefly before stopping, so he could only judge the general direction. He had come as fast as he could. If something unfortunate had happened, he could only express regret. Fortunately, upon turning the street corner, he saw a woman crouching on the ground. Looking her over, her clothes were somewhat tattered but there were no obvious injuries, which made Shen Yi breathe a huge sigh of relief. Running over in a few steps, he asked softly, "Are you alright?" Chang Jun had also noticed Shen Yi's figure, her eyes flashing with joy. Regardless of anything else, finding another living person to communicate with was always relieving. "I'm fine. Where is this place?" She refused Shen Yi's helping hand and stood up by herself. Although he had seen Chang Jun's projected image before, seeing her in person still stunned him. He had to admit, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, at least in terms of appearance. Her features were as delicate as if crafted by Manhwa herself, with fair skin and a tall, proportionate figure. Bare-faced, with slightly furrowed brows, she stared directly at Shen Yi. The dust on her forehead gave her otherworldly face a touch of mortality, making her even more alluring. Seeing her frown, Shen Yi cleared his throat and replied, "I don't know." "What happened here?" Chang Jun asked, full of questions. "I don't know." 2 consecutive "I don't knows" made Chang Jun pause. "Aren't you from here? How come you don't know anything?" Mainly because Shen Yi's attire was misleading. He was fully dressed and carrying a backpack. Plus, she had already assumed she was a time traveler, so naturally she viewed Shen Yi as a local. "I woke up here mysteriously about 10 minutes ago. I don't know any more about this place than you do." Seeming afraid she might misunderstand, Shen Yi added, "I only came running when I heard your cry for help." This answer made Chang Jun sigh, thinking they were both travelers to this strange place. "Thank you. Like you, I just opened my eyes and found myself here. What's your name?" "Shen Yi. And yours?" In this dreamlike situation, Shen Yi didn't bother using a fake name. Chang Jun answered while brushing dust off her dress. "What did you encounter just now?" Shen Yi asked, eager to learn more about this world. Mentioning this made goosebumps appear on Chang Jun's arms. "I couldn't see clearly. It was a black shadow that flashed by, not very big, possibly a rat." She wasn't afraid of snakes, but rats were her greatest fear. The shadow had moved too quickly to see clearly. She was just guessing based on its size. Chang Jun's words made Shen Yi thoughtful. He hadn't seen any animals, not even insects, on his way here. This rat might not be ordinary. Shen Yi pondered silently. Making a mental note of this location, Shen Yi decided to leave for now given the unclear situation. Chang Jun was quick to adapt and sharp-minded. This place was strange and eerie, but at least she had a fellow traveler beside her, so for now they could only stick together. She was very clear about her position, just a physically weak woman. In their small group of 2, she needed to at least secure the position of the brain to have value. "What are your plans now?" Chang Jun asked him. "Mind. What's your plan?" Shen Yi hadn't expected Chang Jun to be so adaptable, as she was already asking him questions. "First, let's focus on surviving, then figure out where we are and see if we can find a way back home." Shen Yi answered her like any ordinary person would. Chang Jun nodded in agreement. "That's what I was thinking too. In that case, why don't we work together?" She clapped her hands, looking at Shen Yi with sincere eyes. "From what we can see, this place isn't ordinary. If we stick together, we can watch each other's backs. It's better than going at it alone." These thoughts had been circling in Chang Jun's mind for a while, and she was fairly certain Shen Yi would agree. Firstly, she was confident in her beauty. Throughout her life, unless someone was blind, few could resist her looks. Secondly, there was the fear of the unknown. Humans are social creatures, and naturally tend to seek comfort in numbers, especially in dangerous environments. Sure enough, Shen Yi agreed without much hesitation. "All right, I'm in." Chang Jun felt slightly encouraged and continued, "Let's exchange information then. I'll share my findings first." By my estimation, about half an hour has passed since we woke up, but the sun keeps getting more intense. I suspect the daylight hours here are longer, possibly not following a 24-hour cycle. She paused, her expression becoming peculiar. "Also, these plants with their developed root systems have leaves in 3 colors, green, purple, and black. From a botanical perspective, this is extremely dangerous because black substances absorb more solar radiation. While this means the plants absorb more heat, it also makes it difficult for them to survive under the sun." This was precisely what worried Chang Jun. There were no black plants on Earth. Such bizarre plants defied evolutionary intuition. There had to be an unknown secret behind them. Shen Yi couldn't help but look amazed, almost wanting to applaud her. Chang Jun wasn't just intelligent but also incredibly observant, having nearly guessed the truth. This apocalyptic disaster was indeed caused by an alien plant. If it weren't for his system prompt, he wouldn't have figured out so much, making him feel rather foolish in comparison. With this in mind, Shen Yi added his observation, "I ran up and down the entire street and didn't see any living creatures besides you." Then he continued with a serious expression, "You saw rats earlier, but I haven't seen a single bird or insect. This place is so clean as if something swept through it. There are crashed and damaged vehicles everywhere, but no bodies or bloodstains." Chang Jun's expression grew grave. Everything about this place was strange. It was like a video game where the map was completed but they forgot to generate the NPCs. "There's no use thinking about all this now. Let's find a place to settle first," Chang Jun suggested. During their conversation, she deliberately started using "we" more often, considering things from both their perspectives to eliminate any sense of distance between them. This way, she could establish herself in a leading intellectual position. The sun was getting increasingly hot, and the weather was quite bizarre. Shen Yi naturally had no objections and readily agreed, "Let's stay nearby then. I've checked the building where I woke up, and it seems safe. We can settle there for now." "Good." Chang Jun smiled slightly. The two walked back along the shaded side of the road, one after the other. Shen Yi carefully observed their surroundings while Chang Jun followed, lost in thought. Being still unfamiliar with each other, neither spoke during the journey. After entering the building, they closed the door. The room was cool, bringing relief to Chang Jun, whose forehead had been sweating from the journey. Looking back at Shen Yi, she noticed he seemed unaffected and had already started cleaning up. The room had been uninhabited for a long time, with a thin layer of dust covering the furniture. Shen Yi did some basic cleaning and brought out 2 chairs for them to rest. Chang Jun sat down carefully, adjusting her skirt, looking somewhat uncomfortable. With her dress torn at the edges, standing hadn't been an issue, but sitting posed a challenge. She couldn't maintain modesty front and back simultaneously. Any large movement risked exposure. Shen Yi noticed her discomfort but pretended not to see to spare her embarrassment. After resting briefly, Shen Yi grew restless and said, "You rest a bit longer. I'll go gather some supplies, all the food in this room has spoiled." In this apocalyptic world, nothing was more important than food and water. Chang Jun, feeling parched after sweating, stood up as well. "I'll come with you. If something happens, at least we can help each other." Chang Jun didn't want Shen Yi to think she was just taking advantage of him, as that wouldn't be good for their future relationship. Shen Yi thought for a moment but declined, saying instead, "It'll be quicker if I go alone. Why don't you clean up the place? We'll be staying here tonight." Chang Jun paused, seeming to understand something, and felt a warmth in her heart. "All right, be careful." She had been focused on proving her worth but had overlooked the dangers. Shen Yi was a strong man, and if something happened, he'd have to look after her. If he was alone, it would be easier for him to escape, while her current attire would only cause problems. After their discussion, Shen Yi shouldered his bag and left. There was a convenience store not far from the street corner, and Shen Yi planned to go there first. If things went well, they could secure basic survival supplies there. For his first exploration, he didn't want to venture too far. It was better to ensure safety first and gradually expand their range. Soon, Shen Yi arrived at the convenience store. The sign above was slightly yellowed, its edges eroded by vines, with only the character for fortune still visible. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by a row of collapsed shelves, with many products scattered on the floor. Fortunately, some items remained intact. While Shen Yi was pleased about this, His concerns also deepened. The fact that some supplies were still preserved intact suggested that the disaster had occurred almost instantaneously. Humanity hadn't even had time to react before the world fell into chaos. If there had been any time to respond, the streets would have been completely looted of supplies. There was no use thinking too much about it now. Shen Yi unzipped his backpack and crouched down to select supplies. For survival needs, high-energy foods were priority, so he grabbed a handful of candies and chocolates and stuffed them into his bag. Then came various crackers and a few small cans. Shen Yi didn't dare touch most of the convenience store's ready-to-eat foods, firstly because they took up too much space, and secondly because their short shelf life made them unsafe. He also temporarily gave up on foods that needed secondary processing. They didn't know if there was water supply in the room, but there definitely wasn't electricity, so there was no way to cook these items. Picking and choosing somewhat randomly, Shen Yi nevertheless ended up filling his backpack to the brim. Survival belief in the apocalypse. Still unfamiliar with the surroundings, Shen Yi decided not to linger once his backpack was full and prepared to head back. His free hand wasn't idle either, carrying two 1.5-liter bottles of mineral water. By now it was past noon, and the air in the middle of the road was shimmering with heat. The plants visible everywhere looked increasingly vibrant, showing no signs of wilting. Shen Yi carefully made his way back to his residence, avoiding the sun. Opening the door, he saw Chang Jun bent over with a broom, sweeping the floor. A glimpse of curves caught his eye, appearing and disappearing with the movement of her clothes. Hearing the noise, Chang Jun stood up to greet him, asking with concern, "Did everything go okay on your way?" Shen Yi snapped back to attention and quickly replied, "Everything's fine, the supplies situation is decent, some items are well preserved." At this point, Chang Jun had found a thin string somewhere to tie up her long hair. Her cheeks were slightly dusty, giving her a somewhat domestic, housewifely air despite the grime. She hadn't been idle while Shen Yi was out, having cleaned the interior quite well. The tables, chairs, and cabinets had been wiped down, and the floor was nearly finished being swept. Shen Yi put his backpack on the table and looked around, feeling that it was starting to feel like home. "Sit down and rest, I'll be done with the last bit soon." Chang Jun gestured for Shen Yi to sit, then awkwardly resumed sweeping, trying to gather the dust and push it outside. At home, she had been used to a lazy lifestyle, with housework handled entirely by the housekeeper, rarely doing anything herself. Yet she was an incredibly intelligent person who understood the situation perfectly and wouldn't dare put on privileged airs in front of Shen Yi. They were strangers after all, and her good looks weren't licensed to act entitled. Shen Yi wasn't tired at all, as this amount of exercise was barely a warm-up for him. He naturally felt uncomfortable sitting while Chang Jun worked away huffing and puffing. He walked to the somewhat decayed sofa and pushed it into another abandoned room. The middle of the sofa had rotted through, creating an unpleasant smell, and since disposing of it would be too troublesome, they could only relocate it. Walking into the kitchen, he noticed some vine tendrils had crept in through the poorly closed window. Shen Yi tried each switch one by one. The electricity was out, the gas wasn't responding, and finally, he tried the water tap. The faucet wheezed like an asthmatic patient, producing no water after a long while, clearly shut off as well. Hearing the noise, Chang Jun came in to ask, "What's wrong?" "We have no water, electricity, or gas. We'll need to figure out alternatives going forward." Shen Yi answered. "Yes, that is indeed a problem, but I have some ideas. Let's discuss them later." After finishing the cleanup, just as Chang Jun was about to discuss things with Shen Yi, she saw him hand her a paper bag. Opening it, she found a set of clean clothes. "Picked these up passing by a clothing store. Try them on and see if they fit." Chang Jun paused, then glanced down at her lower half with embarrassment, silently nodding before walking into the adjacent bedroom and closing the door. On his way back with supplies, Shen Yi had passed a clothing store. While supermarkets and convenience stores had been largely ransacked in the chaos, this clothing store remained well preserved. Thinking of Chang Jun's predicament, he had gone in and picked out an outfit for her. She was tall, at least 1.7 meters by his estimate, and he wasn't sure if his selections would fit. The door opened, and Chang Jun emerged slowly in her new clothes. Sensing Shen Yi's gaze on her, she lowered her head and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her earlobes turning bright red. She wore a pure white t-shirt on top and tight blue jeans below. However, her light yellow underwear didn't match, and the straps were clearly visible through the white t-shirt. Though they were ordinary everyday clothes, they looked alluring on her, giving off a somewhat sensual air. Chang Jun uncomfortably tugged at her neckline, but couldn't blame Shen Yi as he had meant well. Shen Yi had a good eye. The jeans were the perfect length, though the t-shirt was tight across her chest, but still much better than her previous clothes. At least she could move freely and wasn't as hot anymore. Coming over to sit down, Chang Jun thanked him. Her initial impression of Shen Yi was positive, emotionally stable, thoughtful and dignified, physically fit, and pleasant to look at. This wasn't about being superficial, these were all excellent qualities conducive to survival. The more capable Shen Yi was, the safer she would be, and naturally, the happier she felt. Shen Yi unzipped his bag and handed her a bottle of water and a compressed biscuit, figuring she must be hungry after a busy morning. Watching Cheng Jun take small sips of water, Shen Yi opened a packet for himself and started eating. The biscuit was meat-flavored with a long shelf life, rather mediocre in taste and dry in texture. But when hungry, everything tastes good, and Shen Yi quickly finished the whole piece with some water. Cheng Jun was much more refined, holding the package with both hands like a hamster, nibbling bit by bit. After eating and drinking their fill, Cheng Jun went to the room and came back with a notebook and pen. Opening the notebook, she said to Shen Yi, "We don't know how long we'll need to stay here, so we should make some plans." Shen Yi naturally agreed, nodding, "Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Go ahead." According to survival rules, in an apocalyptic environment, we should gather as much information as possible, then make plans. Keeping busy helps increase survival chances. In an apocalyptic environment, it's not just physical survival that matters, mental fortitude is equally important. Under intense pressure, setting goals and establishing beliefs helps prevent breakdown. Shen Yi looked at her admiringly. Cheng Jun wasn't just a pretty face, she was truly exceptional. While he understood the situation's cause and effect, she didn't. The system's display showed him a countdown timer, but for Cheng Jun, this was the real world, with no end in sight to their stay. Being able to maintain hope under such overwhelming pressure and changes was already quite remarkable. Putting himself in her shoes, Shen Yi wasn't sure he could have done better. Cheng Jun continued, seemingly unaware of his thoughts, "Our immediate priority is to search for and stockpile supplies while gathering information about this place. Short-term goals are focused on survival, exploring more areas while ensuring our safety." She paused slightly, her tone becoming hesitant. "Long-term goals include finding other survivors, understanding our current situation, uncovering the truth, and finding our way home." She didn't hold much hope for these long-term goals. In her previous words, she had consistently referred to it as this place, though she knew they were probably no longer on Earth. Her deliberate avoidance of saying this world was to preserve hope of returning home. Though difficult, it was necessary. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to cope. Hoarding supplies. Taking off the pen cap and opening her notebook, she continued, "First, we need to keep accounts. From now on, I'll record all the supplies we gather. What we find, what we use up, we need to keep track of our remaining inventory. This way, we'll have some resilience when facing unexpected situations." It was an excellent suggestion, exactly what Shen Yi had been thinking about. When he was in middle school, being young, he couldn't manage money well. He would spend his allowance carelessly at the start of each semester, splurging without restraint, causing his quality of life to deteriorate steadily. By the time the holidays approached, he'd basically be living meal to meal. Since then, he had learned the importance of keeping accounts and saving money. "Let's take out the food we just brought back. You call them out, and I'll record," Cheng Jun suggested. "All right," Shen Yi nodded, standing up to pull items from his bag. 12 compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of honey, a handful of candy, 4 cans of luncheon meat, 1 can of kidney beans, 2 cans of dates with black beans, 2 cans of 8th treasure congee. Shen Yi called out each item one by one, with canned goods making up the majority. In terms of shelf life, canned food was the safest option, so he had collected every undamaged can he could find. While other food spoiling might be a minor issue, getting sick from bad food was serious. In these times, falling ill would leave you helpless, with no choice but to risk going out again to find medicine. After recording everything, Cheng Jun pushed the notebook over and said, "If we're careful, this backpack of supplies should last us both for a week." Her elegant handwriting filled the page, clearly listing each item and its quantity. Though it seemed like a lot of supplies, they wouldn't last long, leaving little sense of security. Shen Yi looked at the daylight outside and said to Cheng Jun, "While it's still light out, I'll make a few more trips. We're still short on many things." Cheng Jun was hesitant upon hearing this. She wanted to acquire more supplies but worried about Shen Yi's safety, feeling conflicted. If anything happened to Shen Yi, she would struggle to survive alone in this unfamiliar environment. Seeing her concern, Shen Yi reassured her, "Don't worry, I've already made this trip twice and am familiar with the surroundings. You can clear out the spare rooms so we'll have places to rest tonight." They had only cleaned the living room so far, leaving the master and secondary bedrooms untouched. Without clearing them, they'd have nowhere to sleep. Seeing Shen Yi's determination, Cheng Jun could only agree, "All right, just come back quickly." Shen Yi took his bag and left, not wanting to change his route. For now, safety was the priority, and since the convenience store area was danger-free, he planned to return there. This time, Shen Yi wasn't just looking for food and drinks but gathered many daily necessities. Cups, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels. These personal items were also his targets. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, he didn't want to let himself become unkempt. Besides, current conditions allowed for it, and no one would come asking for payment. He packed items one by one, finding joy in collecting even these inexpensive things. Shen Yi suddenly understood the pleasure of getting things for free. Freeloading truly brought happiness. He skipped over cooking oil, salt, and condiments for now, as they had no means to cook yet, making these seasonings useless. Every convenience store had a storage room, and Shen Yi quickly found a door behind the freezers. After opening it, he cautiously waited a moment to ensure there was no movement before slowly entering. The storeroom was packed with merchandise, though it was hard to see clearly without lights. He grabbed 2 boxes of mineral water from nearby and left. Water was currently the most important thing, everything else could wait, as there was no competition for supplies. Carrying his backpack and 2 boxes of water, Shen Yi walked back steadily. After returning to their shelter and putting things down, he immediately headed out again. Over the next 2 hours, Shen Yi made 3 trips like an industrious ant, constantly moving back and forth carrying supplies. Meanwhile, Cheng Jun stayed home taking inventory and keeping records. The two worked together efficiently until their tasks were completed by evening. Cheng Jun sat exhausted in her chair catching her breath, looking with amazement at Shen Yi, who still seemed energetic. She was tired just from staying at home, while Shen Yi, who had done all the carrying, appeared completely normal. Little did she know that this level of activity barely consumed more energy than Shen Yi could recover, requiring no rest at all. Shen Yi was now admiring his handiwork, seeing the corner of the room gradually filled with supplies. Just looking at it gave him a sense of security and accomplishment. It felt like playing a post-apocalyptic scavenging game, filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. As the sun set, the temperature began to drop. The two sat at the dining table for dinner, with portions allocated by Cheng Jun. She divided the food into 2 piles, one large and one small, pushing the larger portion toward Shen Yi and keeping the smaller one for herself. "You've used more energy, so you should eat more." Cheng Jun opened a can of 8 treasure kanji for Shen Yi, explaining softly, "I'm a girl, and I haven't moved much today, so I don't need to eat as much." Shen Yi frowned at her, unsure if she was being deliberate or truly couldn't eat more, and tried to persuade her, "There's no need to starve yourself. Supplies are everywhere. If we run out, I'll just go get more." Hearing this, Cheng Jun just shook her head and insisted, "I've recorded everything in the ledger. With the current uncertain situation, we should save where we can, and I'm not eating too little." Cheng Jun had given Shen Yi plenty while not shortchanging herself, calculating that the caloric intake was sufficient. Under these conditions, she wouldn't ask for more. She was intentionally trying to develop habits to overcome her own delicateness. Their meal consisted of instant foods combined with snacks and candy, trying to maintain some nutritional balance. None of the food was hot, so it couldn't be called particularly tasty. But because they were both hungry from their activities, everything tasted relatively good. Now, without food delivery services, just having a full meal was fortunate. They finished dinner in silence, cleaned up briefly, and then fell quiet again. The sky gradually darkened. They estimated it was not yet 7 o'clock. Shen Yi carefully drew the curtains before lighting candles for illumination. Candles had been hard to find, convenience stores didn't stock them, so he'd found these in a nearby gift shop. They were small glass jar candles that didn't give off much light. Based on post-apocalyptic movies he'd seen, Shen Yi reasoned that the peaceful quiet of daytime didn't guarantee the same for night. Even a small light at night might attract unknown dangers, so maintaining silence was a good strategy. Both being modern young people, they weren't used to going to bed early. Now, without electricity or phones, they couldn't play games or watch videos. Shen Yi was fine, but Cheng Jun, being a regular internet user, found it quite difficult. Earlier, when they were busy, she could force herself not to think about it. Now that it was dark and things had quieted down, her chaotic thoughts came rushing in like a tide. With nothing else to do, they could only sit down and chat. Embarrassment. The dim lamplight was only as big as a bean, barely enough to illuminate faces. After spending most of the day together, the two had developed a basic understanding of each other and weren't as unfamiliar as before. Now they were making casual conversation. There was no help for it. It was just too boring. "You seem to be in good shape. Are you an athlete?" Cheng Jun took the initiative to start the conversation. Shen Yi smiled and shook his head. "No, I just enjoy exercising regularly." Oh. Cheng Jun had noticed Shen Yi's physical condition during the day. "What about you? What do you do?" Shen Yi asked her in return. Cheng Jun twisted her fingers while staring at the flame in front of her and said, "Nothing special. I used to be a shut-in, and now I work at my family's company." "Why do I sense some resentment? Isn't it great being a rich kid with family wealth?" Shen Yi teased her. "It's not resentment, I just don't like being arranged." Cheng Jun didn't deny being from a wealthy family, just shook her head and slowly rested on the table. What's wrong with being arranged? My family wishes they had the ability to arrange things for me. Shen Yi consoled her. The class gap between them was vast, and they weren't thinking about the same things. Shen Yi pursued material wealth because he was already rich in spirit. His parents loved him deeply, and though they were ordinary people, they provided him with a happy environment to grow up in. He couldn't ask them to do more. Chang Jun's family conditions were top tier, but her spiritual world was barren. What did they arrange for you? Oh, plenty: giving up hobbies, changing majors, studying abroad, managing the company, loads of things. None of which I wanted to do. Did anyone ever really ask my opinion? As she spoke about this, Chang Jun's volume unconsciously rose. It seemed she wasn't as calm as she claimed. There were still some knots in her heart. People are different after all. If this happened to Shen Yi, he would have laughed himself awake. Why bother working like a dog in the company? But this was a complicated family matter, so Shen Yi didn't say much and changed the subject. So what hobby did you give up? Chang Jun sighed and said, painting. She liked many things: games, movies, pets, novels, but painting was her only true hobby. If it weren't for her father's intervention, she would have chosen to major in fine arts. Shen Yi's mouth twitched as he almost said painting was a dead end, but then he thought that since her family was wealthy, having artistic pursuits was normal. Do you still paint now? Yes. Then how is that giving it up? If you like painting, nothing can stop you. Chang Jun fell silent, then sat up straight and changed the subject. Enough about me, what about you? Where do you work? Shen Yi waved his hand and smiled. Nothing impressive, I'm just an ordinary worker, slaving away at the company every day. Actually, he had already quit his job, but it sounded better than saying he was unemployed. You're so capable, your company must be lucky to have you. Just getting by. They suddenly fell silent, neither speaking for a moment. Sigh. I wonder how we ended up here, Chang Jun said softly. As night deepened, her mood began to sink, and she felt a bit homesick. Not sure, maybe some bored deity, Shen Yi replied. Outside was completely quiet, with only the wind making any sound. The small candle on the table had already burned halfway. Well, let's get some rest. Picking up the candle, they both stood up and walked inside. Only the master bedroom had been cleaned up. They had opened the windows during the day to air it out, so the smell wasn't too bad now. The bed only had a mattress, the quilt and sheets had molded and Chang Jun had thrown them out. They could only sit on the bed fully clothed, facing each other awkwardly in silence. Let's make do for now. Tomorrow I'll go find some bedding and linens. Shen Yi placed the candle on the bedside table and said to Chang Jun. Chang Jun crossed her arms against the headboard, squeezing out a syllable. Fortunately, the bed was large enough that they could keep their distance, each person leaning on opposite sides. The room was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Chang Jun felt somewhat oppressed and couldn't help speaking. Shen Yi. What is it? Shen Yi was resting with his eyes closed. Nothing, just checking if you were asleep. Chang Jun changed the subject, backing away from what she wanted to say. Not that quickly. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep first. In the dim candlelight, Shen Yi could see Chang Jun's bright, shining eyes, and thought she was getting sleepy. Chang Jun fell silent again. Actually, she was still a bit scared. Although during the day she had established her image and tried hard to prove to Shen Yi that she wasn't useless. Shen Yi's behavior had relieved her somewhat. But you can never truly know someone's heart. In this strange environment, in an empty room, with a man and woman alone, it would seem natural if something happened. Any man might think that way. Most crucially, if he wanted to force himself on her, Chang Jun felt she had no means of resistance. She was still an ordinary girl with romantic fantasies, and didn't want to lose her first time in such a confused way. At least he's being gentlemanly. Chang Jun thought hazily. After spending an entire day both frightened and exhausted, now leaning against the soft bed, drowsiness immediately began to surge. Shen Yi hadn't guessed Chang Jun's tumultuous thoughts, but even if he knew, he wasn't in that mood. Tonight he planned to keep watch for half the night, as he didn't dare fall asleep so easily yet. This was the first night in this apocalyptic world, so he needed to maintain some vigilance. He hadn't told Chang Jun because he could see how tired she was. Based on her previous behavior, if he had mentioned it, she would certainly have insisted on keeping watch together. Time slowly passed, and Chang Jun's breathing gradually steadied. Shen Yi lowered his head to blow out the candle, carefully went to the window and lifted the curtain to look outside. Moonlight cast silver light, illuminating the ground brightly. On the street, there was no movement except for leaves blown by the wind. Shen Yi stared for a while but didn't notice anything special, so he gave up. Returning to sit by the window, he still didn't relax his vigilance. Thanks to his physical gifts, his energy was relatively abundant, and he didn't feel sleepy yet. At dawn, Chang Jun suddenly woke from her sleep. Her mind took a moment to confirm this wasn't a dream. She really had been left in this world. Before she could contemplate further, An unfamiliar sensation on her body suddenly made her completely alert. It turned out that at some point she had grabbed one of Shen Yi's arms and was hugging it to her chest, her whole body snuggled up against his side. Chang Jun abruptly let go and sat up, embarrassment coloring her cheeks. After checking that her clothes were intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, Chang Jun instinctively wanted to get angry, but looking around she realized this really wasn't Shen Yi's fault. When they went to sleep, they had each taken opposite sides with plenty of space between them. Now after waking up, they had both moved to one side. She had even actively hugged Shen Yi's arm. Clearly she had unconsciously moved over during the night. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Fortunately, Shen Yi hadn't woken up, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to face him. With nowhere to direct her frustration, Chang Jun could only blame herself. 7 days. Shen Yi, wake up. Shen Yi opened his eyes to see Chang Jun standing by the bed, gently nudging him. I'm getting up now, Shen Yi responded as he sat up. Last night, he had stayed up until late before finally succumbing to sleep. Usually, he was a champion at pulling all-nighters, but that was when he had electricity, his phone, and games. Now, like a primitive human stripped of modern conveniences, sitting idle made it impossible to stay awake. There was nothing to do. Boredom made it easy to feel drowsy. In the living room, Chang Jun sat at the table and called out to him, "Go wash up first, then we'll have breakfast." Shen Yi acknowledged and walked into the bathroom. Naturally, there was no running water in the bathroom, but Chang Jun had left him half a 1.5-liter bottle of mineral water. Although using mineral water for washing up seemed wasteful, water resources were still plentiful for now, so this was just a temporary solution. The toothbrush, cup, and towel had all been neatly arranged by Chang Jun beforehand. Not all rich kids have a princess attitude. Shen Yi smiled to himself, thinking. After last night's casual conversation, they had learned quite a bit about each other. Chang Jun came from a wealthy family but surprisingly had no airs about her. She was intelligent and had a clear grasp of their situation. If the system had matched him with some demanding princess, surviving in this apocalyptic environment would have been unbearable. Having someone with a good personality made coexistence much less exhausting. After a quick wash, Shen Yi came out. "Let's keep breakfast simple this morning." Chang Jun had already set the food on the table and beckoned him over. "All right." Shen Yi agreed and sat down. Chang Jun wasn't idle during breakfast, munching on a cookie with one hand while writing and sketching in her notebook with the other. "How did you sleep last night?" Shen Yi asked casually while eating. Chang Jun's writing hand paused briefly, and she turned her face away, trying to appear nonchalant. Pretty well. I'm a heavy sleeper." After breakfast, Chang Jun showed him her notebook. They huddled together to make plans for the day. If they were just trying to survive, the supplies Shen Yi had brought back yesterday would last them a month. But that was only meeting the bare minimum survival needs. Did they really want to live a life of just eating and sleeping, day in and day out? Anyone with even minimal standards for quality of life couldn't endure such an existence. Their existing plans remained unchanged, with only slight adjustments to priorities. Shen Yi would explore the surrounding area to understand their environment better. Chang Jun would stay at their base, helping to transport supplies when necessary. Of course, they had disagreements about this arrangement. In the end, it was only after Shen Yi's insistence that Chang Jun reluctantly agreed. This was, after all, dangerous work, and Shen Yi didn't want to worry about protecting her. Once he had a better understanding of their surroundings, he could let Chang Jun get involved. In the following days, Shen Yi explored outward in a circular pattern from their current base. They were located in a bustling commercial district. From their starting point to where Chang Jun had awakened, there were 3 streets with various shops and businesses. Only part of the area had been damaged, with most of it remaining in decent condition. Whether this was intentionally designed by the system or due to some major event in this apocalyptic world was unclear. During his exploration, Shen Yi still hadn't encountered anything unusual, except for the mysterious plants visible everywhere. He hadn't seen any survivors or living creatures, though this was partly due to his caution. He almost never approached areas with dense vegetation. The mysterious shadow that Chang Jun had encountered on the first day hadn't appeared again either. The more he explored, the more puzzling it became, as if they were the only 2 people left in the world. After 7 full days, Shen Yi had covered all 3 streets in the vicinity. Each day upon returning, he would report his routes and findings to Chang Jun. Since he hadn't encountered any dangers, Shen Yi gradually grew bolder and started taking Chang Jun along on his outings. Chang Jun, with her drawing skills, had sketched a simple map. Though limited in scope, it covered all the areas they had explored. She had carefully marked locations of special resources they could use when needed. On the 8th day after their arrival in this apocalyptic world, breakfast was still canned treasure porridge, accompanied by cookies and canned fish. Though they knew rationally they needed the energy, their bodies were starting to reject the food. After eating the same things for 7 straight days, not just Chang Jun but even Shen Yi was beginning to feel nauseated. Even when trying to force it down, Their tongues would press against their teeth, refusing to swallow the food. Chang Jun agreed with this sentiment. Beyond the food issue, there was something else particularly unbearable for Chang Jun. It was the matter of bathing. The daytime temperatures here were high, and with all their physical activity, they sweated easily. By the end of each day, Chang Jun felt sticky and uncomfortable. Although they had taken plenty of clothes from the mall to change into, preventing any unpleasant odors, it didn't solve the fundamental problem. They weren't extravagant enough to use mineral water for bathing. So each night, Chang Jun would secretly use a tiny bit of water to wipe herself clean. By now, she couldn't take it anymore. After forcing down half a bottle of water, Chang Jun opened her notebook. She hadn't been idle these past few days. It's now the 8th day, and still no sign of authorities or other survivors. We don't need to be so cautious anymore. First, we definitely need to change our current living space. Being on the 3rd floor is too inconvenient. Shen Yi was picking at the black beans in his canned fish. At least these had some flavor, as his taste buds were crying out for something more than blandness. He wanted hot food, stir-fries, hot pot, anything but cold canned food and cookies. Listening to Chang Jun, he nodded and said, "That place I found the day before yesterday would be perfect. It looks like a villa with 2 floors, quite spacious. There's an artificial lake next door, a shopping center across the street, and a large restaurant nearby. Everything's convenient." Chang Jun's eyes lit up as she flipped to the map page in her notebook, her finger sliding across the paper. "Is it this one?" "Yes, that's it." "Great, then we can solve the electricity problem next." Chang Jun's fingertip traced the paper. She had been thinking about this for several days now. They'd been living like cave dwellers for a week. Being deprived of modern conveniences was almost unbearable. Electricity was the primary concern. Only those who had lived without it truly understood its value. A look of realization crossed Shen Yi's face as he asked uncertainly, "You mean?" Chang Jun winked at Shen Yi and snapped her fingers confidently. "That's right, diesel generators." "In my wanderings these past few days, I've confirmed at least 3 locations that should have generators." Many large restaurants, supermarkets, hotels, and hospitals needed reliable backup power sources to ensure basic electricity supply. If they looked carefully, finding one wouldn't be too difficult. "Moving." "That's great, I'll figure out how to get it once we settle down." Shen Yi was desperately longing for electricity. With it, they wouldn't need candles anymore and could have hot meals again. Chang Jun frowned immediately. "I just don't know about the diesel supply situation, and there doesn't seem to be any gas station nearby." Shen Yi thought this was just a minor issue, waving his hand dismissively. "We don't need to worry about that now, we can look for it later. Besides, if we don't have diesel, we can still use solar panels to generate electricity." The sun was quite intense during the day in this world, so solar panels could definitely be put to good use. Though finding them might not be as easy as finding diesel generators, Shen Yi had walked around the area several times but hadn't found anywhere selling such things. They might need to salvage them from residential buildings. Seeing this, Chang Jun didn't dwell on it too much, and made a note in her notebook before continuing. "Now that we've temporarily solved the electricity issue, we need to consider gas and water supply." Gas was crucial for cooking and boiling water, a top priority. As for water, mineral water was sufficient for now. But according to Chang Jun's knowledge, mineral water had an expiration date and couldn't be relied upon indefinitely. While it was fine for drinking, they needed to figure out a solution for washing, laundry, and bathing. The natural gas supply is already cut off, so for gas, we should prioritize finding gas cylinders. Making fires isn't just unsafe but would consume a lot of wood, so that should only be a last resort. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. If gas was available, there was no need to make fires. Cutting and transporting wood would be labor-intensive and time-consuming. "Let's put the water issue aside for now. There are still plenty of water resources in the city," Shen Yi said casually. Worst case, he could go out and get more. Every store had plenty of purified water, enough for just the 2 of them to consume. Chang Jun nodded. "All right, and if needed, we can check out the artificial lake's water quality and use a water pump to ensure we never run short." If the water quality was good, they could boil it for drinking. If not, it could still be used for daily needs. "Then it's settled, let's get started." Having finished their discussion, they divided the tasks between them. You never know how expensive basic necessities are until you have to manage them yourself. Only when they started handling everything did they realize how difficult life could be. Despite their detailed planning, they still couldn't cover everything. Shen Yi used to only have to worry about feeding himself. Chang Jun was even more pampered, having grown up as a young lady who never had to lift a finger. The 2 of them stumbled along setting up their little home together. Like strangers who were married, or familiar roommates. Both carefully approaching and testing boundaries with each other. 2 days later, Shen Yi finally completed the move. He didn't abandon the supplies from their original base. After all, They had worked hard to collect them. Everything was relocated to their new home. The old and new locations were nearly 2 streets apart, and moving everything piece by piece would have been exhausting. Shen Yi found a vehicle on the street to help. There were many intact cars parked on the roads, most with only minor damage that didn't affect their operation. But after half a year, many had dead batteries and wouldn't start. Only a small number could still be started normally. This white pickup was now Shen Yi's favorite, powerful, sturdy, and most importantly, could haul cargo. With vehicles scattered across the roads, driving meant navigating through obstacles. Driving inevitably involved bumping and scraping. Without enough power you couldn't clear the way, making the sturdy pickup truck an excellent choice. After parking, Shen Yi opened the truck bed. He then began moving boxes of supplies into the villa. The 2-story villa was quite spacious, with a garden beside it, adjacent to the artificial lake. It seemed like someone had just finished renovating it, planning to retire here, but met with misfortune before they could move in. They had turned the second floor into their living quarters. The first floor was temporarily used for storage and parking, with future plans to be determined. Best of all, it had a basement. Cheng Jun suggested putting the generator down there, where it would be quieter when running. Soon Shen Yi had moved all their collected supplies indoors. His strength and efficiency meant he barely needed rest. Cheng Jun came downstairs when she heard the activity. She had been arranging bedding upstairs. Shen Yi had brought back several bedding sets from the home furnishing store, so at least they wouldn't have to share a mattress anymore. They each had their own rooms now, ensuring private space. "You're so quick, I was going to help." Cheng Jun wore a light-colored cotton top, its soft colors complementing her clear eyes. Her smiling face added a touch of playfulness, while the fitted cut accentuated her graceful figure. Paired with form-fitting jeans, her overall appearance exuded a fresh, natural charm. Having such a beauty nearby made Shen Yi feel like he was basking in spring breeze, her gentle demeanor seemingly making his bones soften. He had to admit that doing anything in the company of a beautiful woman made everything feel more pleasant. "I figured since there wasn't much stuff, I wouldn't bother you." Shen Yi waved it off as no big deal. "Huh? What's this?" As they were talking, Shen Yi noticed a black plastic bag at his feet and asked curiously. He hadn't seen it in the truck earlier. As he bent down to pick it up, Cheng Jun quickly snatched it away. "Ah! That's mine!" she exclaimed, hiding the bag behind her back, her ears turning bright red. Though Cheng Jun's movement was quick, Shen Yi caught a glimpse of the contents. Inside were tampons and winged sanitary pads. So they were feminine hygiene products. No wonder she was embarrassed. Shen Yi understood and, seeing Cheng Jun's face as red as a boiling kettle, decided not to say anything more to embarrass her. Cheng Jun's delicate fingers gripped tightly behind her back, feeling extremely awkward. These were items she had collected privately over the past few days. Such things were equally important in the apocalypse, but she was too embarrassed to ask Shen Yi for help, so she had to secretly gather them herself. She hadn't expected him to discover them. Shen Yi didn't think much of it. After all, menstruation was a natural, unavoidable thing. "I'm heading out again." With that brief explanation, Shen Yi got back in the car and left. Watching him leave, Cheng Jun finally relaxed. After more than a week together, they had become quite familiar with each other. They could chat more freely now, but not quite freely enough to discuss such private matters. Cheng Jun stood there with her cheeks puffed out like buns, looking quite adorable. Her fair face was like ice cream mochi, pink inside with sweet filling. She didn't dislike Shen Yi, she was just shy. Meanwhile, Shen Yi found the streets relatively clear as he drove. He had already pushed aside the obstructing vehicles, making it feel like bumper cars, quite thrilling. This kind of experience wasn't possible in the real world, where even the smallest scratch was cause for concern. After almost 10 days here, most of Shen Yi's time felt like playing a game. Every day he went out to explore, discovering new areas and searching for useful supplies. Now with a car, he could expand his territory. He could push back the fog of war even further. Dining. Shen Yi had a playful impulse and drove the pickup truck like a bumper car. Since there was no one on the road, he drove carelessly. With one hand on the steering wheel, Shen Yi picked up a piece of paper from the passenger seat. This was given to him by Cheng Jun before leaving, listing the supplies they needed to collect. Items included lighting, rice and flour, bedding, clothes, gas cylinders, lighting, diesel generators, gasoline and diesel fuel, etc. Some items that were crossed out were ones Shen Yi had already found. "Where can I find gas cylinders?" "Restaurants maybe." Shen Yi pondered. Nowadays, few restaurants probably still used gas cylinders, but with the world changed as it was, some might still be using them. Shen Yi decided to look around first. Turning the truck, he headed straight for the street with the most restaurants. After checking a few restaurants, he gave up. Most restaurants now used large gas stoves connected to dedicated gas pipelines, having long abandoned the old gas cylinder equipment. He did find a generator set in the back kitchen of a large restaurant. Shen Yi wasn't very knowledgeable about these things, but it looked quite new from the outside. It probably hadn't been used much and was well preserved. Unfortunately, this generator was likely for powering the cold storage. The whole unit was over 4 meters long, as tall as a person, and fixed to the ground with fence netting. Aside from the difficulty of dismantling it, even 4 people like him couldn't move it due to its weight, so Shen Yi had to give up. The good news was that there were 2 large metal barrels of diesel fuel nearby. These could be transported. He had rubber hoses in the truck, and he could transfer the fuel to smaller barrels later. He used the same method for the gasoline his pickup consumed. There were plenty of cars on the road with fuel in them, so he didn't need to search specifically. He just siphoned from random vehicles when needed. Most of the ingredients and vegetables in the kitchen had rotted into black masses, and Shen Yi hadn't eaten any leafy greens for many days. Now he could only swallow hard at the sight. When leaving, he could only take things that were still intact. There was a jar of pickled vegetables made by the chef. Shen Yi opened it, sniffed, found it hadn't spoiled, and happily took it. Then he found several packages of dried noodles under a table. These were treasures and were naturally confiscated by Shen Yi. Finally, there were dried tangerine peels, Szechuan peppercorns, dried red dates, and other dried goods and spices. Though they couldn't be eaten directly, they were essential for future cooking. With a sense of harvest joy, Shen Yi put everything in the truck bed. He silently noted this location. This large restaurant had a cold storage. The door was tightly sealed and couldn't be opened, but Shen Yi figured that even without power, there should still be solid ice inside preserving quite a bit of meat. He could come back later to break in. This restaurant trip also gave Shen Yi an idea. They didn't necessarily have to rely on gas cylinders for fuel. Starting the vehicle, Shen Yi took a detour to the northeast corner. There was an outdoor equipment store he discovered while scouting earlier, though he'd only passed by without going in. It sold mainly outdoor survival gear. Shen Yi found many useful items inside, all very practical. He took 3 portable stoves and 2 whole boxes of gas canisters. With these, they could cook their own meals instead of eating cold food every day. Shen Yi was happy just thinking about it. He'd been craving hot meals for so long. Though these stoves had less power, they were portable and convenient, more reliable than finding gas stoves. After putting down the gas canisters, Shen Yi went back in to pick out several raincoats and work clothes, durable and practical for when they needed to do manual work. Then he grabbed about a dozen camping lanterns and a fishing rod. The camping lanterns could be charged once they got a diesel generator working and used for lighting. The fishing rod was for the artificial lake, not so much for improving their diet, but more because Shen Yi wanted to confirm if there were fish in the water. This trip was a complete success, and Shen Yi drove back satisfied. "Chengjun, you wash the rice, and I'll cook a couple of dishes," Shen Yi instructed while rolling up his sleeves to show his skills. "Okay, I'll do it. I didn't know you could cook." Chengjun agreed happily, her face beaming with joy. She had been craving proper food lately too. The room had been cleaned spotless by Chengjun, and among the many rooms on the second floor, they had chosen this one near the window as their kitchen. Shen Yi set up 2 portable stoves on the table and piled up the collected ingredients. "Well, I can make some home-style dishes. I'm really tired of bread, biscuits, and cold canned food." Shen Yi could cook, but rarely did so, usually relying on takeout, only helping in the kitchen when visiting home during New Year. "That's still better than me. I only know how to make instant noodles, haha." Chengjun laughed self-deprecatingly, covering her mouth. Being so lazy, she had always relied on her live-in housekeeper to cook. Shen Yi shook his head with a smile and took out the cutting board and knife to begin. The two worked well together, one preparing ingredients while the other washed rice. After rinsing the rice twice with purified water, Chengjun put the pot on the portable stove. One stove for cooking dishes, one for rice. Perfect timing. "How much water should I add?" Chengjun held up the water bottle, looking at Shen Yi. Without looking up, Shen Yi replied, "Add water until it covers the rice by 1 finger joint. You can measure by sticking your index finger in after pouring." "Oh, okay." Looking at Shen Yi's serious profile, Chengjun pouted, feeling a bit foolish. After wiping the wok clean, he heated it up before adding oil. Shen Yi put in the prepared ingredients. After some stir-frying, he began seasoning. The aroma started to spread, and Chengjun stood beside him holding plates, continuously praising him. Being very clever, she knew she couldn't help much, so she did what she could while providing emotional support. Shen Yi enjoyed cooking this meal too. Not only would they finally have hot food, having such a beautiful woman standing beside him was also a feast for the eyes. They set up a table nearby, and Chengjun washed 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks to set out. Shen Yi lifted the lid off the right pot, and fragrant steam rose with the aroma of rice. The rice grains were glossy, each one plump and crystalline, looking absolutely appetizing. He stirred it a few times with the rice paddle. These gas stoves weren't like electric rice cookers, and the heat was harder to control, resulting in a slightly golden crust of rice at the bottom of the pot. But the crispy rice was fragrant. Shen Yi remembered having it when cooking with a stove as a child, and he loved eating it. Chang Jun brought over 2 stools, and they sat down facing each other. "It smells so good." Chang Jun held her rice bowl, quietly swallowing as her throat moved. She put a mouthful of crystalline rice in her mouth. The hot steam mixed with the rice's fragrance, and after chewing a few times, a sweet taste spread through her mouth, bringing a sense of satisfaction. Chang Jun suddenly felt like crying. In modern society, they could eat all kinds of delicacies and fine cuisine, but never treasured it. She had never understood what happiness meant before. Now she realized that in such a simple and difficult environment, just a mouthful of rice could instantly make her understand. Happiness was actually very simple. The taste of home. Don't just focus on the rice, have some dishes too. Shen Yi encouraged Chang Jun to try the dishes. They weren't yet familiar enough to serve food to each other, so Shen Yi could only verbally encourage her. Chang Jun sniffled and blinked back her tears. "Okay, try them and give me your feedback." Shen Yi had prepared 3 dishes in total. 1 plate of stir-fried luncheon meat with bean sprouts, a bowl of beef and tomato stew, and vermicelli with preserved vegetables and pork. On the table was also a small plate of pickled cucumbers brought from the restaurant as a side dish. Though not extravagant, he had tried to make everything as refined as possible. Even the best cook can't make a meal without ingredients, and given the limited supplies, Shen Yi had done his best. Chang Jun picked up a steaming piece of beef and put it in her mouth. The beef was so tender it melted on her tongue, the sweet and sour taste of tomatoes permeating her mouth. The rich aroma went straight to her head. "Delicious." Chang Jun only managed to say one word before unconsciously speeding up her eating. Her chopsticks moved swiftly as she ate with evident enjoyment. Seeing this, Shen Yi also tried a piece and nodded with satisfaction while eating some rice. It would be an exaggeration to call this meal a feast of delicacies. But after not having proper food for over 10 days, hot rice with stew dishes was a welcome change. Their deprived taste buds were awakened by the flavors, and after being hungry for so long, they naturally found everything delicious. They didn't speak for the rest of the meal, just focused on eating. The pot of rice was completely finished between the two of them. There was quite a bit of the dishes left that could be reheated for dinner. Chang Jun sat on her stool, holding her stomach and resting. She had truly eaten her fill, consuming 2 bowls of rice alone, something she had never done even at home before. Now her small mouth was slightly open, with a grain of rice stuck to her oily lips, looking quite adorable. Shen Yi smiled and pointed to his own lips to remind her. Chang Jun stared at Shen Yi in confusion before finally realizing. She quickly removed the rice grain, her face gradually turning red. Though the meal seemed simple, it wasn't easy to prepare. The only fresh vegetable was bean sprouts, which Chang Jun had sprouted from soybeans 3 or 4 days ago. The luncheon meat was canned, the beef and tomatoes were canned, and the preserved vegetable pork was also canned. The ingredients were quite limited. However, they had plenty of seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, doubanjiang, and chili sauce. Although the presentation wasn't great, the taste was quite good. The flavors were quite strong, which was why they were both drinking water now. Shen Yi had a bigger appetite and wasn't as stuffed, so he let Chang Jun rest while he started cleaning up. Seeing this, Chang Jun quickly stopped him. "Hey, wait, let's establish some ground rules first." "Oh? What kind of rules?" Shen Yi paused and asked her. "It's just the 2 of us now, and we have to do everything ourselves. We can't rely on you for everything. We should share the responsibilities fairly," Chang Jun said seriously to Shen Yi. Seeing she wasn't joking, Shen Yi nodded and said, "That's reasonable. Tell me what you have in mind." Chang Jun had been rehearsing this in her mind for a long time. In this environment, it was impossible to be completely independent from Shen Yi, but she didn't want to trouble him with everything. They had been strangers before, only forced together by their current circumstances. She wasn't yet sure about Shen Yi's personality, and didn't know how long they would have to live together. So she felt it was important to establish division of labor and clear responsibilities early on, to avoid future conflicts. If things went sour with Shen Yi, Chang Jun felt she would be the one at a disadvantage. "Here's what I'm thinking, we split daily tasks equally, and if new tasks come up, we can discuss how to handle them." Chang Jun counted on her fingers as she explained to Shen Yi, "Considering you're male and I'm female, you can handle the physically demanding work like moving things, fetching water, and gathering supplies. Things like cleaning rooms, doing laundry, washing dishes, cooking. I don't know how to cook yet, but I can learn." At this point, Chang Jun looked embarrassed, remembering that Shen Yi had just cooked their meal. Given her skill level, she didn't feel confident taking on that responsibility. However, Shen Yi would surely need to go out to explore and search for supplies, and he couldn't be expected to cook for her after a busy day. So Chang-jun thought she could learn gradually, hoping to have meals ready when Shen-yi returned. This speech made Shen-yi quite impressed, and he repeatedly praised her. "That's an excellent suggestion, I completely agree." Chang-jun's thinking showed true equality, not using her status as a woman to claim more privileges. This was actually quite rare, as she might not have initially had this perspective, but being attractive often meant receiving preferential treatment, and with society promoting ladies first, one tends to get used to such privileges and naturally develops biased thinking. Even if she hadn't said anything, Shen-yi would have been willing to take care of her more in daily life. But her bringing this up made Shen-yi feel even more at ease. It was always comfortable to live with someone reasonable. "All right, then it's settled." Chang-jun stood up and began collecting the bowls and chopsticks. "This is my job now, so you shouldn't touch it." Shen-yi's lips curved into a smile, finding Chang-jun not only free of princess syndrome but also cute and principled. She was very considerate, and the system's random matching had given him quite a treasure this time. If nothing else, just not having to wash dishes was a win for him. He hated cleaning up and washing dishes more than cooking. Humming a tune, Shen-yi went downstairs. Chang-jun used some of the leftover rice washing water mixed with clean water to wash all the dishes. Water was precious and couldn't be wasted, but they had plenty of kitchen paper. Shen-yi had brought back more than a dozen rolls. She dried everything thoroughly with paper towels. These were tasks that Chang-jun had rarely or never done before. Though there were some stumbles, she managed well enough, as they were all simple tasks. Downstairs, Shen-yi was still busy. Having just moved into their new home, there was much to be done. The small Western-style house had just been renovated, and most rooms were empty. Planning for long-term living, they were being very methodical. They had plans for what supplies would go in which rooms, with easy access to rice, flour, water, grain, and oil. Shen-yi had also gone to the furniture mall to bring back plenty of furniture. Complete sets of tables and chairs, assembled sofas, and simple storage cabinets. These days they had been busy from morning till night, falling asleep as soon as they lay down, but living quite fulfillingly. Another week passed. Gradually, the living room filled with more furnishings. They had wanted to add some plants, but the potted plants Shen-yi found had mutated. Thick root systems had cracked the pots and burrowed into the soil to absorb nutrients independently. They had to settle for several cacti on the windowsill instead. Chang-jun had also found various decorative items and wall art to beautify their surroundings. Even in the apocalypse, they still pursued a beautiful life. After finishing everything, they couldn't help smiling at each other before quickly averting their eyes. Whatever else, it now felt like home. Planting in the apocalypse. Early in the morning, Chang-jun woke up. After making her bed, she drew back the curtains. The morning sunlight was warm, accompanied by a gentle breeze that lifted her spirits as it blew in. Opening her door, she faced Shen-yi's room across the hall. Chang-jun looked at his tightly closed door but chose not to knock, instead bending down to retrieve clothes from the laundry basket. According to their previous division of labor, she was responsible for washing clothes. Shen-yi had specifically placed a laundry basket by his door where he would put his dirty clothes for her to collect. They had agreed on respecting each other's private spaces, never entering the other's room without permission. Chang-jun took both her and Shen-yi's dirty clothes downstairs. Placing all the clothes in a basin, she briefly sorted through them and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness there's no underwear. In all her life, this was her first time washing someone else's clothes, especially a man's. The thought of hand-washing someone else's intimate garments made her uncomfortable. Logically, in this world, there were enough clothes left for them to wear one and throw one away. But in reality, it wasn't that simple. Finding the right size was a challenge. They couldn't just grab any random pieces. Like the first t-shirt Shen-yi had brought her was too tight across her chest. Additionally, many clothes were moldy from improper storage, and even those that weren't moldy were covered in dust. They still needed washing before wearing. Both options were equally troublesome, so washing clothes was indeed reasonable. She unscrewed the lid and used a water scoop to wet the clothes. Two large white plastic buckets stood by the door, filled to the brim with water Shen-yi had brought back by car yesterday. The water came from an artificial lake, looking deep and clear. Since they weren't sure if it was potable, they used it only for daily chores. It served for washing clothes, mopping floors, washing faces, and bathing. Seeing the clothes were thoroughly soaked, Chang-jun poured in a bag of laundry detergent. Once the water became sudsy, she began scrubbing the clothes. Given their current circumstances, Chang-jun wasn't too particular. She washed both their outer garments together. Only upon washing did she realize how labor-intensive it was. Before long, Chang-jun's forehead was beaded with sweat, and she wiped it with her arm. Modern technology had spoiled her. Before crossing over, she had only hand-washed her own underwear. Outer garments and pants were always machine-washed. She'd never done them by hand. Now, the water-soaked outerwear was both wide and heavy, and her arms ached after just a few minutes. "I'm so useless," I can't even wash clothes properly." Feeling dejected, she lightly punched the water in the basin, creating ripples. Before crossing over, though Changjun had been lazy, she had her pride. But now, none of her previous skills were useful here. There were no companies to manage, and she couldn't draw food into existence. She felt even less capable than ordinary people, unable to handle even simple tasks. After a moment of self-pity, her fighting spirit returned, and she gritted her teeth, returning to scrubbing with renewed determination. At this moment, Shen Yi came downstairs and stood beside her. After one glance, he said, "You use too much detergent." "Huh?" Chang Jun turned to look at him with confused eyes, her upturned nose dotted with soap bubbles. Seeing her expression, Shen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, leave it for now and wash your hands. Let's have breakfast." Shen Yi's laughter made Chang Jun curl her toes in embarrassment, thinking to herself, "No wonder I was wondering why there were more and more bubbles as I scrubbed. It must be the detergent's fault. I always use this much before." She sat down at the dining table as Shen Yi brought over breakfast. Breakfast was relatively simple. Shen Yi had fried some luncheon meat and instant bacon, heated 2 cups of milk, and prepared 2 slices of bread. "Let's make do with this for now. It's a shame we couldn't find eggs, or we could have had some sunny side ups," Shen Yi said as he pushed the milk towards her. Eggs had a short shelf life, and most that Shen Yi found were either spoiled or rotten. The warm milk made Chang Jun feel better, and she shook her head, saying, "It's fine, this breakfast is already quite luxurious. Eat while it's hot. I'll help you hang the clothes later." Shen Yi put the luncheon meat between bread slices and devoured half in a few bites. "We're lacking vegetables. We can supplement meat with canned food, but for vegetables, we only have dehydrated ones or canned tomatoes," Shen Yi said after taking a sip of milk to wash down his food. For many days, they'd hardly seen any green vegetables on their table, as most vegetables in the market had rotted away. Being in the city center, they couldn't be self-sufficient, as vegetables and fruits had previously relied on transportation. "I was thinking, in a couple of days, I could drive to the city outskirts to look for greenhouse farms. We might find fresh vegetables there. If we find some, we won't have to worry about our vegetable supply anymore." Shen Yi discussed his plans with Chang Jun over breakfast. Chang Jun's eyes flickered as she pondered, then hesitantly said, "The outskirts are unknown territory and far away. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Even if you find vegetables, transportation back and forth would be inconvenient." Unwilling to let Shen Yi risk himself, she suggested a safer alternative. "Why don't we grow our own? We might not find vegetables, but seeds should be easier to find. There's an empty plot by the artificial lake that we could clear for our use. Being close to water would make irrigation convenient. Though I don't know how to farm. Do you?" Chang Jun felt awkward, feeling like an armchair strategist who could only talk but not act. Shen Yi didn't mind, his eyes lighting up at her suggestion. "Don't worry, I know how." "That's a good idea. Growing our own is safer, and harvesting would be convenient. I'll go look for seeds this afternoon." Shen Yi's family home had a vegetable garden in the backyard, and he often helped till the soil during his visits. Regarding growth cycles, he had some understanding from helping his mother plant seeds. Generally, broadleaf vegetables like Chinese cabbage, spinach, and lettuce grew the fastest, taking about 20 to 30 days to mature. Things like tomatoes, eggplants, and peppers took longer, around 3 to 5 months. For future vegetable independence, gardening had to become a priority. As someone from a nation of gardeners, what was wrong with growing vegetables in the apocalypse? "Great, once we find seeds, we'll plant them, and you can teach me." "No problem, it's actually quite simple." Nodding, Shen Yi finished his breakfast like a whirlwind, downed his remaining milk, and went downstairs. Chang Jun ate her bread daintily but efficiently, soon standing to clear the table. After washing and wiping the dishes, she hurried downstairs too. By then, Shen Yi had already changed the water and started rinsing the clothes. "Let me do it, that's what we agreed." Chang Jun quickly approached to take over the clothes. She wanted to handle whatever she could manage, not wanting to trouble Shen Yi with everything. She was consciously trying to develop her independence and shed her pre-crossing habits. Generating electricity in the apocalypse. Shen Yi neither agreed nor refused, but instead handed over one end of the clothes. "Here, hold this end. Let's wring it out together." Chang Jun was startled but instinctively began to follow Shen Yi's movements. Working together, they quickly wrung out one piece of clothing after another, and Chang Jun went to get some hangers. Shen Yi had cleared away the clutter from the front door, creating a large open space. A thin wire stretched from the doorframe all the way to the street light by the road. Chang Jun hung the clothes on the wire with spaces between them. With the abundant sunlight, they should be dry by afternoon. This way of drying clothes would have certainly been considered an eyesore before. But now there was no one around to enforce such rules. Work should be done gradually, don't overexert yourself. "All right, I'm heading out." Shen Yi shook the water from his hands, opened the car door, got in, started the engine, all in one smooth motion. Cheng Jun unconsciously waved. "Be careful, come back soon." Shen Yi didn't answer, just honked the horn in acknowledgement. As she watched the car disappear, Cheng Jun stood motionless. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the hangars onto her face, creating a golden-red glow with gently swaying halos. Suddenly, Cheng Jun smiled, as if remembering something. The sunlight seemed to lose its color in that instant. It was a shame no one was there to appreciate this breathtaking scene. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Shen Yi parked the car and called out as soon as he got out, Cheng Jun, come quick and see what I found." Hearing his voice, Cheng Jun came down from upstairs, where she had been sorting through the vegetable seeds Shen Yi had found earlier, planning to plant them in a few days once the ground was prepared. "What is it? What good things did you find?" she asked with a smile as she descended the stairs. "Come, look." Shen Yi enthusiastically opened the truck bed, revealing 2 black metal machines. "They're diesel generators." Cheng Jun's eyes lit up with excitement as she rushed to Shen Yi's side. Shen Yi chuckled and patted the machines. "Yeah, took quite an effort to bring them back." Over the past few days, besides looking for seeds, Shen Yi had visited all the locations Cheng Jun had previously marked. Today, he finally discovered these 2 generators in a residential property's electrical room. According to their labels, they were 220-volt generators. Shen Yi estimated each one weighed at least 80 to 100 kilograms, extremely heavy. "Step back a bit, I'll move them to the basement. Whether we'll have power depends on these," Shen Yi announced as he unfolded a 4-wheeled cart from the truck. Without this tool, he wouldn't have been able to bring them back no matter how hard he tried. Then Shen Yi went to the back of the truck, flexed his arms with his muscles tensed, and with a mighty effort, lifted the generator. Turning slowly, he carefully lowered the machine onto the cart. Cheng Jun stepped back a bit, knowing she couldn't help much with this. Although Shen Yi's movements were steady, the bulging veins in his neck showed just how strenuous this was. Just these few movements had Shen Yi dripping with sweat. If not for his gift of quick physical recovery, allowing him to rest between lifts, he would never have been able to get them out of the electrical room. After much effort, they finally managed to move both diesel generators to the basement. This had been the original plan. These machines were extremely noisy, and keeping them below would muffle the sound. In the dim basement, Shen Yi crouched in front of the machine, examining and tinkering with it. Cheng Jun held a flashlight to provide light. Neither of them knew much about generators. They had grown accustomed to powerful search engines and had become lazy about learning and memorizing certain knowledge. After all, whenever they had questions or needed answers, a simple search would suffice. Shen Yi was slightly better off, as his neighbor had owned a generator when he was young. He remembered it was simple: add oil, connect the battery, turn on the switch. Before moving them, Shen Yi had checked that there was fuel inside. But now, after pressing the switch repeatedly, there was no response. The machine wouldn't start. Their entire power plan depended on these generators. If they couldn't figure this out, they'd be in trouble. Fortunately, Shen Yi had brought back the instruction manual. Move the flashlight closer. Using the flashlight's beam, their heads nearly touching as they studied the manual, they finally understood. To start with the switch, the generator needed power from a battery, but the battery Shen Yi had brought back had been idle for who knows how long and was probably dead. There was one other option: manual rope start. After putting down the manual, they suddenly realized how close they were, close enough to hear each other's breathing. Shen Yi coughed and stood up, moving to the front of the generator. "I'll try the rope start." In the darkness, her expression wasn't visible, but she softly acknowledged and directed the flashlight toward Shen Yi's position. Following the manual, Shen Yi added coolant and disconnected the mains power. Then, taking a deep breath, he gripped the starter rope and pulled hard. The machine made a muffled sound, as if awakening from sleep, but quickly fell silent again. Shen Yi guessed the engine speed wasn't high enough and pulled the rope again without losing heart. After several attempts, the speed finally picked up. With a ding, the indicator light came on. The generator roared to life, officially starting up. Shen Yi and Cheng Jun exchanged glances, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. "Cheng Jun, quick, go get the power strip and camping lights." "Oh, okay." Cheng Jun quickly agreed, handed the flashlight to Shen Yi, and ran out. She returned shortly with the items. Shen Yi took them and connected the power strip to the battery. Then he brought out the camping lights they'd found at the outdoor goods store. All these lights needed charging, and none had worked when they brought them back. With nervous anticipation, Shen Yi plugged in the lights. Seeing the green indicator light up, he immediately pressed the switch. Click. With a crisp sound, incandescent light filled the entire basement. The sudden bright light made them squint, but they hardly noticed this discomfort, their hearts overflowing with joy. They spontaneously embraced, smiling happily at the bright light source. Arms tightening, Cheng Jun felt her feet leave the ground as she was spun around. The soft, delicate body in his arms made Shen Yi's heart race, his thoughts wandering. Cheng Jun also sensed something unusual, and blushing, She avoided Shen Yi's gaze. "Put me down quickly." "Oh." Shen Yi immediately set Chang Jun down, and they awkwardly separated. The generator's hum marked a small step for humanity in this apocalyptic world. But it was a giant leap for them into the electrical age. This beam of light meant more than just electricity. It was a ray of hope illuminating their future life. Mouse shadow. Chang Jun straightened up and massaged her aching lower back, leaning on the hoe to rest for a moment. Turning to look at Shen Yi, she saw him wielding his hoe vigorously at the other end, seemingly tireless. The sunset glow draped over Chang Jun, and the gentle pastoral scenery with its brilliant, gorgeous views made her momentarily dazed. If it weren't for these peculiarly colored plants constantly reminding her, she would have almost believed she was still on Earth. "Bring the seeds over, scatter a few in each hole," Shen Yi, who had already turned the soil twice, called out to Chang Jun. The soil here was very fertile and easy to till. "Oh!" Responding with a sound, Chang Jun picked up the prepared vegetable seeds and scattered them one by one. Shen Yi then pulled out a small water pump from the car, inserted it into the artificial lake, and started it up with the battery. The crisp water was continuously drawn in. Shen Yi attached a rubber hose and sprayed water to irrigate the field. After finishing up, they stood together looking at the land before them, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. The genes in their bones seemed to awaken, and smiles spread across their faces. Shen Yi reached into the ice chest in the back seat and took out 2 cold drinks, handing one to Chang Jun. Opening it and drinking deeply, the coolness traveled straight down their throats, dispelling the heat from their labor. Ice cubes were one of the conveniences of having electricity. "Let's head back, it's getting late. We'll just need to come water it every few days," Shen Yi said, leaning against the door drinking his soda. "Yes, in a few days we'll have vegetables to eat." Chang Jun nodded with a smile, taking off her straw hat, letting her dark hair cascade down like a waterfall. She gathered her beautiful hair with both hands, revealing her slender swan-like neck, holding a green hair tie between her lips. After days of working, her skin was no longer as pale as before, showing a healthier color. Spending day and night together, Shen Yi never tired of seeing these scenes. They drove home. Shen Yi went upstairs to prepare dinner, while Chang Jun stayed downstairs to put away the tools. After preparing 2 simple dishes, Shen Yi called Chang Jun up for dinner. At the dinner table, Shen Yi noticed something odd about how Chang Jun was holding her chopsticks, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine." "Let me see your hands." Chang Jun silently shook her head, hiding her hands behind her back. But she was no match for Shen Yi, who forcefully grabbed her hands and opened her palms to examine them. Her delicate palms were covered in blisters, some already burst and raw red. Shen Yi fell silent at the sight. He had experienced such blisters before and knew the piercing pain. "I'll wash the dishes after dinner, don't get your hands wet, and I'll put medicine on them later." Chang Jun was like a cornered duck, with only her stiffened mouth left to protest. "It's nothing, it'll be fine in a few days." "This isn't a small matter. We have no doctors or medicine here. If it gets infected, it's no joke." Shen Yi looked at her with a serious expression. Not just her, but Shen Yi himself was also trying his best to avoid injuries. Chang Jun's lips quivered a couple of times, but she finally didn't talk back. After cleaning up, Shen Yi sat beside Chang Jun. "This might hurt a bit." Opening her palms, Shen Yi left the smaller blisters alone as they would heal naturally, but the larger ones and those that had burst needed disinfection and medication. Despite Shen Yi's warning, the intense stinging still made Chang Jun draw in a sharp breath. These blisters were from hoeing in the afternoon, and Shen Yi hadn't expected her to endure so much. Most people would have given up when their hands turned red. Although she worked slowly and didn't turn the soil well, for a pampered young lady who had never done manual labor or known much about crops, she was doing remarkably well by not complaining about the hardship. While thinking this, Shen Yi quickly wrapped her hands in gauze, his tone softening. "Don't let the wounds touch water, they'll heal in a couple of days. Why did you foolishly make yourself suffer like this?" Tears had been hanging in Chang Jun's eyes for a while, and upon hearing this, she quickly turned away, not wanting him to see. Though her palms hurt, her heart felt incredibly warm. Time is like this, remembering while moving forward, never willing to pause. Chang Jun wrote the number 74 with a marker on a load-bearing wall. This was her 74th day in this world. She clearly looked more fulfilled, her entire demeanor having undergone significant changes. Less fragile and more capable, her expression was cool and composed. When everything required self-reliance, the environment truly shaped a person. "Chang Jun, breakfast is ready." In the next second, her composure instantly broke as she revealed a bright smile. Coming. Nearly 3 months of living together felt like several years. Time seemed stretched out, and they had become close enough to talk about anything. The pressure of survival had disappeared, but the puzzles that followed were no less numerous. Had humanity been extinct? Were there other survivors? What was the source of these strange plants in large numbers? Recently, whenever they had time, they would drive around the city exploring. Whether using megaphones, playing music, or honking the horn. They had tried every method possible to attract attention from others. At each location, Shen Yi would persistently turn on the radio, hoping to catch some signal. But they seemed like they were stranded on a deserted island, cut off from the world. No one responded. From the driver's seat, Shen Yi, wearing sunglasses, asked Chang Jun, who was writing and drawing beside him, "Which direction should we go today?" "Southeast. Let's finish exploring the area we didn't complete last time," Chang Jun said while marking an X on the map to make her decision. Looking closely, the map was already covered in X marks, indicating all the places they had visited. "Alright then, fasten your seatbelt, the experienced driver is about to take off." Hearing her answer, Shen Yi immediately stepped on the gas, joking around. "Ah, you're crazy." Chang Jun was startled by the sudden acceleration, and after steadying herself, she playfully punched Shen Yi's shoulder in mock anger. This was met with his triumphant laughter. The car sped southward. As usual, Chang Jun pulled out a megaphone from under the seat, playing broadcast messages on loop to try to attract attention. By noon, the megaphone that had been working all morning had run out of battery, and naturally, there had been no responses. Chang Jun put away the megaphone as usual, and they stopped the car in the middle of the road to rest. Shen Yi set up a sun umbrella while Chang Jun unfolded the chairs. They took out the lunchboxes they had prepared before leaving home and began to enjoy their meal. The car door was half open, with melodious music flowing from inside. After the satisfying meal, they reclined their chair backs, each holding a cold drink, and began their afternoon rest right there on the zebra crossing. Amidst the chaotic streets and ruined city, only music could be heard. They napped carelessly in the center of the intersection. This surreal scene went unseen by anyone. It was a romance unique to the apocalypse. Shen Yi lay with his eyes half closed, humming along to the music without a care. Suddenly, something caught his peripheral vision, making him sit up abruptly. A dark shadow had flashed beneath the car. So that is for today. This video ends in chapter 50 of this novel. We are continuing this in next video. Till then, stay tuned.